June 1st, 2017. Zhengzhou City. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was clear and there was no cloud in the sky. The venomous sun burned the ground hot, and the heat waves made pedestrians feel a little uncomfortable even breathing. Tang Qing carried a black backpack printed with 4 blue italics words "Loan every day" on one shoulder, white clothes, black trousers, and bright leather shoes. Just like a standard salesman, running between the vehicles parked on the side of the road, very skilled insert the business card in the ground handle on the car's wiper. At this time, the sweat has soaked his white shirt, and the soaked shirt sticks to the skin. It is extremely uncomfortable, especially when he is still wearing a tie. In such a hot day, this person is completely brain disabled to passers-by, but it is them. What the company compulsory requires, no matter how hot it is, you have to wear it. You have to wear it, and it can't be loose, saying that it is to create and maintain the corporate image. Regarding this completely inhumane regulation, the company's frontline salespersons have already complained and scolded. In the hot weather, this kind of frenzied, silly lack of kind talks about the corporate image. Are you kidding me? Every time I think of the leaders of my company blowing on the air conditioner in the office, it's fine. After all, the division of labor is different and there is nothing to say, but Tang Qing can't help but want to curse people by giving orders in an unrealistic way. Tang Qing is a salesperson of a small loan company. That is, he runs errands for the small loan company. Every day, he looks for people in urgent need of loans through various channels. Usually, it is him if no customers go to the street to send business cards. One of the work content. I wanted to call at the company today, but the number of phone numbers I bought a few days ago was pitted, and the numbers in it were basically called by peers or many of them were invalid numbers. For this, he made a difference last night. Commentary threatened the seller to replace him with a new one, and the seller promised to give him a new batch of numbers tonight. Since today is Children's Day, the school organizes performances in the traditional morning to celebrate Children's Day, and in the afternoon, parents take their children to play everywhere. Seeing the children walking by with their parents' hands and smiling happily, Tang Qing couldn't help but think of his childhood. His Children's Day is often mixed with the park, and only on Children's Day, the parents will take yourself to parks in the county to enjoy various amusement facilities. Although there were not as many amusement parks as there are at that time, it was the happiest memory of his childhood, thinking about his first roller coaster ride and bumper car ride. Rowing for the first time. Boy, get out of the way. I took my car, and be careful I beat you to death. Go aside. Just as Tang Qing was about to insert a business card into a black Passat, a voice rang in his ear in vain, frightened him, and quickly pulled his hand back. He just missed the memory and didn't notice someone in the car, raised his head and looked intently, only to see a bad-looking big man sticking his head out of the car window and yelling at Tang Qing with his fist. Fortunately, Tang Qing did not walk on the side of the cab, otherwise he might have to get a punch. This is also a lesson he learned before, that is, don't insert a small piece of paper on the side of the cab, or you will spit on the stars, or the fist falls on oneself easily. I'm sorry, big brother, I'll leave right away. Tang Qing laughed quickly. He has been in the business for more than a year. Of course, he often encounters this kind of things. He who speaks coldly and scolds and despises him is commonplace. I went back to the youthful gathering, and after a few losses, he inevitably became constrained. Anyway, being scolded and scolded is indispensable for a piece of meat. If I scolded him back, I have no money to earn. I would be inexplicably caught in order to fight for a moment of anger. It's really unnecessary to have a beating or arguing. Everyone is out to make money, not to look for trouble. Get off. Seeing Tang Qing's good attitude, the big man stopped scolding, but returned a word fiercely. He then ignored Tang Qing, retracted his head into the car, raised the window, and blew the air conditioner to continue to feel comfortable, playing with his mobile phone. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing smiled faintly, and then began to go to the next car to continue to issue business cards. This is related to his job. Of course, in addition to plugging in the car, he also needs to send it to passers-by. Sending women, not children or the elderly. Sometimes they will explain to potential customers in need and leave a phone number by the way for follow-up, but most people will not pick up his business cards at all. Since today is Children's Day, Tang Qing feels that he does not need to block the parents during the festival. As long as he is holding the child, he will not send it. Sometimes he didn't care about the business cards of his counterparts on it, so that the other party would end up making trouble nearby. It is better to do more than to do less, and it is not easy for everyone to eat together. At about 4:30, after walking 5 or 6 streets, the thick stack of business cards in Tang Qing's hand was sent out. This was the last stack that Tang Qing brought today. Tang Qing only took 5 when she went out in the morning. Hundreds are bought online in large quantities. The material is relatively poor. Each pack of 100 sheets, tied with inferior rubber bands, is very random. 10,000 sheets cost him 200 yuan, and it takes only 1 sheet to bring. Effective customers will pay back. Tang Qing, who had issued his business card, was also thirsty. The large bottle of cold water that he brought with him in the morning had already been drunk, so he bought a bottle of iced black tea at the roadside store. No matter whether it was dirty or not, he sat directly in the shade at the door of the store, taking a gulp on the curb. Even though there is shade, the weather didn't help much. The hot waves came along with uncomfortable car exhaust. Tang Qing couldn't help sighing. In this big city in this era, where is there clean air? After drinking half a bottle of black tea in one breath, Tang Qing finally felt a lot cooler. After loosening his tie, he repeatedly pulled the shirt collar, wanting to pour some wind in, so that the sweat-drenched shirt does not stick to the skin anymore. At the same time, I took out a fan in my backpack and fanned it. This plastic fan was made by a girl who sold the house before. It was printed with real estate information. He often runs on the street and has a dozen in his house. Yes, this kind of plastic fan is very durable. So far he hasn't even used one. Looking at the hurried pedestrians on the roadside and this so-called prosperous city, a deep sense of strangeness strikes. This is also the feeling that most of the foreign population feels deep in the heart of this fast-developing big city. They come to this city. It has been more than a year, and the full of longing at the time has long been taught by reality. Tang Qing graduated from a 211 college in the capital of his hometown, majoring in business management. The employment situation after graduating from this kind of great oil major is conceivable. Joined the unemployed army and became the denominator in the school's statistical employment rate. 2 months after graduating, Tang Qing, who had not found a suitable job, joined the postgraduate entrance examination army on the advice of his aunt. This school is still this major. After graduating from graduate school, Tang Qing went to work in a foreign trade company in the province that mainly deals in agricultural products. The workplace is in a remote prefecture-level city in the province. This company can be regarded as a thorough family business with many imperial relatives and chaotic internal management. When he became a business manager in the year, he only had a little more than 4,000 a month. With his undeserved income, he was framed by his colleagues and was frustrated with the company, so he resigned resolutely. Although Zhongzhou City is not a first-tier city, it ranks among the top few second-tier cities. In addition, Wang Chong, a college classmate who had a good time here, chose to visit Zhongzhou City. Tang Qing, who had just arrived in Zhongzhou City, stayed with Wang Chong and later became a share house. After Wang Chong graduated from university, because of his parents, I came to this city because I worked on a construction site. I worked in various industries, set up stalls, sold houses, entered the factory, and sat in the office. Each job was not long, so I didn't earn much money. 3 years ago, after a brief introduction by him, he found a job in a company and has worked until now. Wang Chong has been married for more than 2 years, but the house is not here, but in the provincial capital of his hometown. His wife works as an accountant in a private company over there. Both parents are not too difficult. At that time, they made up and paid the full amount. In addition, he is not far away. He will go back once a week, and the high-speed rail is only an hour and a half by car, which is very fast. Wang Chong still has a car, but it's not here, but his wife is driving to and from get off work. Tang Qing, who arrived in Zhongzhou for the first time, didn't know what to do. He just wanted to come and go, thinking about the opportunities in big cities. But in this era when there are so many college students and graduate students walking all over the ground, he can do it in a small local family business. Being a manager is not a bonus point, and he doesn't want to sit in the office anymore. He wants to engage in sales and exercise. Later, Wang Chong suggested that Tang Qing be a small loan clerk. After all, it is related to his industry and can provide him with a lot. With experience and help, Tang Qing thought about it and agreed. So Tang Qing found his current job. Generally speaking, this job is stressful. There are tasks every month. It is only 200,000. Sometimes a single order is reached. The commission varies from 50,000 to 20. 10,000 is 2%, 200 to 300, 000 is 2.5%, and more than 300, 000 is 3%. However, the company's commission is not issued that month, but will have to be delayed for another month. Therefore, in the first few months, he basically took a basic salary. If it weren't for the first business that Wang Chong introduced to him, it would cost more than 200,000 yuan. For renovation loans, he may be fired in the third month. Although he has been working for more than a year, his performance is not very good. Basically, he has just passed the task standard. After all, he has just entered the industry and the country has been opening up more and more in this area. Small loan companies have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. A large number of them appear, so the competition is fierce. There is a market if there is demand. Those who can come to them to borrow money must have various problems and needs. At the beginning, I didn't know the way. Without a master, I would be busy when I saw customers and thought it would be possible. After submitting the hardworking materials, he was killed directly, or some customers provided false information, falsified materials, etc., and various problems. In the end, he gradually gained experience and learned how to behave. Meaningful workload. After half a year, basically what list can pass my company's review, and what list my company can't pass other companies. It can be pretty much the same. Tang Qing was born in 1987. For some reasons, he is not married yet, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Tang Qing, sitting on the side of the road, thinks that he is already in his 30s, but he still can't do anything. He doesn't know if he has passed this way. How can I describe my life that feels a bit teased by God? After being boring on the roadside for more than half an hour, Tang Qing was ready to go home from get off work. For those who go out to show business like him, they usually only need to report to a clerk and don't have to go back to check in the afternoon. After inverting the subway and the bus twice, Tang Qing returned to his residence and bought a la carte by the way. He lived in the urban-rural fringe to the east of the city, a relatively large newly built community, and he still lived with Wang Chong. 2 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The monthly rent is 2,000. Wang Chong's income is relatively high, at least tens of thousands a month. In order to take care of Tang Qing, he is responsible for the big head, while Tang Qing is responsible for sanitation, grocery shopping, and cooking. Because of his independent life, Tang Qing, who didn't know how to cook, has also practiced a culinary skill. Although it is too complicated to cook, Wang Chong's home cooking is delicious, and Wang Chong is full of praise. He often jokes and makes him change his job as a cook. At this time, Wang Chong hadn't come back, but the calculation time was fast, so Tang Qing proficiently started washing rice, washing vegetables, and cooking. Wang Chong's off-get-off-work time is very fixed. He works very hard, and he works very little overtime. He settles things quickly during working hours, plays games happily after get-off work, and occasionally socializes. 20 minutes later, the sound of unlocking the door rang, and he knew that Wang Chong was back. "Old Tang, I'm exhausted. Today our boss is unexpectedly." "Huh, pickled fish? What day is it today making this dish?" As soon as Wang Chong entered the door, he was about to gossip about the company boss, and a familiar taste rushed over his face. Sauerkraut fish is a very ordinary dish, but he knows that it is of great significance to Tang Qing, and he usually only cooks it on special days. Because this was the first dish that Lin Jiaxue taught Tang Qing, who died in a car accident. Wang Yin once said that he likes to eat his pickled cabbage fish the most. Wang Yin was a tablemate of Tang Qing's 3 years in high school. After a few of Tang Qing's most important people had a car accident, Tang Qing, who was originally cheerful and optimistic, became taciturn. This is why he basically spent his college days playing games. "I want to rely on games to paralyze myself." Later, after going to graduate school, he gradually got better and stopped playing games to concentrate on studying. The tutor also suggested that he continue to study PhD, but he refused. Seeing Tang Qing, who was originally cheerful, gave up on herself, and had a crush on Tang Qing for a long time, she confessed to Wang Yin, who had taken different majors from the same university for a long time. But what Tang Qing thought at the time was that Wang Yin had a beautiful family background and a good personality, cheerful and generous. Without pretending, she should have a better future. In addition, she couldn't let Lin Jiashua let go, so Tang Qing decisively rejected Wang Yin. But Wang Yin didn't give up at all, and finally thought of a way to be good friends first. Although the two were good friends, they often came to Tang Qing during college to eat together, read books together in the library, and together. A lot of. In the first 3 years of college, the two seemed to be lovers to outsiders. It's just that Tang Qing has always regarded Wang Yin as a buddy. When he slowly discovered that he did not reject Wang Yin from entering his heart during his senior year, wanted to try to accept it, but then Tang Qing gradually alienated Wang Yin due to one thing. And finally Tang Qing said something cruel to make Wang Yin cry. Since then, the two have rarely seen each other. There are not many words. This kind of subtle and even a little weird relationship lasted until graduation from college. After graduating from university, the two people had less contact. After graduation, Wang Yin followed the arrangement of his family and went to the UK to study. He was busy with postgraduate entrance examinations and occasionally chatted with each other just to greet each other. Listening to her girlfriends saying that Wang Yin has never made a boyfriend, Tang Qing certainly knows that Wang Yin did not give up, but he has never been able to overcome that hurdle. Nothing. Wang Yin got married today, Tang Qing said with a reluctant smile. Last week, Wang Yin sent a wedding invitation in the circle of friends. He was in the Magic City, but he was not ready to participate. He went out this morning. When I hesitated for a while, I sent out a happy wedding and a gift of 3,000 yuan, but in the evening, I didn't see the other party accept it. Maybe the other party is busy today. Tang Qing can only comfort himself like this. Oh, that's it. Wang Chong didn't say much, because he didn't know what to say. Of course Wang Chong knew Wang Yin and the story between them. After all, Wang Yin often came to Tang Qing when he was in college. Through Wang Yin, the dorm buddies knew about Tang Qing's family, but he did not have Wang Yin's contact information. In a short while, the dishes were cooked, just 3 dishes, braised eggplant, twice cooked pork and a pickled fish, 1 person and 1 bottle of beer. Knowing that Tang Qing is in a bad mood, Wang Chong spit out his leadership during the meal. From time to time, he also talked about some interesting anecdotes in the industry. The exquisite Wang Chong wanted to enliven the atmosphere. It was a familiar road, which also made Tang Qing feel better. For this brotherhood, he was very moved and cherished. Tang Qing usually read the news or read the information after dinner and rarely played games. After all, those in this industry must understand the business and relevant laws and regulations clearly. Many policies have become very fast. Can things be done? What to do is to say at least 1, 2, or 3. Otherwise, it would be too lack of professionalism to hesitate when the company is appraising or when the customer asks about it. After Tang Qing washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen, he brought 2 bottles of cold beer and brought a deck chair to the roof of the rental house. The house had a total of 16 floors. They lived on the top floor, very close, and the roof was very close at night. Few people came, and it was very quiet, except for the whistle sound from time to time in the distance. As for Wang Chong, he went to chat with his wife. He just found out that he was pregnant this month, but the baby didn't work. The roof here is where he often comes, just because he can lie down and watch the stars, just because. They all like to see the stars. When Tang Qing received the news that Wang Yin was about to get married last week, he thought he could accept it today, but it was obvious that he couldn't deceive his heart when it happened. However, thinking that the other party had a good destination, he still had a faint heart. A trace of relief may be due to the weakening of the guilt that has delayed the other party for so many years, or the reason he does not know. Although he wanted to wish her happiness, he found that there was still a gloom in his heart, but he could not dissipate for a long time. Is he unwilling? Still can't let it go? Still is. Maybe this is life. Tang Qing comforted himself. Although he knew that this was a complete nonsense, how could one deceive his heart? Lying on a lounger and looking at the lights in the surrounding buildings and the city in the distance that illuminates the entire night sky with a little redness, Tang Qing feels so strange and far away. He feels that this city has nothing to do with him. Even Tang Qing, there is a feeling of wanting to go back by the wind. Thinking about this, Tang Qing feels a bit funny. A commoner who owns a big ass still wants to become a fairy? So he shook his head vigorously, dispelling the thought. Tang Qing took out a lighter and lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. He has quit smoking for 5 years. He took it from Wang Chong. A strong burning sensation spread to his lungs and made him bear it. He couldn't help coughing. He was still a little uncomfortable after he hadn't smoked for a long time. But after all, he had smoked for a few years, and after a few mouthfuls, he got used to it. After graduating from high school, Tang Qing thought that life would be brighter and more beautiful, but a car accident knocked his dream to pieces. In June 2004, after completing the college entrance examination, he and his fiancée Lin Jiaxue returned to the county town of their hometown. After staying at Tang Qing's house for one night, Lin Jiaxue's grandmother celebrated his son's college entrance examination, Tang's father and Tang's mother. So I decided to take a 2-day rest. So I took Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue back to the village to celebrate their birthday together. However, there was a car accident on the road. An old and overloaded truck suddenly lost control and ran into the passenger car they were riding in. Since the seats were all made casually, where there were places to sit, the parents and Lin Jiaxue who sat in the front were killed on the spot, while Tang Qing in the back had only a concussion and a bit of broken skin trauma, and lost his most important points in an instant. Personally, he couldn't stand the blow and fainted on the spot. It was already the next day when he woke up in the hospital. He didn't talk to anyone for the next 2 days. He didn't answer anyone's call, just looked at the ceiling stupidly. It was not until the 4th day that he returned to normal and was discharged from the hospital. It seemed that he had grown up suddenly and felt that he had to live well and live for the dead. Later, with the help of his uncle and Lin's father and Lin's mother, he finished his funeral affairs, and after handling his parents' shop, he lived in the village until the beginning of the university, and then went to his uncle to get a notice to report. Of course, the driver and the passenger transport company in the accident also accompanied some money in the end, but he did not move any of the money, and it was stored in the bank. It was a shame for him to spend a cent on the money. In this way, a sip of cigarettes and a sip of wine, Tang Qing recalled little by little his first half of his life: childhood joy, ignorance in high school, decadence in college, unsatisfactory work, parents' expectations, past regrets. The past is like a movie. The pictures flashed in his mind one by one. The naive and young ones once reminded him now that the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and sometimes he couldn't help but laugh. But slowly he was already bursting into tears. The car accident inevitably appeared in the memory. Once the first love, once a happy family, once hanged on the hook for 100 years without change. It's all turned into clouds and mist, drifting away like the wind. Heartache. There are definitely not many people who have really experienced this feeling, but that kind of unforgettable, that kind of hard is like a knife, and that kind of regret was deeply hurting. At this time, Tang Qing can't tell whether he is crying or laughing. These memories are his all and his most precious wealth. If you can go back in time, that would be great. Tang Qing, who was already a little confused, looked at the stars in the sky and muttered. In this way, Tang Qing fell asleep slowly. Tang Qing had a dream that night, a very long dream. He dreamed that he had returned to the 3rd year of high school and saw his parents and Lin Jiaxue again, but he could only watching as a bystander, unable to speak or act, just a spectator. Seeing that the time of the car accident is getting closer, he is unable to change. In the end, he can only watch the tragedy repeat itself. The moment of extreme sadness takes him out of his dreams. Kicked out. What? As soon as the main consciousness awakened, and after taking over the control of the body, Tang Qing immediately sat up. The sadness in his eyes had not disappeared, and the heart was beating violently due to the stimulation, and it was a long time unable to calm down. Tang Qing gently wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, and the pictures from the dream flashed in his mind from time to time. Although it was a tragic ending in the end, he felt the existence of his family once again almost truly, and he already felt very happy. Up. Huh? What's the smell? Although Tang Qing was awake and opened his eyes, but thinking still recalled everything in his previous dreams, his eyes were still out of focus. At this time, there was a strange and familiar smell. After it was past, the brain instinctively automatically gathered all the memories for comparison and discrimination. Obviously, the taste was familiar, as if it hadn't been smelled for many years, and it was only for a moment that I couldn't remember it. By the way, this is the taste of the scallion pancakes made by my aunt. Within half a second, Tang Qing's brain determined the source of the taste. He remembered that when he was in high school, he used to stay at his uncle's house in the city. Aunt often made it in the morning. This kind of cake was given to him. It was a special skill of his aunt. It was very delicious, but since he left Jiang province, he had never eaten it again. In retrospect, the saliva in his mouth was unstoppable and crazily secreted. But how can there be such a smell at home? Tang Qing woke up, his eyes slowly focused on the front. Only then did he notice the changes in his environment. It was a small room, less than 10 square meters. The desk, wardrobe, fan, lamp, and poster were all familiar but unfamiliar. Where's this place? The brain was running fast and recalling the contrast, as if suddenly thinking of something. Tang Qing suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. That's right. Isn't this the uncle's house where he lives in high school? Grandma Tang Qing has 2 children, his mother and uncle. The entire high school Tang Qing lives in his uncle's house. Uncle Qin Yugong is 36 years old this year. He became a police officer after he transferred to the army. He is currently the deputy director of the Chengnan police station. Before Tang Qing was reborn, he was only the head of the city's Economic Development Zone police station and concurrently served as the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. If there is no special opportunity, his official career will probably end here, and he can finally get a righteous position. Retirement is great. Aunt teaches Chinese in an elementary school. She is very kind. She gave birth to 2 daughters. She always wanted to have a son, but she didn't want to have a son when she was older. She was very kind to Tang Qing and treated him like her own son. It's weird. Didn't the house of Uncle's house be demolished and built into a park in 2015, the year before, during the renovation of the old city? For this, I also paid 3 houses. Although they are all small, they are also very good. Knowing that Tang Qing would never touch his parents' compensation, later his uncle and aunt wanted to give him a set for marriage, but he refused. He knew that uncles and aunts are good people, but the advantage is not accounted for in this way, let alone such care. His relatives. Did I cross it? Tang Qing's thoughts just appeared in Tang Qing's mind, and he was shocked. Of course, he is not unfamiliar with this kind of plot. The things that are almost rotten on TV, and the novels are also rotten. He wants to deny it. This kind of absurd idea, but the scene in front of me has confirmed this speculation again and again. Tang Qing raised his hand and looked at his white and tender arm and the school uniform pants on him. In order to confirm whether it was a dream, he pinched his arm fiercely as the seniors learned. Hurts. Looking at the bruise on his hand, Tang Qing, who was a little bit incredulous, slapped herself again. Snapped. This is really painful. This is definitely not a dream. It just feels so silly. Why do you harm yourself twice? I'm a big one. I have a midwinter gun, Maria's sugar-fried chestnuts. Tang Qing Shun said unclearly. Tang Qing suddenly realized that he had really crossed, and then raised his head and carefully examined the furnishings of the room. When he saw the time of the hand-tipped calendar on the bedside, Tang Qing completely believed it. Lin Jiaxue gave it to him. According to her, it was given by the condiment manufacturer, and a lot of it was given, so she gave him one. The red letters on the white background indicate October 1st, 2004, National Day. Year 2004. This year, Tang Qing was just 17 years old. He turned from 30 to 17 when he opened his eyes. Really came back. Back to the year of 17 years old. High school just started. Parents and Lin Jiaxue are still there. Everyone are still alive. It's good to be alive. Tang Qing muttered to herself. Thinking about it, Tang Qing's nose was a bit sore, and her eyes couldn't stop moistening, but her heart was madly happy. If you do it again, I can change everything, I can. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing, who came out of the emotion of sadness or excitement, lay relaxed on the bed, with his hands behind his head, looking at the Tianhua board, calmly sorting out his mood, and his emotions gradually stabilized. The 30-year-old experience told him that if all this is true, he must live a good life and not allow the tragedy to happen again. The powerlessness in the dream and the experience in the previous life made him particularly cherish the hard one. Opportunity. I want them all to live a good life. Tang Qing vowed to himself. Cuckoo. Tang Qing began to protest. He was too excited just now and didn't feel much. Only after the excitement, he noticed that he was really hungry. Smelling the faint fragrance in the air, Tang Qing hurriedly got up and went to have breakfast. When I opened the door of the room, I saw the familiar living room, the old sofa, the old color TV, and the old dining table and chairs. I lived here for 3 years in my previous life. Everything is so familiar, 3 rooms and 1 living room. This was bought by my uncle 4 years ago. Otherwise, the 2 rooms and 1 living room simply can't live with them, and 2 daughters are also old. It's always inappropriate for them to be crowded together. Later, Tang Qing moved in, and the 2 sisters were squeezed into the same room again. But the relationship between the 2 sisters was very good, and they didn't think there was anything. On the contrary, they were very happy. It used to be the family courtyard of an agricultural machinery factory. It was a 5-story building. The uncle's house was on the 2nd floor. The management had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. However, the factory closed down 5 years ago. The former owner of this house was the factory. The chief engineer here, after the factory closed down, wanted to go back to his hometown in the country to take care of his life, and his only son happened to be working at the Changnan police station. So his uncle, who wanted to change to a bigger house, bought it at a preferential price. Today is the National Day. He remembered that in his previous life, his uncle's family went to his aunt's family. Since his aunt's family was in the county below, he had already set off very early and would not return until October 5th. Eating the scallion pancake in his hand, drinking the warm milk in the cup, thinking that the relatives and lovers are still there, and even seeing Lin Jiaxue later, Tang Qing feels unprecedented peace of mind, and a deep sense of happiness spontaneously arises. After breakfast, Tang Qing skillfully cleaned up the kitchen and looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was only 7 o'clock. It was early. He was going to go directly to Lin Jiaxue's shop after 8 o'clock. Today is National Day, even the first day of the holiday. The teacher left a lot of homework, and Lin Jiaxue would definitely go to the store to help. Tang Qing started to clean the room when he was okay. He rarely cleaned his uncle's house in his previous life. Even his own room was usually cleaned by his aunt and cousins. In many cases, 2 cousins helped wash his clothes. Yes, when I think about it now, Tang Qing feels very speechless and guilty. You pig, forget it, you are too lazy, Tang Qing said to himself. After finishing cleaning in half an hour, Tang Qing lay back on the bed and stared at the white ceiling. Tang Qing is thinking about his future plans. What's more miserable is that he has to go through the college entrance examination again. But after graduating for so many years, his high school knowledge is basically returned to the teacher. Those questions know him, but he doesn't know the questions. See, he can only stare at the face. If he can fight, he can't wait to choke each other to death. Fortunately, there are still 8 months before the college entrance examination, and with a high degree of vision for universities and graduate students, it should not be difficult to pick up the knowledge of high school, especially English, unlike other subjects who do not have a deep understanding and only deal with exams, and usually there is basically no opportunity to use it. English generally requires a large number of repeated memorizations. The memory is relatively deep. In Tang Qing's view, the easiest subject to pick up for rebirths is English. Of course, this is only for those who have studied hard and passed the level. Don't think about it. Besides, after graduation, I also worked in a foreign trade company. I didn't communicate much, but I didn't have a bad experience. I usually like to watch English soundtrack movies. Although I can't be proficient in English, I can't say it's not difficult to read a book and prepare for the college entrance examination. Tang Qing, who had solved the subject initially, was in a good mood. It seems that I will study hard in the next less than a year. With my brother's IQ, there shouldn't be a big problem, at least not worse than the previous life. Tang Qing muttered to himself. At this time, Tang Qing is very good. I envy the unforgettable memories of the predecessors in the novel, but unfortunately, he just tried it, and he didn't have this skill. Tang Qing never thought that after he was born again, he could not go to school. This was not only the expectation of his parents, but also the agreement with Lin Jiaxue. He would go to the same university with Lin Jiaxue and spend this period of youth that had left regrets together and realize his youth together. The longing of time. Of course, it is definitely necessary to make money. Tang Qing's family is not a wealthy family. His parents used to be workers in a textile factory. After the factory was closed down by the management, the two were forced to be laid off and then rented out on the streets of their home county. A shop sells miscellaneous brand clothing and goes out early every day and closes home at night just to earn a little more money. It is like a day for more than 10 years. There is almost no free time all year round except for 2 days off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Time. Parents pay his aunt 300 yuan for living expenses every month, 30 of which are for his pocket expenses. This money is obviously not enough compared to living at his uncle's house. Aunt often buys him clothes and school supplies, and also gave him more pocket money to prevent him from telling his parents. So he has always left only the word grateful for his uncle's family. The old couple in the previous life were tired of eating frugally and saved some money for 10 years. They planned to save for Tang Qing to buy a house, to marry a wife. Unfortunately, after all, I didn't expect my grandfather to faint when he was farming 2 years ago. When he was taken to the hospital, he was found to have a late-stage brain tumor. As the only son in the family, he was of course responsible for all expenses. In fact, his father also had a younger brother, but when he was young, he seemed to have committed something and fled to another place. Qing didn't know that Tang's father also kept silent. After, my grandfather's illness almost ran out of family savings, and finally passed away without persisting for a few months. Grandma also passed away in the same year. 3 years after his grandfather's death, in April next year, he saw his father's brother, his second uncle Tang Zikai. In fact, his second uncle was originally named Tang Kai. Uncle seemed to be hiding something, hurriedly met with them, had dinner, and left, and there was no news ever since. Tang Qing couldn't help feeling sad when he thought that his parents were tired and had not enjoyed any blessings all his life. Now that he was born again, he finally had a chance to make up for it. In this life, he must not let his parents suffer anymore, let alone let them leave him. Away. I must make a lot of money in this life, so that the people I love and those who love myself can live a good life. Now Tang Qing, recalling everything in his previous life, he found that his life in the last life was really boring and pitiful. He was hopelessly stupid. He was alone and didn't even have a girlfriend. Even Lin Joshua's spirit in the sky would be willing him to live like that. Since God asked me to live again, this life will let me live a little more wonderfully and meaningfully. Tang Qing silently swore a vow in his heart. As for Wang Yan, with Lin Joshua, he can only say sorry. Then Tang Qing began to think about how to make money again. Although I live longer, but I am just an ordinary person who goes to school honestly, works steadily, and occasionally reads novels. He has no special talents, does not know how to program like his predecessors, and does not remember the lottery. I can't sing, I don't remember the stocks, and I'm not a genius. Even if I've been in this society for a few years, it's useless. No, there is a chance for stocks, but it is half a year later, and only those 2 or 3 stocks are dark horses. The bull market of 2007 is still long. Even if you remember some other ways to make money, such as buying a house and hoarding, but know the startup fund, my parents have some savings, but I want to convince my parents to give it to myself. Haha, let's forget it. Tang Qing scratched his head vigorously and suddenly realized that for a while, he really couldn't think of a way to make money quickly, and there was nothing to do with the White Wolf project. It seems that not everyone can be the protagonist after rebirth. The experience of having the protagonist does not have the strength and IQ of the protagonist. Tang Qing made such an evaluation of himself. God, didn't you play with me again? Give me a golden finger at any rate. Otherwise, based on this memory, the internet feast was almost eaten in 2004, and the monopoly of several giants has basically taken shape. Even many of them are already listed, and the chances of becoming a shareholder are slim now, and even slimmer in the future. Not to mention the investment project. Now just the startup funds can pierce all his illusions. This is really exciting, and took a gun to prepare for wild hunting. Suddenly, he found that he had no bullets. It felt like this. It would be great if there was a bank. Just take as much money as you want. How troublesome it would be to make money. Tang Qing whispered, who hadn't come up with a clue after thinking about it for a long time. Just as Tang Qing's thoughts drifted farther and farther, when he had begun to break through the sky, and when he was developing towards delusion, a silver bell-like voice rang in his mind. Hello, host. Personal banking system is for you. The sudden sound made Tang Qing jump out of the bed with fear. The fear is not too scary. For example, Even if someone tells you clearly that someone jumps out to scare you at the corner in front, you will still inevitably condition to avoid this suddenness when you get there. Status. After a few seconds, Tang Qing's thoughts began to analyze the current situation. I have a big cross. What's the situation? My golden finger is here. What did it just say? Bank. Does that mean a lot of money? A lot of money. A lot of money. A lot of money. Important things are said 3 times, especially important things have to be said again. Which system are you from? Tang Qing asked in a low voice, who had recovered. Personal banking system, host. That voice sounded again. Hearing these words, Tang Qing finally relieved his heart. It didn't seem to be an illusion, but it was really a bank. What is your main role? Tang Qing didn't ask if he could borrow a lot of money for the mentally handicapped problem, or let the system introduce itself to what it can do, so as not to be poured cold water. The main purpose of this system is to train the host to become a qualified banker. So exquisite. The role of Tang Qing couldn't help but spit out, but it seemed that the question he was asking was wrong, and the reality just dropped his IQ that he had just felt floated back to the ground. What is your main function? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Tang Qing raised another question. The main function of this system in the novice stage is to allow the host to exercise various abilities of the protagonist by making money and doing tasks, and to provide the host with necessary material and information support. After more than 10 minutes of careful questioning, Tang Qing finally figured out what this system can do. The main thing is that he can give him a certain amount of money every month, let him find someone who needs it, and collect the principal and interest when it is due. At the same time, he can give him a certain amount of money. You can also borrow in the system every month. The money system for external loans only charges 0.5 monthly interest, and the annual interest is only 6%, which is almost equivalent to the bank's commercial loan interest. However, the bank's interest generally fluctuates slightly, and the system simply takes it directly. Integer. And if the interest he loaned out exceeds the monthly interest of 0.5, the excess interest is his. His own personal loan is interest-free. Every year today, when the annual settlement occurs on October 1st, he needs to pay off all his personal loans for the year at one time. They cannot be paid in advance and in arrears if they cannot be paid within the same day. Haha. The system is about to say goodbye. The memory will be deleted and become an idiot. Then Tang Qing closed his eyes and called up the personal information of the system. The technologically sense operation interface was printed into his mind, and the information was as clear as it was actually seen. Host name, Tang Qing. Account level, level 1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Loan amount this month, 0/500, 000. Personal quota this month, 0/100, 000. Withdrawable assets, 100,000. Spirit, 51 plus 10, human body limit 100. Physique, 49 plus 10, human body limit 100. Genius value, 10. The system stipulates that customers can get a little experience for every 10,000 principal return, and each level of increase in the amount of external and personal loans will be doubled on the current basis. It is equivalent to saying that he can borrow 200,000 personally every month at the second level. He didn't understand what the source energy value is. The system only said that it could improve various abilities, and the later functions were to be developed. As for the system to be developed, he said that his account authority was low and he had no right to view it. But Tang Qing, who knew Chinese characters, looked at those 2 items. Add 10 data, and it's clear what this thing can do at a glance. Finally, let's talk about the assets that can be withdrawn. It is the funds that he can withdraw from the system's personal account. The initial level is directly rewarded with 100,000, and there is no need to pay back. Every subsequent upgrade of the system will reward the current level of 1 month personal quota. As a reward, that is to say, when he is promoted to the secondary system, he will directly give 200,000 random flowers. Seeing the reward of 100,000 yuan, Tang Qing was speechless for a while. There was a system that meant hanging. His savings were less than half before his rebirth, except for his parents. Compensation. The system almost blinded him as soon as he came out. Give 100,000 little flowers. This is still 4 years, and happiness shouldn't come too suddenly. In order to train him, the The system will actively provide a customer who needs about 40 to 60% of the foreign loan quota for the month. The choice cannot be refreshed, and the contract can be successfully signed according to the content of the task, regardless of whether the other party finally repays the contract. Expiration will automatically increase experience, without penalty. As for the remaining funds, he needs to find a loan object by himself. At the first level, he can only sign a contract for repayment within 1 month for more than 10 days, and the interest is only charged for the entire month. For example, even if the other party borrows for 10 days, he will also charge 1 month of interest. The current system with more than 1 month contract does not provide loans, and only the system has experience in borrowing money, personal loans, and other money borrowed out of no experience. It's useless even if you pay it back in advance. You can only gain experience on the day when the contract expires. As for those who haven't repaid it, you will have experience on the day of payment. Having said that, I have to talk about the relatively pitted system assessment at 24 o'clock on the first of each month. The system will assess all expiring contracts from the previous assessment day to 24 o'clock on the first of this month. If not, if the funds on the above reach 20% of the total amount of the month in which the contract is signed, he is deemed to be unqualified. If he fails in 2 consecutive assessments at each level or fails 3 times in total, he will become an idiot. For example, this month is a foreign loan quota of 500,000. Except for the customer recommended by the system, the total amount of other contracts exceeded 100,000 during the monthly assessment, and the monthly assessment was directly unqualified. But the system also gave him a maneuverable space, that is, there must be a time interval between the contract expiration date and the assessment time, as long as you find a way to get the other party to pay back the money during this interval. For example, for a 1-month loan borrowed on the 2nd of this month, the contract will expire on the 2nd of next month. It will definitely not be evaluated on the 1st, but will be evaluated on the 1st of next month. As for the principal and interest recovered by the system itself, it disappears on the spot and cannot be used again. Of course, the other party hasn't gotten into the system and won't take the other party. The collection system doesn't care about it. The system will directly transfer this part of the loss to him, and the interest system will not be used. In the personal repayment of liquidation, even if the other party pays it after the assessment, it cannot be revoked. This forced him to be careful to control the risk. As for helping the other party to pay back the system's money, Tang Qing could only think about it, but didn't dare to do it, because he remembered what the system said to him at the end. Host, this system needs to remind you that there are some operability loopholes in the loan and upgrade rules of this system. But the responsibility of this system is to train a qualified banker. If you make excessive use of these loopholes, your 10th the comprehensive evaluation level for novices at level 10 will be extremely low, which will seriously affect the benefits you enjoy after level 10 and the access to auxiliary functions. Please proceed with caution. As for the rules of loopholes, the system did not clearly tell him. But think about it. There are indeed many loopholes in the assessment, such as helping advance funds for those who can't pay back, or lending money to familiar people to control risks. It's a big deal to pay some interest, and so on, as well as using foreign loans for personal gain and changing hands for yourself. Even when you have no money during the annual settlement, you can borrow money to repay the system's money. But he just thinks about these things. After all, a broad road is in front of him, and a bright future foreseeable is not far away. If you have to take the risk and bet that the system can't find it or don't care, it's a pretty funny brain. I'm looking for excitement. In addition to the inexplicable collection habit developed by playing single-player games for a long time, it can be regarded as a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and the egg with perfect clearance is interesting. Tang Qing thinks about it, or honestly follows the system's instructions. Besides, the system can't be used too much. That is, it can be used, and it can be used for life-saving when it is critical. After running the business for a year, he quickly understood that this was the first lesson the system taught him. Is also the most important lesson. Fear of unknown risks. It's almost time to ask questions, so I should see what tasks are needed. Then Tang Qing silently read the task according to the system prompt, and the task list of this month appeared instantly. 1. Complete the loan task recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. experience value +5, completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete one non-system recommended customer loan business this month. The amount is not less than 100,000. Reward content, experience +5, completion degree 0/1. 3. Complete all foreign loan quotas this month. Reward content, experience value +5, completion degree 0/50. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content, experience value +5, completion degree 0/10. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 1 million. Reward content, source power value +5, experience value +10. 6. Achievement task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 1 million. Reward content, source value +5, experience value +10. 7. Achievement task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system reaches 100,000. Reward content, source power value +5, experience value +10. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 100,000. Personal loans and rewards of the system are not counted. Reward content, source power value +5, experience value +10. There are only 8 tasks in the entire list. In fact, the system actually has 2 types of tasks. One is to borrow money and make money, and the other is to borrow money and recycle it, and it is not a mandatory task. This also leads to a way to avoid great risks, that is, to only complete the customer recommended by the system, and then never worry about someone breaching the contract and making him unqualified. But Tang Qing can only think about it. After all, if in this way, the second and third tasks will not be completed at all. Although this can completely avoid the risk of someone defaulting, but with the ass, you can think of this unbridled cowardly practice. The result of the 10th level assessment must be very ugly. If it was because of this that he was finally idiot, he really didn't know who to talk to, and he wouldn't like that kind of self. Tang Qing thought for a while and looked at his personal information and task list. It seemed that task 4 and achievement task 3 could be completed now, as long as the loan was enough for 100,000. So he muttered to the system, personal loan 100,000. Hello host, you want to make a personal loan of 100,000 yuan from the system? Please confirm. The system's unsentimental but nice voice sounded. Confirm. Tang Qing said silently. 100,000 yuan personal loan has been issued to your account. Your personal loan limit this month has been used up. Are you overdraft? The system sounded again. No overdraft. Tang Qing replied. He knows that personal loans can be overdrawn and accumulated. If the loan is not completed this month, it can be accumulated to the next month and can be overdrawn for up to 6 months according to the current month's quota, which is now Tang Qing can lend another 600,000 yuan. But considering that the system will be upgraded and the quota will increase, it is obviously not worthwhile to overdraft too much. As for the external quota, it cannot be overdrawn or accumulated. If it is not used up every month, it will be automatically cleared and reissued the next month. Just after the voice fell, I saw that the extractable assets of personal information changed from 100,000 to 200,000, and the fonts of Task 4 and Achievement Task 3 became gray, and the words, completed, were marked at the back. Tang Qing's experience has become 15 of 100. Completing Task 4 adds 5 points, and completing Task 3 adds 10 points. At the same time, a warm sensation spread all over the body. It was warm and comfortable. After this feeling lasted for 5 seconds, both the mental and physical attributes became plus 15. After the warm current, he suddenly felt that his mind was clear. I don't know if it was an illusion. Many things that were a little forgotten in the past life gradually came to mind. Although there were not many things, they were better than not having any impression before. At the same time, Tang Qing felt that he was full of energy, and immediately Tang Qing picked up his clothes and saw that he had 6-pack abs. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although he was not fat and exercised a lot in high school, I didn't get to the point where I had 6-pack abs. I didn't exercise anymore after I went to college in my previous life. I played games in the dormitory, and my stomach came out bit by bit. My abdominal muscles have long disappeared. Although people have not become fatter, they are still gradually developed in the direction of the middle-aged uncle. The excited Tang Qing undressed directly, stood in front of the mirror in the closet, and carefully checked his changes. Well, I have become a little more handsome. Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. Tang Qing in the previous life was not handsome. It can only be said to be good-looking. Looking at himself in the mirror now, Tang Qing knows that he is not really handsome, but whiter, his skin is a little better, and his abdomen is not. The abdominal muscles that are slightly bulging in the abdomen are a lot of points when combined with several items. He even feels that he is a little taller than his previous life, but not much, not as exaggerated as 5 or 6 centimeters in length. In his previous life, he hasn't grown one after his sophomore year in high school. He has always been 1.71 meters tall. By the way, how did you give me my withdrawable funds? Tang Qing suddenly discovered the problem of how to get the money out of the system. Now that he doesn't have a bank card, he can't withdraw any money. The system can provide 2 delivery methods, cash and transfer. Your personal account is limited to the system. If you want to transact with an external bank account, you must apply for an external bank card as the carrying account for your personal funds, and it can be hosted by the system for free management. The system's external loans will be prepared by the system itself in the actual bank account, which can directly transfer funds to the target and accept the payment and provide transfer vouchers. You can also withdraw cash directly, but only for the task target. And as long as you touch it, cash can be recycled into personal accounts, and the primary account can only withdraw domestic currency. It must be an integer multiple of 100 yuan. The system slowly explained. Hearing that the system could give him cash directly, Tang Qing was so excited. The numbers in the account and the cash were completely different things. Then you can withdraw 10,000 yuan in cash. Tang Qing immediately decided to try. He also wanted to see how capable the system is. Personal account withdraws 10,000 cash. Please confirm. Confirm. Please choose the withdrawal location in your mind. Tang Qing hurriedly looked at his bed. Blinking, a wad of brand new red banknotes appeared on the bed in front of him. Tang Qing hurriedly picked it up and counted it. Not because he didn't trust the system, but excited. It was 10,000 yuan. Although he hasn't seen it before, his ability to make money out of thin air made him know that the system is definitely not a thing within 100 years. Space technology, such a tall technology, may not be reachable by humans after 1,000 years. Although the system does not say anything, Tang Qing guessed that it is likely to be created by a few thousand or even tens of thousands of years or more in the future, and even aliens are possible. The specific situation is not yet known, and he can only wait after the 10th level. Aston looked. The excited Tang Qing also gradually calmed down. He encountered so many things in a short time and received so much information, which made Tang Qing's head a little messy. After counting the banknotes, Tang Qing lay on the bed again and put 10,000 yuan on the bed. I don't know what I'm thinking. Tang Qing lay down for a while and remembered about seeing Lin Jiaxue. So he washed well, changed his clothes, and went out. Leaving his uncle's house, looking at the city in 2004, Tang Qing sighed for a while. Although he used to be familiar with this place, the strangeness of traveling through time lingers. Maybe it will be better after a while. Master, go to Chengnan Hongqi Market, Shimen. Tang Qing stopped the taxi and said to the driver. Tang Qing did not take a bus when he went out. Instead, he directly called a taxi. He had a huge amount of money in his pocket, which was unimaginable before. Of course he had to enjoy it. Now there are 20 people who can spend 10,000. The so-called family has surplus food. I don't panic. It's good to have money. If someone knows his current state of mind, he will definitely complain. A 5 yuan taxi. Will you be like this? It's good to save some face for the traveler. About 10 minutes later, Tang Qing came to the Hongqi market. It is now more than 10 in the morning, and Lin's shops are usually a little busy at this time. At this time, there is already a lot of people here, and all kinds of screams on the roadside one after another. Because the city is the biggest, the agricultural product wholesale market is also opposite the West Gate, and the flow of people can be imagined. The Red Flag Market was built last year. The government invests it and does not sell but rent. It occupies a relatively large area. The entire market has a field shape, but the field is stretched a bit long. There are shops inside and out, hundreds of small and large. The shops are concentrated here, and they are all double-story buildings. Generally, the upper story is used as the lower story of the warehouse to open stores. According to the different business content, they are divided into areas. In addition, the farmer's market is directly opposite the West Gate. Therefore, the West Gate is mainly related to catering and non-staple food shops. He remembers that the farmer's market opposite will be demolished next year, and the backside will become more and more lively. It's just that the government invests in construction, rents, not sells, and no one can enter. Lin Jiaxue's family rented a shop in a very good location, just a dozen meters to the left of the West Gate. Before that, Father Lin rented a shop in the opposite farmer's market. But because the farmer's market was built more than 10 years ago, the planning was chaotic and fell into disrepair. It was dirty and messy, and it was mainly engaged in wholesale, and there were also many stable customers. It was not that they could not survive if they left there. At this time, the Hongqi market was built on the opposite side, and Father Lin wanted to move there. In the end, it was Tang Qing's uncle who was the deputy director who helped him get this shop facing the entrance of the farmer's market. Otherwise, Father Lin would never be able to rent such a good place. The rent is $25,000 a year, which is quite expensive at the current income level. Because of the proper management and good people, the Lin family can earn 56,000 yuan a year, much better than his clothing store. After getting out of the taxi and walking quickly to the Lin's shop, Jia Seasoning Wholesale, a very common name. This is from Tang Qing. He was also there when Father Lin was named before, so he said the name by the way, but he didn't expect to get it. Everyone agreed. At this time, there were only two people in the shop, one customer aunt, and the other was Lin Jiaxue, who later could only live in his dream. Today Lin Jiaxue wore a pure white t-shirt, surrounded by an apron from a soy sauce manufacturer and light blue shorts. She was weighing the rock candy and dried chilies selected by the aunt. This aunt still buys a lot and is busy. Lin Jiaxue did not notice Tang Qing standing at the door. Looking at Lin Jiaxue, who was busy calculating and weighing, Tang Qing's eyes were a little moist. This girl grew up with him, and her childish words are still vivid in my eyes. Brother Tang Tang, my mother said I will be your bride in the future. I do not want. It's going to be. Don't. Then I will give you sweets, okay? Well, that's all right. Just such a few passages. Tang Qing changed tricks back and forth and didn't know how much sugar he had cheated to eat. Every time he thought of this, he would laugh out unconsciously. You are here. Just as Tang Qing thought about it, Lin Jiaxue sent away the aunt just now, and at a glance she saw Tang Qing standing at the door, stroked her hair, and asked with a gentle smile. Some people say that the woman who laughs is the most beautiful. Tang Qing also agrees with this sentence. Lin Jiaxue is not as overwhelming as the heroine of the novel. He does not reverse the posture of all living beings, but it is by no means inferior to those celebrities. This is still the state of bare face. After learning to make up, it is estimated that she can be regarded as stunning. At this time, Lin Jiaxue, who is only 17 years old, looks a little green, but it is this youthful vitality and the beauty in the eyes of her lover that makes Tang Qing think of her. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, not one of them. The reunion of the two did not have the enthusiasm that they had imagined. Tang Qing, who had a lot of things to say, didn't want to say anything at this moment, just want to look at her quietly. Lin Jiaxue is a quiet personality. Although the girl is younger than Tang Qing, she has always taken care of Tang Qing like her elder sister. When she was a child, she was bullied and she wanted to find her place. Only then would she feel her female side. Gentle and quiet, they don't talk much when they are together. Unlike other lovers who are in love, they can understand each other's affection from their eyes and expressions. Tang Qing couldn't help sighing. Maybe only such a gentle girl can keep him from letting go for so long. In here, Tang Qing also replied softly, but his voice was trembling a little. When he saw Lin Jiaxue again, the past kept coming to mind. He didn't know that his lacrimal glands were so weak today, like a man. Like a woman, she became sentimental, perhaps because she was really sad. Huh? Tang Tang is here. What are you doing at the door? Come in quickly. Hearing the voices of his daughter and Tang Qing, Mother Lin, who had just picked up the goods from upstairs, also noticed Tang Qing standing at the door and greeted him enthusiastically. She is very satisfied with this future son-in-law. The two families are originally neighbors. Both parents have known each other since childhood, and the relationship is also very good. She knows the roots, and her family is not a snob. They only have such a daughter. Tang Qing, who grew up with a good character, was relieved. The plan of the two parents is to get married after graduating from university. They have been doing business for so many years. It is still a little bit of savings. When Tang Qing's parents pay a little more, it is not difficult to buy a house. Although Grandpa Tang Qing's illness 2 years ago, almost all his savings were spent, but Tang Qing's parents would also make money. By the time they graduated, everyone pooled together. A house is not a big deal. As for whoever pays, Mother Lin doesn't care. Just such a daughter, calculate. That little money is really not interesting. As for loans, they don't like borrowing money from banks in their concept. Okay, right, where's Uncle? Tang Qing walked in after asking. It was really not good to be blocked at the door. Your uncle went to deliver the goods. There are 5 deliveries this morning. It is estimated that it will take more than an hour to get back. Lin Mu explained. 4 large customers. They are delivered to their door free of charge. At this time, a few more customers came in, and Tang Qing hurried up to greet him. After a few minutes, this wave of customers asked the price but didn't buy any of them. Tang Qing was quite speechless, although this situation was quite common for him in his previous life. But watching Lin Jiaxue introduce it for a long time, but he didn't get anything. It made him feel a little unhappy. It was so much time for my future wife to waste so much time and finally didn't give face. He also knew that this kind of unreasonable grievance was due to so many years. Missing and love are just a little bit uncontrollable. Hear you. Looking at the sweat beads on Tang Qing's forehead, Lin Jiaxue picked up the glass cup with cartoon design on the table and unscrewed the lid and handed it to him. Tang Qing was not polite. He picked up the cup and took a big sip. This cup was given by Tang Qing when she celebrated her birthday last month. A cup for a lifetime. Today, when the word cup is not yet popular, the cup is still a good choice, but it was also the last birthday gift he gave to Lin Jiaxue. Later, he kept cherishing it, and it didn't matter where he moved to take it. It was just a daze sometimes. You drink too. Tang Qing handed the quilt to Lin Jiaxue again. Lin Jiaxue took the cup and drank 2 sips regardless of whether Tang Qing drank it or not. The two of them had played together since they were young, and they had already identified each other. So there has always been no restriction in this regard, since I was a child. The next hour or so will be relatively busy, and there will be an endless stream of customers. After all, the location is there, and many of them belong to old customers who can say hello. The business is exceptionally good. There were fewer customers until noon. Tang Qing, who rushed back and forth to Wei, looked secretly in the direction of Lin Jiaxue from time to time, and a faint sense of happiness emerged spontaneously. You are here. Tang is here. A mad and familiar voice sounded behind him. Tang Qing immediately realized that this was the voice of his future old man. He quickly turned his head and saw Father Lin wearing a straw hat park the tricycle. At the door, this 3-wheeled car is of course not electric or oil-burning. It is completely man-powered 3-wheeled. Yes, uncle. Tang Qing replied quickly. Does your teacher assign a lot of homework? Father Lin asked, taking off his straw hat as a fan while walking. It's quite a lot. I'm going to start writing again tomorrow. Tang Qing lied. He had just been reborn and added system tasks. There were so many things. How can I do my homework if I want to, let alone write? Don't want to write. As for what to do, it's not easy. Can't you copy if you can't write? His own studies in the previous life were pretty good, and he had never copied his homework. I felt that it was shameful. As a human being, he felt that some of the constraints in his heart had disappeared. The things he looked down upon before now do not have a psychological burden. Tang Qing can only blame it. Being affected by the impetuous society of later generations, he firmly refused to admit that he did not want to do homework. Human, it's really a double standard for yourself and others. Tang Qing sighed secretly. He and Lin Jiaxue are not in the same high school. He is in the 8th middle school, and Lin Jiaxue is in the 2nd middle school. The 2nd middle school is the best high school in Qingyan City, and the 8th middle school can only be said to be average. As for the reason, of course it is the grade. Although Tang Qing's grades were good in his previous life, he was still a little far away from learning tyrant Lin Jiaxue. The 2 high schools are even far away. One is on the east side of the city and the other is on the west side of the city, but they are both close to where they live. They will arrive within 15 minutes on foot, otherwise they won't be in the 3rd year of high school and have not yet lived in school. We can only meet on weekends every week. Although Lin Jiaxue studied very well and belonged to a class of academic domineering, it was not difficult for her to get to Tsinghua and Peking University with her scores in the college entrance examination, but she only applied to one university in the province, that is, the university where Tang Qing was located. It was useless to persuade her teachers. The reason Lin Jiaxue gave was that he didn't want to be too far away from home, but Tang Qing had known each other for more than 10 years. How could Tang Qing not know the reason? How could this kind of girl make him not love? I ate the rice in the restaurant at noon, but the restaurant can only cook but not stir-fry. The dishes are cooked in the morning and brought from home. When steaming the rice, just put the vegetables on the rice cooker and heat it slightly. To eat, it is often eaten directly without heating on hot days. Tang, eat slowly. Mother Lin looked at Tang Qing lovingly and said, after eating the long-lost taste, Tang Qing couldn't stop at all and started to eat. At the first bite, he knew that today's food was fried by Lin Jiaxue. Generally, Lin Jiaxue still has a job after school every day, buying vegetables and cooking. Lin Jiaxue is basically doing dinner, only not for breakfast. After all, Lin Jiaxue does not make it during breakfast. Early to bed, Lin Jiaxue did homework and study late, but there were not many dishes today. Tang Qing tried hard to eat rice, while Lin Jiaxue continued to chew slowly and smile while watching Tang Qing eat it. It's delicious, Tang Qing said vaguely. Why did you have such a good appetite today? Didn't you eat it in the morning? Lin Jiaxue asked him softly with a piece of fat. I have eaten, but today I feel that I have a good appetite for eating with you. Tang Qing swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, and then gave him a full score for this sentence. Everyone happily finished the meal together. I don't know if the physique has been strengthened or what's going on. His food today is much larger than usual. Fortunately, Lin Mu cooked more rice at noon, otherwise he might not be full. In the end, he was soaked in the oil. Only some chili and Chinese peppers were left. Just spent a busy and fulfilling afternoon. In the evening, Father Lin pushed the tricycle into the shop and closed the door. Tang Qing also took the bus back to Lin Jiaxue's house, ready to leave after dinner. After dinner, Lin Jiaxue cleverly picked up the dishes and chopsticks together with Lin Mu, while the two elders sat and drank tea. This has always been the case in the Lin family. Tang Qing has taken it for granted for so many years. In this life, I don't know if it is. What was the habit, and even felt comfortable, really evil inertia? Tang Qing once again deeply despised himself. Seeing that Lin Jiaxue, Xianhui was busy cleaning up the kitchen, a feeling of home suddenly emerged. This kind of feeling that he is not remembered or lost. After sitting at the Lin's house for a while, Tang Qing left, and then took advantage of the holiday to do the task. Otherwise, he would not have so much free time to go to school. At this time, the sky was still dark, there were still buses, and Lin Jiaxue didn't send him off. They have known each other for so many years, not so hypocritical. Plus, Lin Jiaxue is relatively quiet and doesn't like being greasy and crooked. I took a taxi and returned to my uncle's house for more than 10 minutes. My uncle has to go back for 4 days. Therefore, some things must be done in these few days. It is definitely a nightmare level. I really don't know why my big cousin cares about her homework so much. After a simple wash, Tang Qing lay in bed and recalled everything that happened today. It felt like a dream, but all the facts proved that this was not a dream. System, can I name you? Sorry, cannot. Can you change your voice? Sorry, cannot. Who made you? Sorry, insufficient permissions to view. Can you chat? Sorry, no. What's the function of level 2? Sorry, insufficient permissions to view. Do you have a second master? Sorry, no. In this way, Tang Qing and the system had a good chat. Some had asked and some hadn't. What made Tang Qing angrily was that this guy really didn't know if he couldn't or he didn't have enough authority, but when he was boring. There was a good voice, and Tang Qing fell asleep after slowly getting tired for a day. The next day, Tang Qing was called by the biological clock very early, only to see that he went to sleep at 6:30, but was hungry and woke up after 8 o'clock, and it seemed that he couldn't sleep. He also didn't want to cook by himself. After getting up and washing, he ate fried dough buns and soy milk directly at the gate of the community. Today's breakfast was 3 times as much as before. Tang Qing felt that he was moving towards a rice bucket. This also leads to a problem. That is, if the appetite suddenly increases several times at the uncle's house, there is really no way to explain it, and there is no way to grow your body. It seems that I will have to add meals outside in the future. After breakfast, Tang Qing was ready to start the task. Time is running out, and he is striving to get the customers recommended by the system today. But the first thing before that is to buy a mobile phone. Although his uncle's house has a landline, he is used to the information age. It always feels inconvenient without a mobile phone. That's how to explain the source of the mobile phone to uncle and the others at that time. It's a matter of thinking about it. Don't worry now. Qingyan City Commercial Pedestrian Street. Tang Qing was walking slowly on the pedestrian street. He rarely visited here in his previous life. The home itself sells clothes. The Chengnan Hongqi market that he often visits is also a clothing wholesale market. With Lin Joshua's savings, he rarely goes out shopping. They are usually bought in wholesale markets. Many wholesalers in many markets have known each other from time to time. The real quality is good and cheap. At this time, the shops on the street have basically opened, but the customers are a bit small. But think about it. I want to sleep in during the long vacation, and there are more people going out during the Golden Week or going home to visit relatives, and the flow of people is also divided. A large part is gone. In a short while, Tang Qing saw a mobile phone seller. It didn't look too small, with discount messages on the speaker at the door. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, not long after the mobile phone shop opened, and no customers came to the door. Several young salespersons in the shop were sitting in the innermost chatting with each other, but the time was indeed early, sitting at the door listening with headphones. Song's boss didn't care about them either. From a distance, there was only one figure standing at the door, holding on to his post. Only when customers came to the door, the chatting of the saleswomen stopped and focused their attention on Tang Qing. But as soon as she saw Tang Qing's dress, the few salesgirls who were originally interested in entertaining just lifted their buttocks and sat back. All the enthusiasm disappeared without a trace, with a look of lack of interest. After selling mobile phones for a few years, their vision has long improved. In their eyes, what kind of customers are most likely to buy mobile phones, and what kind of customers are most likely to come in to watch and play, they can basically tell at a glance. In their eyes, students like Tang Qing clearly belong to wandering. Especially the pair of faded basketball shoes strengthened their judgment. But think about it. In this era when the sense of service has not been raised to a certain level, this kind of treatment is also normal, and Tang Qing did not feel what it is. He is not a banknote, and everyone has to surround him and fail to turn it. Too arrogant, as long as someone receives it. Welcome. What can I do for you? As soon as I entered the shop, a beautiful girl with a delicate face greeted Tang Qing enthusiastically. It was not because Tang Qing was dressed a little casually. Underestimated him. I want to buy a better mobile phone. Tang Qing replied with a smile. At the same time, there was a little surprise in his eyes and nodded. Obviously, he did not expect that there would be such a beautiful shopping guide in this mobile phone store. She was so enthusiastic. She was a beautiful woman, and her voice was clear and sweet, which made Tang Qing feel very good. It was really the treatment of the protagonist. Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Excuse me, what price do you want to buy? Tang Qing just said a little better, plus seeing that he is a student again, the shopping guide was really unsure, so he asked again. From previous experience, I'm still in high school like this, and it doesn't look like my family is rich. I go to the store to touch it in the name of a test machine. It's hard to get 3 out of 100 people who really want to buy it. 5, 2,000 or 3,000 will do. I wanted to buy a cheaper one, but think about it and forget it. Now this little money is no longer so important to Tang Qing, and he can be regarded as a rich family at this moment. So there is no need to be so stingy. Besides, this is the first mobile phone in my life. Of course I have to buy the best. It's not a shame to take it out to talk about business, but looking at the so-called magic machines in 2004 on the counter, he is about to commit embarrassment. He is accustomed to using a smartphone, and he is a bit ashamed to go out with this phone feel. But think about it now that this is the most popular style is relieved. Okay, sir, please come with me. The shopping guide gave Tang Qing a surprised look. She originally thought that Tang Qing would look at the best, but she didn't expect Tang Qing to look like a student. Is a big customer. If it weren't for Tang Qing's neat and tidy dress and the appearance of a bad person, the saleswoman would have to wonder if the other party came to make trouble. She was even a little excited in her heart. She sold a mobile phone worth about 3,000 yuan. At the price of this era, the commission was very expensive for her. So she directly led Tang Qing to the high-end mobile phone area. The mobile phones here were at least 2,000, 5,005. She now regards Tang Qing as a rich second-generation company. As for the shoes, she was directly taken first by her. Ignore it. The mobile phones here are all top brands in the world. Although the prices are relatively expensive, they are all powerful, exquisitely designed, and well-known internationally. The shopping guide brought Yi Tangqing to the innermost counter. Pointing, he smiled and explained while holding a pile of mobile phones in the counter. Seeing these mobile phones, Tang Qing was speechless for a while. Most of the mobile phones here are made by Nokia. There are also several models from Motorola and Ericsson, and one from Mitsubishi, but in their opinion, these represent advanced, trendy, and latest craftsmanship. Tang Qing really doesn't want to say anything about his mobile phone. It seems that making mobile phones in the future will be a good business, but the threshold is not low, so let's take your time. The so-called short one is taller. It seems that Tang Qing pointed to the Motorola V3. I'll take this out. Although this phone is the most expensive here, with a price tag of 6,005, it is at least a flip compared to other similar PHS candy bar phones and another flip phone with more antennas. It's much better. At least it doesn't feel so silly to use it. Okay. The shopping guide hesitated for a moment and finally took out the most expensive mobile phone in the store. It was just launched last month, and there are not many in their store. Because of the high price, it is placed in the store. It has been almost a week since no one bought it. Although it is very likely that the other party will not sell it, you can't just watch it and let it go. Out of professional ethics, the saleswoman enthusiastically took out the mobile phone from the counter. Sir, this mobile phone is the latest mobile phone in our store. It is not available in other stores in the city. This mobile phone uses an aviation-grade aluminum alloy body with a built-in 300,000 pixel camera, 5 memory, and it can shoot videos, short films, listening to songs, watching videos, and even support Bluetooth. The shopping guide proficiently introduced Tang Qing to the functions and selling points of the mobile phone, thinking that even if he didn't buy it, he should practice his mouth. Holding the phone in his hand, I looked at it over and over again, and I felt quite satisfied. The Rue black body and design are full of technological sense in this era. As for the other functions, he did not care. 300,000 pixels. Only 5. The internal memory does not support expansion memory cards. How much can I expect? When I was a sophomore in my previous life, I bought a PHS at home. In my freshman year, I saw that someone in their class was envious of using this phone. That guy all day long. Take it out, snorting. This time I also snorted, although it feels naive. Cut. That girl is so stupid. That person knows that he is a poor student with no money. The shoes are washed off, and he works so hard. Really lacks eyesight. Just deal with it. Don't you think he can be rich? A mobile phone in the store can't be afforded. A discordant voice sounded. Don't say anything. The mobile phone may not be able to buy, but it's okay to have a long experience. The few salesgirls who had nothing to do to gather together were free, so they joked with Tang Qing and gave out low laughs from time to time. Although the laughter of the few salesgirls was not high. After all, the boss was still at the door, and it would be miserable to be heard, but they were not far from where Tang Qing was at the counter. Not only Tang Qing could hear it clearly, but also the beauty sales clerk also heard it. Tang Qing was immediately unwilling to be teased by someone talking on the spot, with a look of dislike on his face. It's really bloody. Is this the standard for shopping? Okay, then I will be the protagonist of a face slap. Sorry. The beauty salesperson's face was also very unsightly, and the corners of lips showed a touch of bitterness and helplessness, and then whispered an apology to Tang Qing. She has the least seniority in this store. She has only been working for half a month, and she is quiet. Because she is a newcomer, she is usually very positive in receiving customers. In addition, she is also a beautiful woman. Many customers buy mobile phones and look at her frequently. The clerk was also very jealous, so they united to isolate her. But this kind of enthusiasm did not get the expected return in the past half-month, so it is not twice to be teased by her peers, and she can only swallow her anger each time. It's okay. Leave them alone. Stick to your principles and treat every customer, and you will succeed. As for them, their lives are doomed, and you are full of unknowns and hopes. Tang Qing smiled and comforted. Naturally, Tang Qing could see that the girl was isolated. Although she was terribly bloody, she was also very real. She was not in her previous life, especially the previous foreign trade company. Although she was a manager in a nice way, the relatives of the emperor and the country did not. People are afraid of him. Thank you, I will stick to it. The beauty shopping guide said firmly with her eyes in her pink fist. Although Tang Qing, who looked like a high school student, said this like an elder, she didn't care too much. Maybe she was a family member. Good. I need this. Let's get the ticket. After thinking about it, Tang Qing looked at the beauty shopping guide with a smile and said, although it was far beyond the previous budget, it was also worth the money. By the way, it rounded out a previous life. Boring little dreams. Do you really want it? Hearing Tang Qing's words, the beauty shopping guide asked with surprise on his face. You know, this phone is 6,000, 5,000, and a commission bonus of 300, right? For her half a month here, it is really a surprise. Of course. Tang Qing smiled and took out the money withdrawn yesterday from his pants pocket and shook in front of the beauty shopping guide. Seeing that Tang Qing took out a wad of brand new 100 yuan bills from his pocket, it was tens of thousands of dollars in visual inspection, and the shopping guide beauty was finally relieved. At least the business did not run away. At the same time, I was surprised at which rich second generation it was. Going out with a large amount of cash. Are you not afraid of being robbed? But then think about robbers generally not robbing students. Who would have thought that he has so much money in his pocket? The phone is 6,005. I can give you a 9.3% discount and erase the part. It is 6,300 yuan. Would you like to register an account? After calculating the amount, the beauty shopping guide came to Tang Qing with the bill. In front of him, asked with a grin. Here is 7,000. Give me an account for the rest, and the rest will be used as phone bills. Any number will do, as long as there is no 4. Tang Qing counted 30 and handed over the rest. He hadn't moved the money withdrawn from the system yesterday, and he still used his own pocket money for a taxi to eat and the money left for him by his aunt for the past few days. At the same time, he took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it over. He didn't have this taboo in his previous life. He didn't know why he was very sensitive to things related to death after he was reborn. Then I will go to open the ticket. The shopping guide girl immediately took the ID card and money and ran to the cashier at the door cheerfully. After a while, everything was done, and a brand new mobile phone was handed over to Tang Qing. As for the expressions of those salesmen, Tang Qing really couldn't be interested to look at it. Standing at a certain height, this level of slapped face really didn't make him feel superior. Thank you for your patronage, and welcome to visit next time. The beauty shopping guide sent him out and said with a slight smile. Looking at Tang Qing, who is young, gold, low-key and good-natured. If it weren't for the age difference, she would have a kind of wanting to catch up. As for the origin of the money, I don't know why she instinctively believes that it is not illegal. Although the shoes are a bit obtrusive, Tang Qing's conversation is definitely not like that. Then you are not welcome this time? Tang Qing couldn't help but want to tease her. No, it's welcome this time and next time. The beauty shopping guide didn't want to explain quickly after hearing it. Normal logic can definitely find the language of this sentence, but her IQ, who is thinking about it at this time, has been linearly lowered. A few seconds later, the beauty shopping guide who realized that she had been tricked couldn't help being laughed stupidly by herself. So she gently pushed Tang Qing and pouted and said with a small smile, "The kids don't learn well. I bought so many things, is there no reward?" Tang Qing raised her eyebrows and smiled when he didn't continue to pick her up. Then what reward do you want? But the beauty shopping guide seemed to be crooked, blushed, and asked shyly. She has been in the society in her 20s and inevitably thinks about that. As for what happens, she hasn't thought about it. After all, she is just a student how she thinks of Tang Qing. Can you reward me with your phone number? Tang Qing shook the phone he had just bought and said with a smile. He felt that he was a bit too bold today, and he was very proficient in doing things that he didn't have the guts to do before, and a little psychological burden. Nothing, but he was not prepared for anything. He just enjoyed the fun. The beauty shopping guide looked at Tang Qing's playful smile and immediately understood that she was molesting her. Although she was a little shy, the beauty shopping guide took Tang Qing's mobile phone to operate it for a while and then returned it to Tang Qing. Tang Qing, who took the phone, looked at the only contact currently on the phone. Zhang Jing. It's a normal name, but it's not normal to match a person, Tang Qing thought to himself. Then you are busy. Let's have time to contact. Goodbye. Tang Qing put the phone back in his pocket and waved his hand. Although he said that he was free to contact, he was not ready to actually contact him. He was reborn once again. Lin Jiaxue didn't want to provoke other women anymore. Love debts were the hardest to bear and the hardest to pay. He had an unforgettable experience in his previous life. Okay, goodbye. Zhang Jing also waved her hand. I don't know why, but the woman's instinct told him that Tang Qing could not take the initiative to contact him, and she was not prepared for anything to happen to Tang Qing. She felt a little disappointed, but she always felt that she and Tang Qing would meet again. After buying the phone, Tang Qing was ready to start the mission, so he called out the mission and took a closer look. Name: Zhang Dongqing. Age: 42. Occupation: individual. Contact: Tel 233XXXX. Comprehensive customer historical credit rating: 5-star, 93. Mission goal: complete the loan required by Zhang Dongqing within 3 days, but the loan amount should not exceed 70% of the current month's limit, and the agreed repayment time should not exceed 1 month. Completion conditions: 1. Both parties have signed the standard loan contract provided by the system. 2. Complete the project risk assessment report according to the template provided by the system. Here I have to talk about the system standard for customer evaluation. 5-star is the highest. 5-star customers, 90 points or more, no active and passive business default records, excellent personal credit. 4-star customers, 80 to 90 points, no active commercial default records, a small number of non-active commercial default records, good personal credit. 3-star customers, 70 to 80 points, no active commercial default records, but a large number of non-active commercial default records, and average personal credit. 2-star customers, 60 to 70 points, a small number of active commercial default records, and poor personal credit. 1-star customers, less than 60, with a large number of active commercial default records, and extremely poor personal credit. Active commercial default includes malicious arrears, commercial fraud, etc., and non-active commercial default is not caused by him. In general, the system will complete the information survey of this person by itself. He also asked the customer that the system was looking for can help with the survey. The result was that it could. The fee is 10,000 yuan each time, which is really expensive, but it's worth thinking about it, but avoiding a lot of risks, especially if you have contact information. But thinking that this should only be done for tasks, otherwise 10,000 yuan a phone call will be too cheap later, and it is obviously impossible to know anyone's phone number. Even the system sells complete personal information. The price is over 1 million per person, and the content is limited and only involves commercial aspects. This auxiliary function will be the price of cabbage if you encounter a great person in the future, and it can even be used to find each other's criminal evidence. The effect is estimated to be leveraged, but the early stage is completely useless. He even thought about helping others to do a credit investigation business. He made 2 million at a time and made 1 million. But think about it and forget it. If you know this kind of thing yourself, if the other party knows it, it's strange to take revenge on yourself. Looked at the contact information, Tang Qing took out his cell phone and immediately dialed Zhang Dongqing's number. It was almost noon. He was about to ask the other party to have a meal together. Strive to finalize the contract at noon, so as not to have many dreams at night. Qingyan Shandong Machinery Processing Factory. Although it was National Day, the processing plant with a large business volume did not stop working. General Manager's office. Zhang Dongqing walked around in his office. His face was full of sadness. When he was having dinner with several bosses last night, a comrade in arms called and introduced a big order, telling him that the order this time is very reliable. The other party is a car dealer. The accessory manufacturer will have more and more business after it is done, but it must have a certain strength, so it needs a deposit of 300,000 yuan. In the later generations of this model and rhetoric, ordinary people will definitely say that it is very likely to be a scam. But in reality, this model is indeed very common. At first, Zhang Dongqing was still a little bit hesitant to be deceived, but when he thought of the fateful friendship between himself and his comrades, he felt relieved and regarded it as a rare opportunity. It was just that his money was put on a few new devices plus the previous 2 days. When workers are paid wages, there are tens of thousands of dollars left in the account, which is far from enough for the deposit. As for the next billing period of some of the bills I made now, it is basically useless. It is only 3 days before the payment date. The day after tomorrow, the other party has to pay before get off work, and it must be in cash. This is the first time Zhang Dongqing has felt that this system is too annoying since he was the boss. As for borrowing money, I can borrow it, but 3 days are too tight. It was time to have dinner with those bosses last night. At that time, he also mentioned that he wanted to borrow some money. After all, his reputation has always been very good. I have never cheated people, and I have never been shoddy in business. I rarely ask people to borrow money, but it seems that they are all nervous about money, and they can't make it together. He can only think of another way. It was just a few phone calls that I didn't know why they were nervous, and he didn't know if they didn't want to borrow or were really nervous. But one of the bosses who opened a garment factory agreed to borrow it. But he had to wait until the day after tomorrow. It would be 1 day late. Definitely won't work. Just as Zhang Dongqing was thinking about borrowing usury, the phone on the desk rang. In the past, it was a strange number, but he didn't even think about picking it up and picking it up. Hey, hello, I am Zhang Dongqing. Who are you? Zhang Dongqing gave a very formatted greeting. Hello, Boss Zhang. I heard that you have encountered financial difficulties recently. I am doing an unsecured loan. The monthly interest rate is only 1%. I can only borrow for 1 month. I don't know if the boss is interested. Tang Qing is a little nervous. It's not the first time I did a sales promotion. I used to call people frequently when I was doing microloans in my previous life. At most, I called hundreds of people a day. Basically, I was scolded and rejected. I'm used to it. It's only this time that the system task is involved, and he can't help but be careless, and even a little drumming in his heart. If the other party refuses, the atmosphere will be embarrassing. Of course I'm interested. I don't know how much the little brother can borrow. Zhang Dongqing heard that he was borrowing money. The first reaction was that he encountered a liar. How can he send it to his door to repay the monthly interest rate as low as 1%? Knowing that as far as he knows, the surrounding private loans are basically 1.5% or more. If it is usury, it is even more certain. However, this idea was immediately forgotten. If the interest rate is really so low, it would be considered a bargain, and he would not suffer any loss. After all, he didn't want to borrow too much, and he couldn't make a big deal, so he cared about it. The question of how much to borrow. As for the news of where the other party came from, he didn't go deep into it. It's no secret anymore. He guessed it was when he was drinking with a few bosses around him last night or made a few phone calls today, so he was not too surprised. For Zhang Dongqing's ability to replenish his own brain, if Tang Qing knew about it, he would definitely give a big compliment behind him. It depends on how much you want to borrow from the boss, but it can't exceed 500,000. It can be cash or transfer. Tang Qing said slowly, although the system said it was not more than 70% or 350,000. But always show some strength, but the strength of these hundreds of thousands is a bit ridiculous in his opinion. That's okay, I'm going to borrow 300,000 in cash. I don't know where we will meet. By the way, your name? Zhang Dongqing heard that he could borrow 500,000 or even cash and was relieved. The bank also took a break during the festival. It's best to have cash. After borrowing this one time, save trouble and prepare to meet up at a place. After all, it's almost the payment day, so you should finish it quickly to avoid long nights and dreams. My surname is Tang, Tang of the Tang dynasty. You can call me Xiao Tang. Then we will meet at the Chuan Yu restaurant opposite the main entrance of People's Park at noon. Then the boss, you can bring your ID card and a copy. Tang Qing said. Itself is a private loan, and for 5-star customers, he did not ask for other messy things, and it was troublesome to make it. Moreover, he also looked at the standard contract provided by the system for this task, and did not say that he needed anything other than a copy of his ID. Okay, no problem. We'll see you then. Zhang Dongqing promised with a smile. Although the other party sounds young from the voice, he also knows some of the people who do this business. There are many young people who run errands, and many of them are family style. Yes, many people come out to exercise at the age of 17 or 18. Okay, see you at noon. You are busy with that, boss. I'll hang up first. Tang Qing said. Without much greeting, the other party answered and hung up the phone. At this time, you still have to put on the shelf that you should have, and harmony is not suitable for all occasions. In order to quickly finish this first task, Tang Qing did not raise interest to make a difference, because he is not interested in earning money from interest in the future. As a reborn, earning money from lending is a shame in his opinion. He is starting capital. There are many businesses that can be done. With the foresight, how can there be no money to make? If you put your energy on earning money from interest, wouldn't you become a loan shark? This is not what he wants, and he is not interested in doing that. What he prefers is the role of an angel investor. Also, people who can recommend the system are people with excellent credit. Such people can help if they encounter difficulties. As long as they don't lose money, the customers recommended by the system don't have to bear any liability for breach of contract anyway. You can make friends with these people with excellent credit, and you can also do business in partnership in the future. Don't worry that the other party will cheat yourself. This kind of business partner can hardly be found with a lantern. He has also seen or heard a lot of various intrigues in business. It is not too difficult to find a reliable partner. Moreover, there is no cost to make friends with them. If you really want to say that there is a cost estimate, it is just a few meals, a little bit of money and time. It is simply a profit. Multiple friends, multiple paths. More reliable friends means more railways. What? Not right. Tang Qing suddenly reacted. It's not that the system deliberately, or that is the purpose of the system to recommend customers. Let him make some good credit through tasks, and provide help for his future career development, and then use the remaining foreign loans to exercise his risk control ability. There may even be other considerations, but he couldn't think of it for a while. But think about it. Before he could not figure out what the purpose of the system is for recommending customers. After all, this kind of completely risk-free thing would not serve much purpose of training people, and how could the system lack that little interest? Now it seems that this is the system's special meaning. After all, such a smashing system will not do boring things and publish boring tasks. There must be reasons for every step. Making friends may be one of the reasons for the system tasks. As for whether to return if there are other purposes, it is not known. Anyway, knowing that the system will not harm him, then Tang Qing went shopping on the pedestrian street. He just noticed that his dress was a bit shabby when he heard the group of salespeople talk about it, especially when he was going to see customers next. If he passed away like this, his previous life would be nothing. Live for so many years. For the first customer, Tang Qing attached great importance to it. It cost him more than 2,000 yuan to buy a piece of clothes and shoes in the pedestrian street. After calculating it, he has spent more than 9,000 yuan today, even in his previous life. It's been so extravagant, but the money is too easy to come by, and it's not thrown in the water, so I don't feel much distressed. It's still early. After buying clothes, Tang Qing hitchhiked back to his uncle's house and washed the dirty clothes by the way. He was not luxurious enough to throw away the clothes that didn't rot. The shoes seemed to him to be a little worn. The color fades and can be worn. Tang Qing took a taxi to this restaurant after 11 o'clock. Last time his father came here to invite Lin Jiaxue and his family. The environment and service were very good. Tang Qing thought the taste was good, so he first thought about it. I know if there is any place for this point. After all, it's almost time for dinner and everyone is on holiday. Good noon, sir. Welcome to Chuanyu Restaurant. When he came to the gate, a male waiter hurried up to greet him and smiled at Tang Qing. The male waiter seemed to be about the same age as him, and he was probably underage, but he didn't care about it. Such things are common throughout the country, and it is not easy for everyone to make money. Tang Qing remembered that the person who came to receive them at the beginning of the year was a pretty little girl, but the memory was a bit long ago, and the details of what she looked like had long been forgotten. But he didn't come to see the beauty, he just thought about it in his heart. Is there a reserved place, sir? The waiter then asked. No, are there any boxes? Tang Qing replied. He didn't know that the hotel's booking phone number was of course not reserved, but it was fine. If there were no boxes, just change another one. After all, although this is not illegal, there is no need to cover it up, but this kind of cash transaction for signing a contract is definitely not suitable for negotiation in the lobby. Some sirs, please, you are lucky. There just happens to be the last one. I don't know how many sirs are. The waiter said enthusiastically. 2 or 3 people, or more. Tang Qing said uncertainly. Only then did he remember that the other party may not necessarily be alone. I don't know if the other party will bring a personal drink or a driver or secretary. Kind of. Although in his opinion, this kind of customer who can't get 300,000 yuan should not be enough to be a driver's secretary, but after all, it is a large cash transaction, and it is a person who is not familiar with it. The other party should be brave. It's so big that one person can come. As for Tang Qing, he doesn't worry about the system's judgment, so he doesn't need to find someone to accompany him. But this also reminds him that it's better to find a bodyguard in the future. The customers recommended by the system are better off saying that the customers who are looking for themselves are still very dangerous to go to the transaction so rashly, and they can't check the credit of the other party if they don't see anyone. So Tang Qing wrote down the matter of finding a bodyguard. That's it. That's okay, please here. Then the male waiter led Tang Qing to the box on the second floor where the Manhwa hall was hung. It was a coincidence that it was still the box where they ate last time. This box is not big. There is a TV on the wall, and there is a Hong Kong martial arts movie disc that I don't know what it is. He hasn't watched it anyway, and is not interested in watching it. Tang Qing ordered a few special dishes and a few bottles of beer at random, and the total cost was only more than 400 yuan. This meal was actually not supposed to be requested. According to the rules, the other party requested it, and he was not prepared to spoil it. The rules are not met in order to avoid the final negotiation. After all, even if the interest rate on borrowing money is low, you still come in advance and entertain guests. Isn't this a brainstorm? The other party will definitely feel that he has set a trap or has another plan, and he will be dumbfounded if he fails to borrow in the end. Since the other party paid for the money, Tang Qing is going to make this friend again. It is better to keep a good impression and control the amount of consumption, lest the other party feels that he is slaughtering him. As for why Tang Qing came to the restaurant in advance, it was to withdraw the money in the box first. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to withdraw a bunch of money because he could not go to the toilet before he arrived. That was silly. At first, I also thought about withdrawing cash directly at home, but in order to avoid any accidents on the road, it is better to be careful. The bored Tang Qing started playing with his mobile phone randomly. As for playing games on the internet, what can be called games? This internet speed can also be called internet access. Don't be funny, but it is a good choice to develop mobile games in the future. He has also played some of the more popular mobile games in his previous life. When that happens, he will start a company to provide creative ideas. Don't be too excited about lying down and counting money, but it will be a few years before the real smartphone era. Standing in front of the restaurant's window, Tang Qing looked at the pedestrians hurrying on the side of the road and felt lost in thought. The first task also means that he has completely said goodbye to the ordinary life before, and his life will be on a journey that does not know the direction. It is not known whether the future is dangerous or smooth. This is a different life. He has to win. He must also win for the people he loves and to fight back against the almost life in the previous life. Maybe this is his mission in this life. Slowly his thoughts drifted away. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on the windowsill rang and brought Tang Qing back to reality. This old-fashioned telephone booth-like ringtone was specially selected by him. No reason, just that this kind of rapid and sharp sound can be used. Remind people to answer the phone quickly. Remind people to start working immediately, just like doing radio exercises and shouting slogans in the morning for sales, reminding the body and consciousness to be ready for battle. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the phone, it must be Zhang Dongqing's phone number. Hey, Brother Tang, I'm at the entrance of the restaurant. Where are you? Zhang Dongqing's voice was heard on the phone. I'm in the Manhwa hall on the second floor. You can come up directly. Tang Qing replied. That's okay. I'll come right away. Zhang Dongqing replied. Tang Qing opened the door of the box directly, and after asking the waiter outside to prepare the dishes, he stood at the door and waited. The courtesy he should have is still necessary. After a while, Tang Qing saw the waiter leading two people upstairs. The middle-aged man walking in front was dressed as a boss. He was not fat or even a little thin. He looked very energetic and capable, with a black leather bag in between. Behind him was a sturdy guy with a fierce look. Although he was not a good person at first sight, he was not a bad person. He just didn't know if it was a bodyguard or a driver, but thinking that Zhang Dongqing couldn't even get 300,000 yuan. It should not have reached the point of asking for a bodyguard driver. Maybe it was a friend, Tang Qing guessed secretly. As for whether he is really a bad person, he believes that the system will not pit him so much. He thinks that his character has not been corrupted to that point. Zhang Dongqing followed the waiter to the second floor and saw a young man younger than his son standing in front of the gate marked Manhwa Hall. However, his dress and temperament were not what ordinary people could have, and he immediately realized that this was the other person. People just don't think he is Tang Qing. Hello, this is Zhang Dongqing. Zhang Dongqing walked quickly to Tang Qing and stretched out his hand. Hello, this is Tang Qing. Tang Qing replied with a smile. You are Tang Qing. How about your grown-up? Zhang Dongqing was surprised. He didn't expect that he was Tang Qing, so please meet them at the door in person. Isn't it usually arrogant? After all, he is not the other party who needs to borrow money. He thought the other party was running errands, and the real boss should be in it. I'm alone, Boss Zhang, please come in. Tang Qing moved away the body blocked in the doorway and explained in a pleased gesture. Zhang Dongqing looked at it, and there was indeed no one else inside. Thinking about which child might come out for exercise, but he was unavoidably murmured in his heart. The so-called hairless mouth is insecure. He has no doubts about Tang Qing's financial resources. Look. This dress and temperament knows that it is definitely not an ordinary family, and it is impossible to come out to cheat him, but he is uncertain about Tang Qing's character and motives. I don't know who this is, Tang Qing asked, looking at the big man behind Zhang Dongqing. Oh, I forgot to introduce it to Brother Tang. As he said, the big man who walked up with his hand pointed out and introduced. This is a friend of mine named Zheng Xiao. I don't worry about such a big deal. I have to look for it. Personal staff, I hope you don't see the strangers. After listening to Zhang Dongqing's blunt words, Tang Qing laughed. What does Boss Zhang always say? This eldest brother seems to be righteous among people. I would also like to thank Boss Zhang for bringing me such a friend. How can I be surprised? After the three people came in, Tang Qing immediately closed the box door and locked it. Tang Qing had instructed the waiter to prepare the dishes and wait for the meeting together. Went straight to the topic without much greeting. Uncle Zhang, I won't turn the corners and talk about business first. Let's get straight to the subject. I brought in 300,000 cash. The interest is 1% a month, and I only lend for 1 month. Today, 1 month later, I will bring interest. You have to pay back a total of 303,000. It must not be overdue. You can add another 5,000 a day after the due date. You can also pay it in advance, but there is no interest reduction, no collateral, and other conditions. I wonder if Uncle Zhang has any problems. Tang Qing laid out all the conditions as soon as he came up, and at the same time changed his mouth to get into the relationship. There will definitely be a breach of contract for any contract. The system does not stipulate it. This is added by him himself. He doesn't care about 5,000 every day. It is just a number to remind Zhang Dongqing not to overdo. Otherwise, there will be no punishment. It's called life suspicious. Zhang Dongqing did not answer directly, but considered it carefully. Tang Qing's conditions are straightforward and clear. Without collateral and other conditions, the interest rate is simply not too low. Unlike other private loans, many require a guarantor and sometimes repay. You need real estate certificates and valuables as collateral. Although the default clause is a bit different from the general loan contract, as far as he knows, the general loan is charged according to percentage or compound interest, but this is nothing. Anyway, he is not prepared not to repay. The difference is different. In general, Tang Qing's condition was simply a pie in the sky, but he didn't understand how such a good thing would find him, so he directly asked the doubts in his heart. Little Tang, I have a doubt why you have given me such good loan terms, especially for this kind of short-term contract. In this case, you are actually not making money. After all, the outside world is higher than my interest. Hee, I knew Uncle Zhang would ask like this. First of all, my money can already generate profits with you, not nothing. Secondly, Uncle Zhang's character industry knows that good people have good rewards, and everyone who keeps promises. I am willing to help. I admire your personality and want to make you as a friend. I just don't know whether Boss Zhang will give me this opportunity. Tang Qing said the rhetoric he had thought before. Hearing these words, Zhang Dongqing was actually quite useful, but it was a bit dissonant how a young guy said to him. Zhang Dongqing looked at Tang Qing's eyes, wanting to see something out of it, but what Tang Qing said just now was really true, and the two reasons were absolutely true. He was not afraid to look at Zhang Dongqing. The two looked at each other for nearly 10 seconds, and Zhang Dongqing suddenly laughed and said, Okay, Xiao Tang, I will recognize you as a friend. The friends he talked about are not friends who are clumsy, but are really seen as friends. He who rarely recognizes a friend doesn't know why he feels that this person is worthy of being socialized when he meets Tang Qing. He believes in his instincts, and his instincts have saved him many lives on the battlefield. Haha. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Just look okay. I will never disappoint my friend. This is the contract. You can check it out. If there is no problem, you can fill in the identity information and sign it. Tang Qing finished speaking and took it out. The contract given by the system is in duplicate. In the contract, Tang Qing belongs to the creditor. There is nothing in the system. Tang Qing's identity information is printed out. You only need to sign his name. No, fingerprints are needed. The name has been signed. Although it does not meet the process, he believes in the system, while Zhang Dongqing needs to fill in his name, ID number, and home address for borrowing purposes. Since it is a cash transaction, there is no need for a transfer certificate, and even the receipt is included in the contract by the system, which saves a lot of trouble. Zhang Dongqing looked at the contract in his hand and was surprised. The system was produced. How could it be bad? The entire contract showed the two people's loan relationship in the simplest and most uncontroversial terms. With his eyes on the contract for many years, he couldn't pick it up. It's absolutely incredible to show a trace of controversy and tricky. Looking at the terms and clauses of the entire contract, he found that he did not have the slightest problem or even good a little too much. After comparing the two contracts, Zhang Dongqing immediately began to fill in the information and sign. A few minutes later, the loan contract was finally signed. Tang Qing took the money he had just withdrawn from the chair next to Zhang Dongqing and handed it to Zhang Dongqing. The money was packed in black clinker bags brought from home. 300,000 is actually not too much, and Zhang Dongqing is not without it. I have seen it. But there is a man who is younger than his son handed it to myself. The feeling of questioning life lingers. Zhang Dongqing can only lament how the gap between people is so big. After Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiu checked the money, they signed their names in the receipt part of the contract. The whole process is finished, but they still have a report that they haven't written. As for the content of the report, it is mainly for the specific purpose of the money. Investigation and risk analysis. This is what he needs to ask in the next conversation. After finishing the business, I started to let the waiter serve the dishes, and the dishes were ready in a few minutes. By the way, Uncle Zhang, what do you use the money for? Tang Qing asked seemingly inadvertently. Although the contract is specified for the purpose, it is not complete. He needs to understand the whole ins and outs. It's like this, I'm a comrade in arms. Uncle Zhang is still a veteran. How did you save him? How is the bill settlement ability of that auto factory? How is the business of Uncle Zhang's factory this year? In this way, Tang Qing slowly figured out the specific use of the money and most of the risks that the money might face. But of course these core questions should not be asked like that. The traces are too obvious. He was interspersed among a large number of chat topics and seemed very natural and casual. He has done many such reports in his previous life. As long as the information is sufficient, it is actually quite easy to write. After all, these major risk points have been controlled, and the basic problem is not big, but this is also a customer who is facing a system recommendation. It's not just these few questions. If he finds customers, including the other party's family situation, job, industry status, industry prospects, personal or corporate debt, and operating conditions, many other influencing factors must be asked clearly. That is the real focus. The workload is huge. Even after the investigation, the other party may not tell the truth. Tang Qing sees too many frauds, and it is impossible to guard against. Of course, this meal was a good time for the guests and the host. One solved the funding problem, and the other basically completed the task. Only one report is left. For Tang Qing, it can be completed in 10 minutes. At the same time, also made friends who thought they were very good for their own development. Because there was something in the afternoon, one person only drank 2 bottles of beer and did not drink much. The last meal was settled by Zhang Dongqing. Although it is now a friend relationship, Tang Qing did not pretend to fight, so please come back next time. This kind of thing will last for a long time in Japan, and friends will not have a day or two. For this kind of attitude, Zhang Hali likes it very much, and he hates quarreling to pay the bill the most. He said that he would come back next time, and he hates quarreling to be tired and crooked like a woman. During the period, Tang Qing also learned that Zheng Xiu was also Zhang Dongqing's comrade in arms. He was a few years younger than Zhang Dongqing and retired a few years later than him. He is now the executive deputy director of the Public Security Bureau of the next county, at the same level as his uncle. After studying in the city party school, there is a possibility that he will be promoted. As for the position, Zheng Xiu himself is not clear. Tang Qing was even a little scared instinctively when he knew that the other party had something to do with the police, but he was suppressed in an instant. He didn't break the law, was afraid of anything, and didn't lend usury. I'm just worried that if the other party is a police officer, it would be bad if he checked himself. Many things were not explained clearly, and he didn't even dare to talk about his uncle, lest they know him. If he made a phone call, he would be dumbfounded, but since he left at this point, what else can I do? Bite the bullet and keep going. After lunch, Zhang Dongqing left each other's mobile phone numbers with Zheng Xiu and left in a hurry. He was going to pay the money this afternoon, so as not to have many nights and dreams. As for the repayment, he didn't worry about it. Not to mention the profit of this order. It is more than that for the billing period of other orders this month, and there are more than 400,000 yuan left after deducting wages. So he doesn't worry about the problem of not having money yet. That's why he didn't even bargain and directly agreed to a penalty of 5,000 a day. After the separation, Tang Qing did not go home, but walked in the People's Park opposite. Although it was quite hot at this time, Tang Qing, who bought an ice cream while walking and chewing, didn't care. The system task was half completed. The contract is also directly recovered and archived by the system, which is also one of the small functions of the system. As long as it is a contract related to the system loan, it can be transferred to the system for storage, and it can be extracted at any time if needed later, which is very convenient. This also avoids taking it home and having to find a place to hide it so that it will not be found or lost by the uncles. What else is safer than the system? As for the risk assessment report, the system needs to be paper-based, so he plans to go home at night and write it again. Anyway, even if the task is completed, he won't be able to upgrade to the level. He is not in a hurry. After finishing a major event, Tang Qing felt that he should consider the remaining loans and how to make money. The first thing he thinks about is to do business. He has a headache just to do business. He has never thought about internet cafes and supermarkets. He could do this 5 years ago, but now, his little money can only be used. The rate of return is too low and doesn't like to work in these industries. The most important thing is that Tang Qing has no time to take care of him at school, and for a while, he can't find someone he can trust to help him. Tang Qing, who had been around in the park several times, couldn't think of a way. Just when Tang Qing walked out of the park to go home first, he stopped at the Sichuan Chongqing restaurant where he was eating at noon. Yes, you can open a restaurant. He remembered that there was a good buddy in the previous class. Li Kai's father started his business as a catering company. A month later, Li Kai's father opened a Sichuan restaurant on Qingshui Road in the south of the city. It was the largest migrant worker in the city. The gathering place. There are many factories and houses nearby, and Li Kai's father is good at craftsmanship and the location is good. The business is so good that it will be back in half a year. This is still the case when the other party bought the shop. Knowing how much money he made. In the last year of 2009, Qingyan City was demolished during the expansion and demolition, and he lost a few more houses, but at this time, his family was already a small local tyrant by the restaurant, and I don't know who gave instructions and kept buying the house, so these houses are nothing to them, but they can't envy and hate his classmates. Later in the year 2010, Li Kai's father sold all his previous houses and cashed out more than 10 million. He bought a large shop in the newly built real estate next to the Hongqi market and opened 3 floors of nearly 1,000 square meters. He opened a seafood restaurant and finally paid it back. It became a chain. Before the rebirth, Li Kai's family had assets of nearly 1 billion. Later, Li Kai's father also joined the CPPCC. He was a rich second generation. Every time he went back, he invited Tang Qing to eat and drink, but he worked. After that, Tang Qing rarely went back, and Li Kai was a very good person. After he was rich, he did not look down on him, so he has always been a good friend. Once Li Kai invited Tang Qing to their company several times, but Tang Qing understood that if his friends got involved in the relationship between superiors and subordinates, they would change their tastes. In addition, He did not believe that he could not mix well, so he refused every time. This is not the point. The point is that he heard that Li Kai's family was suffering from lack of funds at this time. He even remembered that Li Kai mentioned it before 11. But this is the best, otherwise it would be difficult to find excuses to come to talk about cooperation. The more Tang Qing thinks about it, the more he feels he can do it. Not only may the task this month be completed, but he can also find a place to appreciate his own money, just because he has no time. In fact, I don't really want to make much money, but I don't want to let the money idle, and I don't take my time. Just do it if you want. Time is really running out, but I can't find Li Kai's house because he usually goes to Lin Jiaxue on weekends and rarely goes to friends' houses to play. But I remembered Li Kai's landline before, but I wrote it in the textbook at random. I have never used it before, and I don't know if I changed the number. Then Tang Qing hurriedly took a taxi home and flipped through the textbook to find a phone number. Finally, he found Li Kai's phone number on the cover of the last page of the Chinese textbook for grade 1. Li Jiangguo was smoking cigarettes one by one in his bedroom with a sad face. Since his wife died of illness last year, he was very sad. He has been taking care of his son at home. He had some savings when he opened a restaurant in other provinces, so he was not in a hurry to go out, make money to support the family. But thinking that I can't do nothing all the time, I have a son to take care of, so I am going to start my old business and open a restaurant again. But after more than half a month of investigation, I am faced with a difficult choice, a good location. But too expensive and not enough money. One money is enough, but looking at the previous one is very greedy. Hey, who are you looking for? Li Kai, who was watching TV, picked up the phone on the coffee table next to him. Is it Li Kai's house? Tang Qing couldn't remember Li Kai's voice for a long time, and the quality of the other party's phone line might be a bit rustling, so he was not sure who the other party was. Yes, I am Li Kai. Who are you? Li Kai asked. He has never seen this strange number. The key is his mobile phone number. Although mobile phones are now more popular, they are not cheap. His people are usually just a few people, and they all use the landline at home. Hearing that this is indeed Li Kai's home, Tang Qing also let go of his heart and didn't change the phone. He hurriedly said, I'm Tang Qing. I just thought that the phone signal was not good, and I didn't hear your voice. Is your father at home? Old Tang, why did your childhood sweetheart who didn't look for you during the festive season hit me here? My dad is at home. What's the matter? Li Kai joked that the whole class knew about Tang Qing's childhood sweetheart and often teased him. Even the teacher specifically asked Uncle Tang Qing to go to school to urge Tang Qing to learn not to fall in love early, and Tang Qing was speechless for a while. It's fine to be at home, and it's fine to be at home, Tang Qing said in a sigh of relief. You tell your dad that I have something to do with him. I'll talk about it later. Tell me your address first. I don't know you yet. Where do you live? Seeing that Tang Qing was obviously in a hurry, Li Kai told his home address. After Tang Qing said goodbye, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Li Kai put down the hung-up phone and muttered to himself, What's the matter with my dad in such a hurry? It's really inexplicable. Leave him alone. I'll find out later. At this moment, Li Jiangguo came out of the bedroom and asked Li Kai, K, whose phone number? It was Tang Qing, one of my classmates, who called you and asked you to wait for him at home, but he didn't say what it was. Li Kai replied. He was already in the 3rd year of high school, and he didn't call Kaizi very much. I like it, but whoever calls the other person is his own father, just call it. Oh, you did something wrong, right? Li Jiangguo asked, asking parents for complaints in his cognition. How is it possible that if I do something wrong, will I let him come home? Li Kai looked at his father innocently and said, he also understands his father's logic. When he was a child, his classmates who were bullied often came to the house. There is no interest in bullying people anymore. Well, it's fine if nothing has been committed. Li Jiangguo nodded, and then suddenly remembered something and asked Li Kai, Tang Qing, is that the classmate who had a baby kiss you mentioned? Li Jiangguo had also heard that one of his son's classmates had a baby kiss, which is why he was impressed with Tang Qing. Yeah, he doesn't say anything. He looks very anxious, and he is nagging. Li Kai nodded. Not long after the phone call, a taxi stopped in the alley outside Li Kai's house. Li Kai's house was not a building, but a PF area. Tang Qing glanced at Li Kai's slightly dilapidated old house, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. It was Li Kai who greeted Tang Qing. Li Kai was not tall, only 1.5 meters tall. Tang Qing, who was familiar with the development of future generations, knew that this guy would continue to grow in the next few years and finally grow up. When it was almost 1.9 meters, he was also a lot more handsome, young and more golden, tall and handsome Li Kai, and later did not know how many romantic debts he caused. Since he didn't go out today, and the weather was hot, Li Kai came out shirtless wearing shorts and a pair of slippers. Li Kai glanced at Tang Qing in surprise. He was very surprised that he had not seen him for a few days. This guy seemed to have turned white. He looked at clothes that were not cheap. The gap between him and Tang Qing, who was wearing school uniform before, was a bit different, but he was still able to. Confirming that this guy is Tang Qing, so he stepped forward and patted Tang Qing on the shoulder, smiling and jokingly said, "Damn, old Tang. The longer he gets, the more handsome he gets. It's a little whiter. I can't see it. He's dressed like this. Dog-like. Yes, it's a little more handsome than someone. A little white, a little taller, a little better at learning." Tang Qing, who is familiar with Li Kai's character, also fought back immediately. "All right, come in. It's hot outside." Li Kai scolded with a smile. He was not stupid and didn't answer Tang Qing's words. Who told the other party to say it was true? In the end, could it be longer than the little brother? If it doesn't, it's really shameless to the point where it's true. Then Tang Qing followed Li Kai into the yard. Li Kai's house is not big. The key is that the yard is not small. There is also a small piece of ground with some seasonal vegetables grown on it, which looks pretty good. Li Kai brought Tang Qing into the room, and Tang Qing also saw Li Jianguo sitting on the sofa blowing on an electric fan. "You're Xiaotang, come sit down and eat fruit. I heard Li Kai say that you have a good friend before. This is the first time you come here. I heard Li Kai said that you were looking for me." Li Jianguo waved to Tang Qing, said with a smile, "Yeah, Uncle Li, I don't care about it. I heard Li Kai say that Uncle wants to open a restaurant, right?" Tang Qing sat down on the sofa next to Li Jianguo and said straightforwardly, "After rebirth, I don't know why he likes to be direct. Way of speaking. Yes, I have this plan. What's the matter?" Li Jianguo asked. He couldn't guess what Tang Qing meant. "Is such an uncle? I don't know if my uncle needs investment." Tang Qing took a sip of Li Kai's tea and said, he didn't first say that he could borrow money because he also wanted to participate in it himself. Then dare to love. "Yes, how much can your family invest? Why didn't your adults come?" Li Jianguo immediately said happily when he heard the investment. He had also thought about finding people to participate in shares before, but it was not like finding a partner. It's easy. Not only does it have to have some strength, but also many problems will be involved in the later period. As for Tang Qing, who is estimated to be underage, wants to invest, he did not directly refuse, and is ready to learn about it first. "This is my own business. I am ready to exercise. I don't know how much my uncle lacks." Tang Qing said seriously. "You?" Li Jianguo was shocked. This much richer family would give his children so much money to exercise and exercise. It wouldn't be a lie to him, but look at Tang Qing's outfit, and add it as the son's classmate who can't play him in this kind of thing. "Yes, Uncle, I can completely call the shots, and the family will not come forward. Let's talk about your plan first," Tang Qing said calmly. This calmness and composure really fooled Li Jianguo. Although he never heard his son say that Tang Qing's family is particularly rich, but maybe the other party is low-key. Who would have thought that the young man in front of him, who was only in the 3rd year of high school, could decide casually? Decide on a business of hundreds of thousands. Li Jianguo looked at Tang Qing's eyes seriously, and after making sure that he was not joking, he took a deep breath and started talking. "That's it. Uncle, I saw a shop in Qingyan Bun, which was built this year on the west side of the city. There are more than 300 square meters upstairs and downstairs. The previous owner just finished decorating and was about to open a hot pot restaurant, but the family couldn't live up to it. A few days ago, his child got into trouble and drove him to death. It takes hundreds of thousands to get rid of the problem. Therefore, the boss wants to sublet it out. I happen to know that boss, and he called the day before yesterday to ask if I would be interested in picking up. He signed it as a 5-year contract, and a total of 360,000 yuan has been paid for 2 years. This is also required by the landlord. Otherwise, there would not be such a strange way of paying rent. Plus, it is the first decoration and transfer fee. 850,000. I want to see it. The decoration layout is very good. It saves the decoration time, and it is worth the price. If you pack it down and clean up and recruit people quickly, it will open in 2 weeks at most. If you talk about 800,000, maybe you can talk about it. Li Jiangguo took a sip of water and continued. But my uncle currently only has 300,000 funds, which is far from enough. Some time ago, I was planning to use a piece of Hitian jade pendant from the family's ancestors. But the other party's bid was too low. I wanted 200,000, and he only gave 100,000. 100,000, so I didn't take it, but there is another place opposite it. As long as 500,000 is enough. The location is good, but it is only a 2-story self-built house. It is not rented but sold. Uncle himself should be able to make it out if he collects it. It's just that my friend's house is very promising based on my years of experience, but the money is far from enough, so it's a headache these days. After talking, Li Jiangguo took a sip of water and looked at Tang Qing. Although he was blowing on the electric fan, it was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. He also asked a few good friends if they were interested in partnering, but none of them were interested. I feel that the risk is relatively high, and at this time, hundreds of thousands are not a small amount. The average family simply can't get it. As for borrowing, he has tried it, but although he is a good person, he is obviously not as good at seeing friends. When others are good, they all find all kinds of reasons to shirk. In other words, Tang Qing is his last straw. The key now is to see if the other party has this capital. What he lacks is not a little bit. Tang Qing was also thinking about what Li Jiangguo said just now. This was similar to what he thought, except that in his previous life, Li Jiangguo had not enough money to choose the place of 500,000 yuan, the one of 850,000. He was also somewhat impressed. After all, it was on the opposite side. It seems that it was a hot pot restaurant later, and the business was so good that he had eaten with his uncle's family. But since he came to see Li Jiangguo's tone of 500,000, it was difficult but not impossible. Thinking about it, in the end, Li Jiangguo didn't buy the store. At this time, Tang Qing was of course inclined to the one with 850,000 yuan, otherwise there would be nothing for him. That's okay. I think it's like this, we'll want the one of 850,000, and I'll give out 500,000, of which 200,000 are lent to you, and I can only use it for 1 month. There is another use. Interest is 1%, and 500 fines are charged every day overdue, and the remaining 300,000 is counted as my share, which is equivalent to saying, Uncle pays 500,000, and I pays 300,000, and I can pay it right away. Cash. If I can't talk about 800,000 more, I will pay out. Tang Qing lowered his head in thought and raised his head and said, this plan is to complete the task and make investment by himself, which will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Speaking of this, Tang Qing still feels a little painful because he has already withdrawn 10,000 to buy an outfit, and his account is 190,000. After calculating his experience, he will be able to upgrade himself next month. The next month will be every December. There is a personal loan line of 200,000 per month. After the system is upgraded, the quota will not be increased immediately, but will be issued the following month. Once the quota for the month is overdrawn, even $1 will be calculated as the overdraft. In general, if you take out 300,000, it is equivalent to an overdraft of 10. In February, 10,000 yuan, resulting in a personal loan of 100,000 less at that time. But now I can't manage that much, and I may still be useful in the future. If it is less, it will be less. Let's solve the immediate matter first. Originally, Li Jiangguo did not want overdue liquidated damages. Anyway, the system did not provide for it. But this is not the law, and the system warning made him understand that the system has no law, no clear text, no crime, in order to prevent the rights and interests of both parties in the contract clauses. The security aspect is too ugly. It is better to be normal. As for the daily penalty of 500 yuan, although it is not low, it is only a reminder that the means is not the end. He planned to do this for all the loans in the later period. He just decided to see it when the time came, and even unified it. It could not be done again. The last time 5,500 are too messy. It is better to use a percentage and treat them equally. As for whether to allow the other party to provide collateral or find a guarantor in the later period, I will consider it carefully when the time comes. After all, future loans may involve tens of millions, and there is no mortgage or pledge guarantee, and the other party cannot believe it. Tang Qing's contract has long been weighed in his mind. The contract will expire next month and will not be evaluated. There is still nearly a month before the next evaluation date. During this period, he will find a way to let Li Jiang go. It is enough to pay back the money. As for the method, he has a plan in mind. Xiao Tang, take the liberty to ask, can your family really agree to such a big project? Li Jiangguo questioned. As far as those terms are in his opinion, the interest is low, and the penalty is not as high as 5 a day. 100, it seems to be relatively high, but the future income of this hotel is not high compared to the future, and he does not intend to overdo. When the business starts, such a big hotel can borrow it even if you ask others to borrow it. Come 200,000. It's just that such a large amount of money can be decided by this little child. How much love and money this family has to do. Uncle Lee, it's only a few 100,000. I can completely call the shots, so don't worry. As long as you talk over there, you can get the money at any time. Tang Qing said confidently, but there was indeed a feeling in his heart. 500,000 is the largest sum of money he can take out, and it is distressing enough to lose 100,000. No matter how much it is, it will distress him to death, but he still has to pretend to be. Okay, then I'm not hypocritical. Then I wish us a happy cooperation, and I will go to see the shops later. I have to contact as soon as possible, otherwise if he sells it, it won't be good. Li Jiangguo laughed. Although there is still a bit of drumming in my heart, since the other party dared to spin such a blatant flower, there should be no problem. If there is a problem, it has nothing to do with him. The partner is only a partner, and it is not a bad thing. It is true that the food is poured into the bowl first. Okay, Uncle Lee has a good cooperation. I have negotiated over there, and the funds on my side will be credited immediately. Tang Qing agreed. Then I will contact the boss first. He probably hasn't sublet out yet. After all, the news has only been released for a few days. Li Jiangguo was also an impatient and immediately decided to start work. After solving the financial problem, he felt that the big stone in his heart was finally let go. The whole body is full of energy. Tang Qing is also very anxious. Last nights have many dreams, and there is not much free time. As for the later management and distribution of benefits, there is no rush, and I will talk about it later. Tang Qing and Li Jiangguo did not evade Li Kai. At this time, Li Kai was already dumbfounded. How could his classmates be so rich, and they would have hundreds of thousands of dollars when they spoke? What they said was as easy as tens of dollars. He was so scared that he never had more than 100 yuan in his pocket. He never thought that he would usually not show up or leak, and he would not be as rich as Tang Qing, a child of a rich family. He even knew that Tang Qing's parents were selling clothes. Yes, it's just that he doesn't know how big it is. He just listened to Tang Qing and didn't ask too much, otherwise he would definitely find the loopholes in Tang Qing's words. But Li Kai was also very happy. He saw his father frowning a few days ago. He later asked what was going on, but what could he think of about this kind of thing? He saw that Tang Qing helped his father solve it today. Worry. He was also extremely happy in his heart. It's just that what I'm thinking about is not gratitude, but I must slaughter this kid fiercely. 10 barbecues, hot pot, and Kung Daiji. Li Kai's heart had already drifted away at this time. Soon Li Jiangguo contacted the other party, agreed to wait and meet at the store. Then the three people took a ride to the location of the shop. From the outside, the location and decoration are quite good. Through the large glass, you can see that the decoration inside is very good, but it is empty without tables, chairs, and benches. The shop brand is also not up, but fortunately it is not up, otherwise it will have to be removed next. Many shops around are also being renovated, but most of them have been renovated, and some have even opened. Qingyan is a newly built community this year. The first and second floors are shops with higher floors. The above is a 14-story residential building with a total of 16 floors. The area of the community is not small. This is still the first phase of the project. It's big, and it's already under construction. Tang Qing even knows that it sold too well later, and there are still 3 phases and 4 phases. He even thought about getting involved in domestic real estate development before, but he just thought about it. He knows how deep the truth is in it. He has contacted some bosses in this area before and heard a lot of inside stories. Therefore, I really don't want to participate in the project, or he is not ready to participate in the real estate project before he has the strength. But after buying a house and hoarding things like that, you can still do it if you have money. He also thought about buying some houses on the opposite side and waiting for demolition, but there are still 5 or 6 years before the demolition, which is really not worthwhile. Opposite the shop is a large area of small buildings with uneven levels. There is a road between them. The feeling of the city and the town is very distinct. Due to the large number of migrant workers and the gathering of factories, there is a lot of traffic. He also saw the opposite from the door. The place where Li Jianguo opened the restaurant in later generations is now also a restaurant, just a Hunan restaurant, which looks like a bird. At this time, Tang Qing also noticed that there was a fat middle-aged man standing in front of the shop, who was still wearing glasses, and the other party saw Li Jianguo and his party walking over immediately. "Jianguo, long time no see, how are you doing these days?" The middle-aged man enthusiastically held Li Jianguo's hand and said. He and Li Jianguo have known each other for more than 10 years, and they are very familiar. Li Jianguo is also a chef. He has excellent home cooking skills. Although he only opened a small restaurant before, his craftsmanship cannot be measured by the size of the restaurant. Every time Li Jianguo came back during the Chinese New Year, he would set aside a day to pay a New Year's greeting in Li Jianguo. It's okay the same way. After I came back, I have been taking my children at home and planting vegetables and flowers. Li Jianguo smiled. He didn't ask about the other party's children. At this time, it would be too boring to ask. If you help this friend, it is true that the shop is next. Although he has not studied much, he also knows that meaningless sympathy will not reduce the difficulty of the other party's heart. He has a deep understanding of this. It's true to help the other party solve real problems. Xiao Kai, you are here too. You have grown taller. How are you studying? The middle-aged fat man turned to Li Kai and said, knowing Li Jianguo for so many years, Li Kai must have known him, especially since Li Jianguo's wife passed away. Doing business at home, he would go to sit basically every month, and his son also knew Li Kai. He used to take his son when he went to the chef's house, Li Jianguo, when he had a meal, and his son and Li Kai came there. The relationship is pretty good now. Uncle Yang is good. Now the grades are not bad. There should be no problem in taking a college entrance examination. Li Kai replied. He hates people asking him about his grades, but he also knows what others do not ask about his grades at his age. I can only complain to myself. This is Yang Chengjun, Boss Yang, and this is Tang Qing, my partner. Li Jianguo introduced Tang Qing to Yang Chengjun. Yang Chengjun also noticed that Tang Qing, who came with Li Jianguo, didn't know him. Li Jianguo didn't say that he had a partner in the phone before. He thought it was a junior who came to join in the fun, but he didn't expect it to be a partner. I was surprised to see that Li Jianguo's partner was so young. He was an old friend of Li Jianguo. Naturally, he didn't like to make jokes, but Tang Qing's age was a bit too young. Xiao Tang is really young and promising. He has such abilities at such a young age. The future is limitless. Yang Chengjun immediately praised. This is not polite, but sincere, thinking of his own son, Yang Chengjun, who has caused a catastrophe. There is a feeling of hating iron but not steel. It's really that people are more dead than people, and they have to be thrown away. But how can one be thrown away by one's only son? Although there is a daughter, he is a daughter after all, and he wants to marry him. In the past few days, Yang Chengjun has been running a relationship giving gifts and wants to be punished lightly, but his child will be sentenced to jail no matter how lightly he is, and he is not a minor. Yang Chengjun only hopes that the court will give a lighter sentence, and his son will not come out when the time comes. As for being too old, there is even a reduction in sentence. Boss Yang is polite. I'm just relying on my father's yuan to make a fuss. Tang Qing said with a humble expression. He didn't feel embarrassed either. On the contrary, when he talks about polite things, he is a little familiar with the road. Of course, when I was your age, I was far worse than you. Yang Chengjun sighed. At this time, he couldn't help but think of his son, and compared with the person in front of him, it was simply incomparable. But he did not forget the theme of today and said, Okay, let me show you around here first. Here I am. Then, Tang Qing and the three of them followed Yang Chengjun to visit the shop. This shop was originally intended to be a restaurant, and the decoration inside is also very good. According to Yang Chengjun, he personally visited some big hotels in Beijing to study and learn from it. It is based on his own ability and cost to determine this decoration style. Yang Qingjun, who was originally full of confidence and made a lot of money, was so miserable by his hapless child. Everything is considered to be a wedding dress for others. Although the other party paid for this, it is not for nothing, but it is simply a loss compared to the possible future gains. Let him drip blood in his heart. But everything is for the children. Tang Qing also carefully looked at the decoration and layout of the entire shop and was very satisfied. It will not be out of date for at least 5 years. Looking at the decoration effects and materials, the hundreds of thousands of decorations did not appear to be falsely reported. If they rent if you come down, you can open business with a simple transformation. Fortunately, the other party hasn't bought tables and chairs, otherwise he won't be able to use the tables for hot pot. In addition to the preliminary preparations, material procurement, licenses, personnel recruitment, and publicity, it can be done in more than 2 weeks. After all, government units also take a rest during the long holiday, and the license can be processed very quickly with a little money. 2 weeks is more than enough. How about it? Are you satisfied? After taking the 3 of them upstairs and downstairs carefully, Yang Qingjun said to Li Jiangguo, and Li Jiangguo looked at Tang Qing. After all, although he is the largest shareholder, Tang Qing, however, he is the largest investor. The most important thing is not to be greedy and want to hold a controlling stake, but to lend money to himself. At this age, he has this attitude of advancing and retreating, which makes Li Jiangguo a little admired. Therefore, it is impossible for him to regard Tang Qing as a future generation. The deep kid must consider Tang Qing's opinion. Tang Qing saw that Li Jiangguo looked at him and knew what was going on. This made Yang Qingjun very strange next to him. It seemed that Li Jiangguo had to follow the young man's advice, even if he was a partner, but the other party was so young and could decide what to do. Or the other party is the child of a wealthy businessman or official. The more Yang Qingjun thought about it, the more possible it became. Yang Qingjun, who was deeply influenced by the official standard, couldn't help treating Tang Qing with respect. Then, Boss Yang, what do you say about the price? Although Tang Qing watched Yang Qingjun's eyes change a little, he didn't care about asking the question he cared about the most. Although he knew it before, he still had to confirm it. A price of 850,000, and 1 point must not be less. Yang Qingjun said firmly. To be honest, the whole shop had spent nearly 750,000, and the price of 850,000 would make 100,000. He said no. However, compared to the fact that he has been busy with renovations for more than a month and did not generate any income, he does not think that he has made much. After all, manpower is also a cost. He is still the boss, and it is normal for the cost to be higher. Before, there were a few friends they introduced who wanted to take over, but the other party's bid was too low. The highest bid was 750,000. I even counter-offered to 810,000. But it is estimated that I am in urgent need of money. I didn't want to add more points, and in the end it was not settled. After doing business for so many years, Yang Qingjun of course knew that the other party wanted to hang out for a while to achieve the goal of lowering the price, but the price was really unacceptable for him. Although Yang Qingjun is asking for a price, they can still bargain on the ground. Tang Qing subconsciously glances at Li Jiangguo when he thinks of the counteroffer, and Li Jiangguo knowingly said, Brother Yang, the asking price is a bit higher. Although the location is good and the decoration is okay, we don't like this style. We will continue to renovate many places afterwards, which is another cost of 750,000 yuan. Almost. Although Li Jiangguo also wanted to help Yang Qingjun, the business belonged to the business and the friendship belonged to the friendship. Moreover, the money was not all his own, and he had to show an attitude of squeezing prices down in front of Tang Qing. I don't care, I won't sell it for less than 850,000. Yang Qingjun said firmly, but there was some shake in his heart. He knew that Li Jiangguo wanted to keep the price down. No matter if the other party said it was true or false, 850,000 would be certain. It was impossible. He couldn't accept 750,000. He just insisted on his own price if he could earn a little bit, while waiting for the other party to increase the weight. Boss Yang, we don't want to pay the price. We really want this shop, and I don't say anything like 75,000, 760,000. Don't insist on your 80. 50,000, one price, 800,000. We will not pay any more. As long as you agree, the money will be in your hands after the contract is signed, and it will be cash. How about it? Tang Qing stood up and said, "One, although there is no agreement with Li Jianguo to sing the red face and the white-black face, there is still some experience in this point. As for cash, I was worried that Li Jianguo's money could not be taken out during the holidays, but Li Jianguo just explained on the way that the money had been taken out. As for where, how could Tang Qing ask such a mentally handicapped question?" After listening to Tang Qing's words, Yang Chengjun didn't speak anymore, but instead thought about his own gains and losses. 800,000 yuan. Obviously, he didn't lose money, but he was still very unwilling to lose 50,000 yuan. He looked at Tang Qing with a firm face that seemed true. It was the last condition, and Yang Chengjun was also shaken. "Nothing. What do you care about so much?" Thinking of his son who only spends money and Tang Qing, who is veteran on the other side, he envied that Tang Qing's parents had such a son. Of course, he knew what Tang Qing and Li Jianguo were doing now after they had been in business for many years. Yang Chengjun, his own child, was also disappointed. "Let's make a good bond." Yang Chengjun sighed and said, "I agree, but the money must arrive in the afternoon. I'll call the landlord later, and we will sign the contract directly." "No problem, Uncle Yang. Let's prepare the money first. How about we will sign a contract here in an hour?" Tang Qing said immediately when the other party agreed. "Okay, I'll prepare the contract and contact the landlord." Yang Chengjun was immediately relieved after the shop was rented out. No matter how he settled his son's affairs first, he just paid the indemnity. Although he couldn't kill himself, he was still a troubled one. Bone, his son lost nearly half of his family by a mistake, and he can only earn more slowly. What else can he do? Then the three people left the shop. Yang Chengjun went to prepare materials and contact the landlord, while Tang Qing was going to complete the loan agreement with Li Jianguo. Tang Qing and Li Jianguo did not separate, but first came to Uncle Tang Qing's house. Tang Qing went up to get the money and contract, while Li Jianguo and his son waited for him in the taxi outside the community. After a while, Li Jianguo saw Tang Qing carrying a black plastic bag with a lid on a wine box and immediately realized that it contained 500,000 cash. Thinking of this, Li Jianguo's heart could not help but be beating quickly. It was not a bad idea. He was shocked by watching a high school student take out 500,000 cash from his uncle's house. Tang Qing did not tell him to live in the car before. At his uncle's house, as for his parents' work, Tang Qing only talked about selling clothes, not opening a clothes shop. Otherwise, it would really make people suspicious. Even Tang Qing slightly revealed the identity of his uncle, first to show his strength, so as not to have any bad ideas in the future business of the other party. Secondly, he can also ask Li Jianguo to put some snacks. Otherwise, who is a partner of unknown origin? Can't help but mumble. Li Jianguo, who knew the identity of Tang Qing's uncle, was also very surprised. It seems that although Tang Qing is not the second generation of officials, the Public Security Department is a very powerful law enforcement agency after all. It has great power for an ordinary person, and a deputy director is right. Li Jianguo is definitely not a small official. Even Li Jianguo started to wonder whether there was Uncle Tang Qing in it. The other party also had money in it, but it had nothing to do with him anyway. Anyway, he was not prepared to pit Tang Qing's money. There was no need to be afraid. Let's talk about it. With this relationship, one's own business can go smoothly to a certain extent. This is the result Tang Qing wants. Then Tang Qing and Li Jianguo and his son went to his house to sign a contract and took the money. At the moment after signing the contract, Tang Qing looked at his personal information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 1. Experience, 25 out of 100. Loan amount this month, 50/500,000. Personal quota this month, 30/100,000. Withdrawable assets, 80,000. Spirit, 51 plus 15. Physique, 49 plus 15. Genius value, 15. Next month, when Zhang Dongqing and Li Jianguo pay off the money, you can get a full 50 points of experience. After finishing the report tonight, plus the 5 points of experience for completing task 1, you will have 80 points of experience. You can upgrade at 20 o'clock. I just don't know what the task will be next month. After all, the task of the system will only be updated after the first assessment of each month. Anyway, This month is not properly promoted. I can only wait for next month. Half an hour later, after signing the contract and checking that the funds were correct, Tang Qing and his party returned to the shop. At this time, Yang Qingjun was chatting with a rich middle-aged woman who was not ordinary at first sight and hung a few circles of necklaces that didn't know what material. After a few simple greetings, a few people entered the topic, and the contract was signed within half an hour after the capital verification. Yang Qingjun said that next time he invited dinner, he hurriedly left with 800,000 in cash. He had to get the letter of understanding from the other's family as soon as possible, so as not to have many dreams at night. According to the traffic accident, as long as there is no escape, it is generally less than 3 years. If the family member understands it, a lighter punishment can be obtained. The key is that his son was frightened and killed and ran away. He hated this unbelievable son. Itchy. This is also a fixed-term imprisonment of at least 3 years. Fortunately, it is not because of escape to cause death. In that case, it will be sentenced to more than 7 years. Otherwise, no matter how you operate your son, it will be almost 30. After all, he is not a high-ranking official, to the point where it can be solved by finding someone to commit the crime or a probation. After signing the contract, the landlord praised Tang Qing and left. Tang Qing heard that he went to play cards, and the landlord was out of luck recently and lost a lot of money. Otherwise, he would not let Yang Qingjun pay the rent for 2 years first. It's not that Yang Qingjun is really optimistic about this shop, and he has some money, and the landlord has made big concessions on the contract period and rent increase. How could he agree to this kind of contract? Finally got the shop, Tang Qing and Li Jianguo both breathed a sigh of relief, and now they have not run away, which also means that things are finally on the right track, and they feel relaxed in their hearts. After all, anything is possible before the contract is signed. Immediately, Tang Qing and Li Jianguo discussed the shareholding ratio. Although this shop has been renovated, there are no kitchen utensils and utensils. The kitchen has to be remodeled. After all, it used to open a hot pot restaurant, which is obviously different from a stir-fry restaurant. There are also staff recruitment, accommodation, clothing training, and so on. The last two discussed that Tang Qing would contribute 70,000 yuan, and Li Jianguo would contribute 30,000 yuan, a total of 100,000 used as the preparatory funds for the store. Counting down, Tang Qing invested 370,000 yuan, and Li Jianguo invested 5.3 million yuan, a total of 900,000 yuan. At the same time, Li Jianguo's technology was not included in the shares, but was changed to the form of salary. Otherwise, it is really difficult to make a price. There are both salary income and equity dividends. The usual management must have been handed over to Li Jianguo. Tang Qing has no time and no interest. Therefore, the share composition of this restaurant is Tang Qing owns 30 shares and Li Jianguo 70. Although Tang Qing's investment ratio should be more than 40%, Li Jianguo still needs to manage the store, so the management accounted for 100%. The 10th, in the end, I took a whole 3 or 7 open. Li Jianguo also took the initiative to suggest that Tang Qing find a trustworthy person to manage the finances. Of course, he is not a full-time financial officer, but the front desk collects money. Li Jianguo is not stupid. Of course, this kind of thing is the best initiative. Many things are not hello and me. Hello, everyone. The trust between the two people was based on the fact that their son and each other were classmates, but that was regarded as a personal relationship. After doing business, the trust basis of the two became financial transparency. Otherwise, if Tang Qing is really everyone if he didn't arrange to come over, that would make him uneasy. Although I don't know how rich Tang Qing's parents are, they are definitely a lot. Otherwise, they would not spoil their children so much and give hundreds of thousands of flowers. If the kind of rich people know that their son's business doesn't even have a supervising person, then it's not good to suspect that you are making small moves to anger yourself. After all, if Tang Qing is not sensible, he is not sensible and does not remind Tang Qing that it is obviously an alien behavior. Tang Qing also knew that the two really needed a foundation of trust in business, so he also promised to find a front desk by himself, and the other Li Jianguo, who could supervise each other and work shifts. The next step is to recruit employees. Time is running out. Li Jianguo directly bought a large piece of red paper and brush ink. wrote the recruitment conditions and remuneration, and posted it on the large floor glass at the door, and indicated that the interview will be tomorrow morning. The opposite is the blockbuster. With a large population, it is not difficult to recruit people. Besides that, they still have a lot of things today. After posting the job information, the impatient Li Jianguo took Tang Qing and hurried to order tables, chairs, benches, pots, pans, and some kitchen utensils. Li Kai looked at the store and answered questions to people who might have seen the job information and asked about it. Li Jianguo is going to order all the things he needs today and arrange all the things by the way tomorrow. In the next few days, he will have to negotiate with the suppliers of various goods and contact the plaque and start to do it first, otherwise he wants to. Opening 2 weeks later is simply a delusion. Poor Tang Qing was dragged to several table and tableware shops and immediately refused to follow him. He was really tired, and all kinds of bargaining options were boring. Finally, he thought of a way and said that he had to find a place for future employees before he got away. After all, it is normal for the catering industry to include food and accommodation, and even after finding a place, he has to buy high and low beds and tables. Finally, Li Jianguo saw that Tang Qing was really unwilling to leave, so he handed over the task of the staff dormitory to Tang Qing. Regarding Tang Qing's trust in himself, Li Jianguo didn't say anything, but his heart was warm. After all, it feels good to be trusted. Li Jianguo planned to apply for a license as soon as the Bureau of Industry and Commerce went to work after the long holiday of November and spent some money to get it off within a week. As a native of Qingyan City, although Li Jianguo has few friends who can borrow money, he still has a few friends who can do business. Even if you are just friends with wine and meat, friends with wine and meat are also friends. It is not a shame to have friends who can get help with profit. On the contrary, you should reflect on it if you don't even have such friends. Li Jianguo is also going to contact several of his former apprentices. After all, he knows the basics and he has trained himself. It is easy to use. There are also some staff recruitment in the kitchen. It is not like waiters can run errands. There are still certain requirements for various crafts. Yes, there are many things. As for Tang Qing, a phone call was directly handed over to the intermediary of the community to help find it, and just follow it by myself. Finally, I chose a house just upstairs to rent. There are 2 sets. They are not in the same unit. Men and women live separately to avoid trouble. As for the contract, of course Li Jianguo will sign the contract tomorrow. Now the money is with Li Jianguo and he owns it. With the money in charge, Tang Qing didn't want to participate in this piece. Of course, it is not completely disjointed. Li Jianguo said before that he should find someone he trusts to manage finances and do cashiers. Tang Qing, who has seen many small bosses in his previous life, is also well aware of the tricky aspects of procurement in the catering industry. If the procurement is not managed well, then the business will not want to make money. It will be earned by procurement, especially Li Jianguo is a chef and wants to play tricks. Tang Qing couldn't prevent it either. He knows that many people who don't know how to cook will hire a chef if they want to do catering. That's okay. But the chef is still in charge of purchasing. It's fun to watch it. Your boss is definitely not as earning as a chef. Of course, even if Li Jianguo is playing tricks in it, Tang Qing is not interested in thinking about it. It's okay if the general direction is not running. For example, it is not unacceptable to make a business of 100 million yuan and spend 10 to 20 million in public relations. I am a person who wants to do big business in the future. This time I just want to find a personal loan and give me a small business with my money. It is a semi-ticket nature, and I haven't thought about making a lot of money from this. In the future, he will definitely control his own business empire and core industries. It will not be so messy. Why do companies without the right to speak? As for small cooperative projects, what do they need to control? Show that you are not busy enough? Brush presents? He thinks this is good. You don't have to worry about having money to get anything. He also believes in Li Jianguo's personality. After all, the system's 5-star evaluation is not cheap. This is also before signing the loan contract. Tang Qing checked Li Jianguo's information. Name, Li Jianguo. Age, 38. Occupation, individual. Comprehensive customer historical credit rating, 5-star, 92. As Tang Qing had thought before, the contact information is gone, but just have a name. This is still useful for knowing or investigating a person in the future. After deducting the additional investment of 70,000 yuan, his money was left with 10,000 yuan, which was almost back to before liberation. The system is really black. But compared to its function, 10,000 yuan is worth a lot of money, which reduces many of his worries. Tang Qing feels that systematic reviews cannot be used as an absolute reference. After all, wealth is moving. It is like a person who has nothing to pay for Shaosan or embezzle national assets, because there is no chance. The credit rating may be very high, but once there is opportunity, what will people's hearts do? Tang Qing didn't dare to pack tickets. It was too unpredictable. Thinking of this also gave Tang Qing a wake-up call. That is, if the other party does not commit the crime, it does not mean that the other party does not want to commit the crime, nor does it mean that the other party has greater interests in the future and sticks to the original aspiration. If you really think that the bigger your business is, the more authentic your credit rating will be. After all, there are a lot of opportunities to participate in various commercial transactions. In this case, there are more chances of default, and it is not easy to maintain such a high score. The smaller the business, the smaller the volume and frequency of commercial transactions involved, and the fewer chances of default, the higher the credit rating and the lower the reference. You must be more cautious. But this is not what Tang Qing should think about now. He wants to do a little business and think so much. Now Tang Qing has a headache because of the candidate at the front desk. And this candidate, Tang Qing, is also a bit undecided. After all, there is nothing in Qingyan City who trusts someone who is familiar and has done this job. Thinking about. At this time, a figure appeared in Tang Qing's mind. Zhang Jing, a very impressed beauty. Tang Qing admires her conscientious attitude. Even if the other party is just to promote the product, in Tang Qing's opinion, it is worth using a person with a correct attitude and correct position. As for Zhang Jing's abilities, he also inquired in the previous chat. After graduating from high school, the family had difficulties and did not continue to study. He has been working for 2 years, and his education is not high, but the settlement should not be a problem. The beautiful girl Tang Qing admired the most has not fallen into society for 2 years. This is the reason why he is determined to recruit Zhang Jing. He would never admit that it was because the other party was a beautiful woman. Then Tang Qing took out his mobile phone, turned out Zhang Jing's number, and dialed it. Today Zhang Jing feels very lucky. She sold one of the most expensive mobile phones in the morning, with a commission of nearly 300 yuan, which is a good start. After calculating, the rent and water and electricity for this month are available, so we just need to sell some more. There should be a lot of salary this month. Although she did well in the college entrance examination, due to family conditions and her father's illness and death the year before, she and her sister and mother were left behind. After losing the main labor force, the family became extremely difficult, and the younger sister was in the 2nd year of high school. Lan's money was not enough to pay for the 2 sisters' school expenses. In order to keep her sister going to school, Zhang Jing did not continue to go to college. Although she took the college entrance examination, she left the school without even applying for a volunteer and came out early to work as a subsidy for her sister to go to school. I have been working in a shoe factory for nearly 2 years. I have been making samples in a shoe factory for so long. Nothing has happened, and the salary is relatively stable. It's just that the shoe factory owner's son, who just graduated from college, came to work in the factory last month and is ready to exercise and pick up his father. Ban, she saw her at a glance, and then started a crazy pursuit, which is considered a good home to outsiders. But she really hates the boss son because he accidentally saw the boss son in the factory before. The storeroom and a female colleague do the elusive thing. Although she was born in poverty, she is not a frivolous girl, and she never thought that Pan Gaoji would betray her body. She believes that her own life can be created by her hands. Sometimes in the dead of night, she also wondered if she would find a rich man to marry. Her mother doesn't need to be so tired, and she doesn't need to be so tired, but she just thinks about it. Her self-esteem does not allow herself to do this. Although in front of Zhang Jing, the boss's son has always been a well-mannered and modest gentleman, but she already has an evaluation in her heart that she doesn't like the other party at all. In the end, she was harassed many times and took advantage of the other party's delivery in the field to resign. Job. Fortunately, the boss didn't know that his son liked him, otherwise he would really not be able to leave. Thinking of the diligent and honest boss before has such a son, it really feels unfair. After I quit my job at the beginning of last month, I wandered around the street looking for a job. Maybe it was luck, maybe because of a good image. I found the job soon. The boss is not bad, he is a strict wife, and I dare not make any difference. Thinking, otherwise she would be a boss, she wouldn't stay here. In the morning, after she sold one of the most expensive mobile phones in the store, the colleagues in the store became more jealous of her. There were more and more babble behind her back, and she did not shy away from herself at all. Even she just poured water and deliberately touched herself to get wet. She lost her clothes, but she didn't dare to talk to her boss, who didn't want to cause trouble. Zhang Jing also understood that this group of people wanted her to be unable to stand by themselves. After all, the law does not blame the public. If the boss chooses, she will definitely choose the party with more people. Even Zhang Jing missed the days in the shoe factory a little bit. Although she was tired and often worked overtime, if he didn't have the boss and son who harassed him, she would actually like that kind of life. Tired, but fulfilling. The current salary is definitely not comparable compared to before. The basic salary is plus commission, and the salary is paid at the end of the month. A few days ago, I only paid 600 yuan, which is pitiful. I can only hope that this month will be paid a little more. DDDD. A phone call rang and brought Zhang Jing's thoughts back to reality. She was very strange. There were not many people who knew her phone, and everyone who knew that she was at work. Usually, she would not call at this time. Then Zhang Jing walked out of the shop after seeing that the boss was not there and no one could ask for leave. It was about to get off work in the afternoon. The sun was not so poisonous, and only slight residual heat remained. I took a closer look. The number was a bit familiar, but in a second, I was sure that it was the number I sold in the morning. What is the other party calling for? About yourself? Are you going to return the goods? Find yourself to chat? Holding the question, Zhang Jing pressed the answer button. Tang Qing. Zhang Jing asked uncertainly. Although she knew it was Tang Qing's number, she couldn't tell who it was. She even wondered if the other party's home called to ask if it was possible to return the goods. It's me. You still remember me. A familiar voice rang in Zhang Jing's ears, and at the same time he was relieved that it was not the other person's family, but he couldn't relax. The number of the mobile phone I sold to you in the morning is of course a bit impressed. What's the matter? Zhang Jing asked. Are you interested in changing jobs? Tang Qing directly stated his purpose. What? Change job? What job? Zhang Jing was surprised. She didn't expect that the other party was going to introduce her to her work. Wouldn't it be an unscrupulous job? It's no wonder that she, for no reason, is the first time a person who looks like a rich second generation meets for the first time, and she introduces herself to her work soon, which makes people suspicious of what she thinks. Don't worry, I am not a liar, nor a pimp. I opened a restaurant with someone and needed a cashier to help me manage the money. I thought of you the first time. My monthly salary is 2005, including food and accommodation. There is a bonus at the end of the month, that is, the working hours are a bit longer each day, but there is overtime pay. Tang Qing slowly explained. He also heard the distrust in Zhang Jing's tone, but he didn't feel anything. When someone introduced the job, there was a problem in every way, so he hurried to explain. As for the salary, although it is not low compared to this era, after all, there are bonuses and so on, but as my own supervisor and representative, the basic salary of 2005 is not high. Really? Why did you look for me? Zhang Jing asked suspiciously. The rich second generation opened a restaurant, and it was nothing. She could only say that she was surprised. It was just that the other party found herself and was still in charge of finances. She didn't dare to do it if she didn't understand the reason. After all, money is very sensitive, and once it involves a person who can't be handed over casually, it is still a person who has only one side. Of course it is true. As for looking for you, because today I have taken a fancy to your seriousness and diligence, and of course you are qualified for the job. Tang Qing said slowly. Then Zhang Jing pondered for a while. To be honest, she didn't want to do this job. Faced with colleagues who targeted him all day long, no one would like this kind of working environment. The job introduced by Tang Qing only needs to be settled. Money, salary is not low. The basic salary is more than that of the previous shoe factory in a month, plus bonuses. The treatment is absolutely good. Zhang Jing quickly made a choice. I do it. What did you say? Tang Qing said in surprise. He subconsciously thought it was a curse on the first day of the new year, but he immediately realized that the other party agreed. But it always felt weird. I mean, I want to do this job. Zhang Jing blushed and explained hurriedly. She also immediately realized the problem in her words. She immediately felt really ashamed. She said foul language in front of a boy. It's something that has never happened before. Of course, Zhang Jing did not immediately quit her job, but was going to check it out after get off work. After all, she should also understand the working environment. As long as it is not too bad, she will be ready to go. Although Zhang Jing is a bit suspicious of riding a donkey and looking for a horse, Tang Qing also understands that being cautious is also one of the qualities of a qualified financial officer, isn't it? Zhang Jing is also a smart person and knows how to seize opportunities. She also needs a stable job when the other party treats herself so well. Although the sales industry trains people, she is not her first choice for those who like stability. After get off work in the afternoon, Zhang Jing came to the shop. Although it was off work at this time, Tang Qing waited for Zhang Jing with nothing else, so that after the other party was optimistic about it, he could directly recruit him to start work the next day. Zhang Jing, who came to the shop, saw such a big shop without doubt. At the same time, she was surprised how much Tang Qing had invested in it, but it was certain that it was definitely not a small amount. Brother Tang Qing, this is the shop, it's so big. Zhang Jing walked in the shop and exclaimed, well, I have a partnership with Li Kai's father. I own 30% of the shares. I usually don't have time to go to school, so I need someone to help me watch it. But your task is the role of cashier and teller. Just remember the money clearly. Generally speaking, you only have the right to record, but you don't have the right to make suggestions. No matter how Li Jianguo and the others use it, you are not allowed to tell them if you have any questions. You can only tell me, you know? Tang Qing used a little bit, said in a tone of warning and education. In Tang Qing's view, Zhang Jing's role is only the bond of trust between him and Li Jianguo, and he cannot express opinions on his own behalf. Otherwise, if he can't find his position, someday Li Jianguo will buy more or more expensive things. At that time, even if Zhang Jing Wuxin asked what there are so many today, or why it is a little more expensive today, then Li Jianguo will be embarrassed. Even if Zhang Jing said that, Li Jianguo would not be so good, but he would inevitably have thoughts in his heart, and it is impossible for Li Jianguo to sue himself for Zhang Jing for this kind of thing. In other words, even if Zhang Jing did this, Tang Qing, it's impossible to know, but Tang Qing's back is in the pot. Li Jianguo thought it was his own instructions, and the relationship between the two people over time is likely to crack. Therefore, the contradiction that can be avoided, Tang Qing still wants to prevent it in advance. This is a lesson of blood and tears from the previous life. He fully understands that the people underneath may not be able to accomplish anything, but it is very easy to do bad things. Even you can't even find the problem on it, and you can only break your teeth in the end. Swallow in the belly. Zhang Jing listened to Tang Qing's words and understood her own position. That is, just doing things without talking, taking care of her own mouth, and responding to Tang Qing privately if there is a problem, and doing her own job well. This is of course no problem, but she couldn't help being shocked. She didn't expect Tang Qing to be so young and not only rich, but also so sophisticated. Then we will cooperate happily. You will resign tomorrow morning and come here afterwards. I should also be here at that time. As for the place to live, I should be able to fix it tomorrow. Tang Qing said again. Just set it up with the table, and you can live in. The bed is ordered by Li Jianguo this afternoon at the place where you buy the table, chair, and bench. It will be delivered tomorrow. With cleaning, you can get everything done at most tomorrow afternoon, and the staff can also move in. Okay, I'll come tomorrow. Zhang Jing said happily. She is very satisfied with this job. She has a good working environment and is not tired. She doesn't have to do anything else at the cash register. The boss himself knows it. It's perfect. If you are young, just a few years old, maybe. Zhang Jing's face blushed at the thought of this. I won't leave you to eat and wait for something. You should go back first. Tang Qing saw Zhang Jing blushing and didn't realize it. Tang Qing, who was relatively dull at first, didn't think much about it. Oh, okay, little boss. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Zhang Jing quickly agreed. After talking, Zhang Jing left the shop. Seeing Zhang Jing walking away, Li Kai, who had been a telephone pole for a long time, immediately stood in front of Tang Qing and angry at him. Old Tang, you beast, say, You knew this beauty when you were sewing? Are you worthy of your childhood sweetheart? Li Kai stuck in his waist and asked Tang Qing Dao. Watching Tang Qing and Zhang Jing talking and laughing, Li Kai, how can you not be jealous? Because they are all young and healthy. Tang Qing is rich and beautiful, and he has nothing. How can people be treated so much? Of course, as a good friend, he is just a little jealous and has no other ideas. Cut. This is called character. This is called charm. As for you, it won't be possible. Tang Qing looked at Li Kai pretendingly and replied, having not quarreled with these good brothers for a long time. He couldn't help but rush on a whim. So he took the initiative to provoke contradictions. You are not good at character. Do you want to step on two boats? Li Kai stopped doing it immediately, questioning his character, and resolutely refused to agree. Yes, you don't even have a boat, so you can only swim naked. Give you. Drink water. Tang Qing handed a bottle of mineral water over and attacked. You. I'm going to file a complaint. Li Kai opened Tang Qing and handed over water. He didn't know what to say. This is too cruel. If the boat is flooded, it will be too much. Drink water? It didn't hurt people like that. I want to sue too. What are you, Sue? You have a crush on your table at the same table for a long time. You are ruthless. This day's dinner was eaten outside. After all, Li Jiangguo was busy outside for a whole afternoon, very tired, but everyone was very happy in their hearts and full of energy. After eating, they will go back to their homes to rest and will continue to fight tomorrow. After returning home, Tang Qing hurriedly washed, then lay in bed and recalled the busy day. It only took a day to complete all the loan tasks, waiting for the two to repay the money to gain experience, and their first investment was completed, and the rest was waiting to collect the money. Today, Tang Qing also felt that she was a little ill-conceived. That is, the customer recommended by the system should be completed on the first day, or the repayment date for signing the contract would be best on the first day. After all, this is a risk-free thing. There is no punishment. Because even if the second is upgraded in the future, as long as you miss the first assessment, the reward will be issued normally, but whether it is external loans or personal loans, and the opening of auxiliary functions will be given to yourself after the first assessment of next month, which is equivalent to saying a month was wasted in vain, which is very uneconomical. As for the customers I am looking for, it is best to sign to repay on the second, lest the other party will pit himself without going to the first assessment, and he will cry without tears. Although the system says that each level cannot be failed twice in a row and accumulated more than 3 times, Tang Qing does not want to have such a record. If he is not cautious, then if the 10th level test himself is due to this kind of fluke psychology, the score of the assessment is lowered. Too stupid, although I don't know what functions and rewards will be available at level 10, but as far as the level of the system is, those rewards and auxiliary functions are definitely something that I am greedy. For those good things, there must never be a disqualification. This is the goal set by Tang Qing. However, there are 2 most important things now. The first is the homework problem. He has a habit of finding a homework book for the homework assigned by the teacher. Every time he completes a task, he ticked or crossed it out. Yesterday, he watched it in the evening. It was so extraordinary, or it was acceptable to him before, but it was impossible for him who didn't know how to do it now. What should I do? Only copy it. What can I do? Of course it's impossible to copy all of it. He was ready to copy some difficult things, and simply waited for his uncle's return. He couldn't go out casually. Do. One more thing is to find a reason for my mobile phone and this suit. You can't hide it. After all, if Li Jiangguo or Zhang Dongqing can't contact them in an emergency, it will be troublesome and they must be carried with them. And with the care and love of his uncle, it is not just a simple win or a reward for saving someone to cover up the past. This kind of old policeman, in order to prevent himself from going astray, will never have a low mind to break the casserole investigation to the end. He has learned from his previous life. With the thorough questioning and keen perspective of a veteran and professional policeman, Tang Qing felt like he was laying on his knees, very scary. With his uncle's observation ability and questioning skills, even if he is reborn without special training, as long as he meets his uncle for a while, plus his uncle's understanding of himself, the cliff will be able to help. After all, Tang Qing was also an ordinary person in his previous life, not a special agent, not an awesome character, with superb psychological qualities. How could he beat the police uncle on a scheming basis? Never underestimate the abilities of an old policeman. Forever and always. Forever and always. Then you will die miserably, very miserably, and inhumane miserably. At this time, Tang Qing was a little depressed. Why would he live in such a family that he loved and could not use the official ability to investigate his family? The other traversers are so happy that they can just overwrite the past with an excuse, and their relatives have no such ability to investigate. In other words, if you are not interested in investigating, the difficulty should not be too simple. Do you want to live on campus? Tang Qing couldn't help thinking. But this thought was just thrown away by him in a second. It is not worth it to move away from the family that he feels so warm and happy for this bit of ruin, and he can't bear it. He hasn't filled his mind yet. After thinking for a while, Tang Qing still can't think of a good way, so she doesn't want to. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Only then did he remember that he still had a task to complete, and that was the risk assessment report. At the same time, he remembered one more thing. Does Li Jiangwo's loan need to provide a risk assessment report to the system? Although he gained experience when he signed the contract just now, the system's use of double standards for the recommendations and the ones he found made him a little confused. So Tang Qing immediately asked the system this question. System, why don't the clients I find need risk assessment report? Hello, host. It is not mandatory for the customers you are looking for risk reports, because the system recommends customers already, and the system does not need quantity but quality. However, the system recommends that you develop a habit. It is not a system at level 10. Recommending customers high-quality risk assessment reports is one of the bonus points. The system reveals the only 10-level bonus condition. When Tang Qing heard this, he immediately sat up. He didn't know what to assess for the 10th level before. The system has nothing to say, but now the system clearly proposes a bonus content, and he has to pay attention to it. Since it is a bonus content, and the system also said that it was a non-system recommending customer, so Tang Qing decided that one of the 10-level assessment content was the risk assessment report, which means that the risk assessment report of the system recommended customers is the assessment content, and the customers he finds are bonus points. Thinking about Tang Qing's excitement here, and finally knows the content of an assessment, just as excited as he unlocked a weapon while playing a game. It seems that as long as the conditions are met, I will be able to learn the content of the assessment slowly. Otherwise, I will directly ask the system to give me no comment. But think about it. Any investment is not just throw money out, but it must be as safe as possible. The role of a risk assessment report is very important, and he can understand the system without mandatory requirements. This also allows him to learn the system. The second important lesson of the church. Be responsible for all risks. Immediately, Tang Qing began to write the report earnestly. Before noon, Zhang Dongqing's report was thought to be easier to write. The purpose is simple and clear, and there are not many risks. It can be done in 10 minutes. But now he doesn't think so. The system recommends the customer's risk assessment report as the main assessment content. If it's that simple and handed it in, he dare not say whether it is of high quality. But such a casual attitude will never let the system. Satisfied, I will not be satisfied. Even Tang Qing tried his best to recall the development of the industry in his previous life to prove how correct and wise he was to make this loan decision. He didn't feel embarrassed at all for a systemic flattery. Zhang Dongqing's report is relatively easy to write. But Li Jiangguo in the afternoon was very troublesome. Because his own capital was also involved, things became complicated, and even he himself was a point of risk, but it was not difficult for him, so it was just a little troublesome. All things should be clearly explained. Even Tang Qing wrote in his own purpose and motives, and he also wrote in the development of the previous life of Li Jiangguo's family, thinking that it is not wrong to be as detailed as possible. As for matters involving his own rebirth, Tang Qing didn't care about it. All systems existed, and his own rebirth was a SHD. Even his own rebirth might be caused by the system. Two incredible things happened to him at the same time. It doesn't matter, ghosts believe, there is no such a coincidence in the world, although the system does not say the reason. But as long as a person's IQ is positive, it can be inferred that the two things are absolutely connected. Since they all know that, the system will also report that other people have no chance of seeing it, so he doesn't have to worry about it. As for the total comments at the end of the two reports, it is really very simple. simply like a child's play. This project has low risk. As for why Li Jiangwo's risk is also small, isn't he out of money? The restaurant opened for half a month, but he could not earn 200,000 yuan. But don't forget, Li Jiangwo has that ancestral jade pendant, and he can be a second in a few days in his previous life. 100,000. After submitting the report, seeing the two reports disappear in front of him, Tang Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. I thought it took a full 2 to nearly 3 hours for a 10-minute work, and he wrote a total of more than 10,000 words. The hands are a little sore. It would be great if the system could provide typing, or even write with your own mind. At the speed of your brain, it can be done in 10 to 20 minutes or less, but obviously the system does not provide this service. Only report templates and paper are provided. I can only write word by word with my hands. If I don't feel that my mind is clearer and my hand speed is faster, I think it will take more than an hour to finish writing. Tang Qing, who completed task 1, added 5 more points of experience. Although it was useless, the accumulation of less would add up. Then Tang Qing dropped out his own information again. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 1. Experience, 30 out of 100. Loan amount this month, 50/500,000. Personal quota this month, 30/100,000. Withdrawable assets, 10,000. Spirit, 51 plus 15. Physique, 49 plus 15. Genius value, 15. In general, this month has not risen to 2 levels anyway. Even if the store opened to make money, it would be useless to increase its own assets to 100,000, which is far from it. Tang Qing saw that he only had 10,000 yuan left. He couldn't help but sigh that the money was coming soon and it was spent faster, and it almost bottomed out in 2 days. He was still a little bit disappointed. He had overdrawn and wasted 100,000 personal loans and said nothing. 100,000 will be wasted again. Think about it. 100,000 is so gone. Tang Qing is dripping blood. I completely ignore the fact that this is not a gift, but a repayment. I don't want to. It's already past 11 o'clock. I'm going to sleep. There will be more things tomorrow. October 3rd. Tang Qing got up early in the morning. I don't know if it's because of the strengthening of the physique or what's going on. Has a special fragrance for sleeping these 2 nights, and even the sleep time has decreased. After breakfast, Tang Qing hurried to the shop. There are a lot of things today. Recruiting staff, placing tables, chairs and benches, and dormitory placement. Suppliers will also come to negotiate today, especially for drinks and disposable tableware. We have to discuss everything today. Li Jiangwo basically ordered it yesterday. Everything. I'm not going to go out again today. Although Tang Qing is one of the bosses, he can't just watch the uncle put on airs, and he should help when it is time to help. Li Kai is also arrested as a strong man and follow his busy schedule. With the help of several newly recruited employees and goods merchants, the tables, chairs and benches were finally set up in the morning, and the kitchen utensils and dormitory beds arrived in the afternoon. Zhang Jing also resigned early and came here to help. More and more people are recruited in the afternoon. The progress is accelerating, and there are not many things left to move, but there are many details, such as paintings on the walls, decorations, and even the TV and DVD players in the luxurious boxes. Tang Qing told Li Jiangwo all the questions and propaganda ideas he could think of because he was not going to come from tomorrow, and there was still a lot of work at home. As for the later employee training and the initial business test, he was not ready to come. He came back on the day of opening. Anyway, Zhang Jing was watching, and Li Jiangwo, a person familiar with the road, was in charge. Nothing could happen. He can also blatantly be lazy. He is a student anyway. As for Li Kai, he looked at Tang Qing bitterly. It wasn't because his father asked him to help with the work, but because he asked Tang Qing to do his homework well and stared at him in the store. This is like a bolt from the blue. Ask for more blessings. Before leaving, Tang Qing whispered gloating in Li Kai's ear. The next day, there is nothing wrong with Tang Qing preparing to start a great career copy homework. Otherwise, when my uncle and aunt came back and saw that she hadn't done any homework for 4 days, she would definitely tell him. The most important thing is not this, after all, aunt, and they said that they represent caring. The most terrifying thing is that his big cousin, Qin Shichi, will definitely mention doing homework by herself, even writing next to him, but he won't. At that time, it will not only be an embarrassing problem, she will have to kneel directly. As for who to copy homework, the first choice is of course to find a student in the class. Although the 8th middle school is not the best in the city, it can only be regarded as average, but it is inevitable that there will be people who later work hard. After all, there must be a class in the worst class. The person standing at the top, and this Shuaba, is in the same community as his uncle's house, and the other's windows can be seen from the windows of the living room, very close. Immediately, Tang Qing went out of the community to buy some fruit and visited him. Although he was a classmate, Shuaba and other people belonged to different species, so there was relatively little contact. It was obviously not good to rush to find him to copy homework. Bring some fruit to bribe some relations, and everything will come naturally. In the end, of course, I didn't say that under the guise of studying, Tang Qing spent a pleasant day copying homework. As a student, he finished the homework in 3 days. Of course, Tang Qing didn't finish the copying. After all, there is still Chinese. In this course, you write a composition how to copy. Those simple topics Tang Qing did not copy, but left to do it by himself. After all, it is not easy to go out after his uncle came back. It is better to read the book honestly at home. Well, learn. In the end, he forcibly took the Shuaba out to have a big meal. After all, as the Shuaba, he is still in the same class. It is estimated that there will be many things that can help in the future. It is obviously very cost-effective that a meal can bring the relationship closer. This also made Tang Qing's assets directly fall below the 10,000 yuan mark. After all, there are other expenses in the past few days. Asking employees to eat and buy water, and buying cigarettes for the delivery and relocation masters. Obviously, these small amounts of money are obviously not obliged to go to the store's account. Shuaba's parents are in business. They opened a dumpling shop near the school. The taste is not bad. Tang Qing has taken care of the business several times. Shuaba, who can't cook at noon, usually eats dumplings at home. A big meal changed the impression of Tang Qing by Shuaba, who had few words, in a straight line, and also brought a lot of distance. October 5th approaches noon. Uncle Qin Yugong's family finally came back. As soon as he entered the door, there was a scent of aroma, and he saw a few dishes on his table and covered it with a cover. This day, the flies were very rampant. Qin Yugong is very strange. As for Tang Qing, who cooks the dishes in his own home, he has long been ignored. He is his uncle. Is it not clear how many caddies Tang Qing has? It's a ghost if he can cook. The meals at home are made by his wife and daughters, and Tang Qing hasn't even washed the bowls a few times. It's just that it's not Tang Qing, and even the thief can't cook at home. It smells so good. Dad, who is cooking? Big cousin Qin Shichi clearly smelled the fragrance and said loudly when she walked in. I don't know, Tang. Just when Qin Yugong wanted to say that I was also strange, I saw Tang Qing coming out of the kitchen with an apron. Qin Yugong looked surprised. Can Tang Qing cook? He might as well believe that the sow would come to the tree. Wow, brother, when do you cook? No, there must be other people in it. Isn't it Sister Joshua? Is she here? It must be. It's not that I said you. You are a messenger holding a spoon. Why don't you go back and help? I tell you, you still look like this. Before, Sister Joshua made it with us. You know how to eat. Fortunately, Sister Joshua is so considerate, otherwise you just wait. Let's be single for a lifetime. It's like you have cultivated the virtues of many lifetimes in your previous life. If you encounter Sister Joshua in this life, if you are sorry for her in the future, I want you to look good. What should I say? Isn't I right, you lazy worm? Don't do housework, don't wash clothes. Qin Shichi couldn't stop as soon as she said. She kept scolding Tang Qing, and her uncle, aunt, and second cousin looked helplessly at Tang Qing. These two cousins. It's a natural friend. Generally, Qin Shichi doesn't talk about others, but to this cousin, I can't stop. Tang Qing watched with tears and laughter, and watched his cousin talking endlessly like gunfire. He couldn't even put his mouth in. He was also helpless about the character of this cousin. He was a bit annoying to Twitter all day long, but he was very kind, and even got used to it if he didn't. She still feels very unaccustomed to her voice. This may be a crime. He can only be attributed to one of the great qualities of this human being. I only know how to cherish it when I lose it. Tang Qing hasn't heard these words for a long time. Although they are hurting him, the reborn Tang Qing sounds very sweet. Later generations, Qin Shichi also called him often, but they didn't have as many words as they are now. After all, he was old, and after Lin Jiaxue's affairs, Qin Shichi seldom said that after the car accident, so he missed him very much. Well, Cheer, don't talk about your brother. See if your brother's face is flushed, and learn more from your sister. Anne immediately stopped her daughter's nagging, and I don't know what else to say if I don't stop it. At that time, she was also very happy that the family was so happy. Well, this girl will let you go because you haven't been too lazy today. No wonder you called this morning to ask us when we will arrive. It turns out that there is such a play. Qin Shichi snorted. As if it were a great favor, it was her greatest pleasure to scold her cousin anyway. Tang Qing was not flushed with anger, but excited. The relationship between himself and his uncle's family was so deep that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. From the time his uncle said he was giving him a house to marry or even buying a car, he knew that he was their real relatives, but they have not been able to pass the hurdle, have been single, and have lived up to their expectations. Tang, is Joshua here? Qin Yugon questioned. He is a policeman with quick thinking, but unlike her carefree daughter. If Lin Jiaxue is here, she can't help but come out to say hello. There is no sound of cooking inside. Obviously, no one was cooking inside, and there was no answer. There were no shoes at the door, and the number of slippers in the house was not small. Standing in the living room, you could see that the toilet and Tang Qing's room door were open. Obviously no one inside. There were bowls on the table. There are 5 chopsticks. Obviously the number is wrong. The information appeared in his mind in just a second, so he had doubts. No, Joshua didn't come today. A classmate of mine opened a restaurant. 2 days ago, when I went to do my homework, I learned by the way and wanted to make it for you. Tang Qing said half-truth and thought. The argument is that, anyway, the purpose of going is set on learning, and most parents will automatically ignore other behaviors. Yeah, brother, you can cook. It's not easy, it smells good, and it looks good. Then I have to taste it. Qin Shichi put the dishes on the chair by the dining table and surprise said, she knows her cousin very well. She has never cooked and washed the dishes several times. She and her sister and mother wash all of them. Suddenly, she will cook in an instant one day, like a magic trick. It's a bit unacceptable. Old girl, don't me, it's already done, but the soup is still in the pot. Uncle and aunt, you just have to go to the table to eat first. I'll go to serve the soup. Tang Qing doesn't want to let it go anymore. They focused on themselves and quickly changed the subject. Early in the morning, Tang Qing went out to buy a lot of dishes and began to prepare. He didn't make any big meals. They were all home-cooked dishes. Turned around and prepared to serve soup. That's okay. I'll give you a chance to bribe my stomach. Qin Shichi was still not forgiving, and immediately sat on the table and took out the chopsticks and tasted it. This is really delicious. Sister, come eat. Qin Shichi just took a taste, eyes brightened, and immediately said to her sister Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu was 1 year younger than she was in the 2nd grade, and has a quiet personality, similar to Lin Jiaxue. Rarely talking and participating in discussions at home is like entering the door for so long, and I haven't said a word, but my heart is very good. Every time I have something good, I will give myself this sister and Tang Qinglu. Many times, although I don't say it, I can do it. He often took the initiative to wash Tang Qing and his own clothes or picked up the broom and cleaned the house silently. So both Tang Qing and Qin Shiyu liked this sister very much. Of course, Tang Qing, who knows later generations, knows that his cousin Qin Shiyu is a bit clean and obsessive. She can't look messy. It's her greatest pleasure to tidy things up. Tang Qing also understands that, after all, he belongs to the obsessive-compulsive family. The members are just not in the same direction as my cousin. Really not bad. Mom, this is for you. Sister, this one is for you. Brother, you can open a restaurant. Too delicious. It doesn't matter. You have to cook often in the future. Although the voice of the big cousin was the whole noon, Tang Qing was extremely satisfied. Everyone is here. This is happiness. After eating happily, the work routinely cleaned up was the work of the 2 cousins. Tang Qing did not want to participate in the dishwashing. It was actually a very interesting thing to have a sister with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he could not deprive the 2nd cousin. The greatest pleasure is not. Tang Qing will never admit that he is lazy. Tang Qing's life returned to peace in the next few days. On October 6th, I went to Lin Jiaxue's house for 2 meals, and spent a day with ink stains. By the way, I asked for some learning problems. It's not that he can't. After all, he can't learn. It's not difficult for him to pick it up. He just wants to look at Lin Jiashua up close and listen to her voice. I feel very happy to hear her voice. The rest of the time I was reading books and doing homework. My cousin found my cell phone and clothes. Fortunately, I thought of an excuse 2 days ago. I met someone who came here on a business trip and lost valuables. I found it by myself, and the other party gave it to me. He gave him a reward. Although he thought it was silly for this reason, he couldn't help it. As long as that person is still there, his uncle can find out. You must find someone who is not here and doesn't know the contact information. Finally, I remembered the habits between myself and barely passed the scrutiny and cross-examination of my uncle and aunt. As for whether uncle should really believe it, Tang Qing really didn't dare to pack the ticket. But finally, there was an excuse. His uncle could not find out the origin of the money no matter how he checked it. Originally, he wanted to say that he had some money left to hand over part of it. But when he thought of it, if the uncle went to the bank to check with cash, he really couldn't argue, and he must not leave evidence. Although he really doesn't know whether the bank can find out the way through the number on the money, but he has to guard against it. Time flies. School is about to start when you see it. The feeling of opening school after the holiday is as heavy as going to a grave for the students. Tang Qing hates class very much, and it is reasonable to say that class is nothing. But a person who has been out of society for many years, let him sit upright and listen to the class all day. It is simply a torment. He remembers the requirements of several of his teachers. In class, he is only allowed to sit and not lie on his stomach. As long as the teacher writes on the blackboard, he must look at the blackboard. Anyone who bows his head will come, and he has to stand up and listen. Is simply frantic. Of course, except for schoolmasters, as long as they are not among the top 10 in the class, they seem to have to improve their grades quickly, not for anything else, just not to stare at the blackboard like a fool for the whole class. If this kind of life lasts for a year, it would be inhumane. October 8th. Tang Qing was standing at the entrance of the second-class classroom of high school with his school bag, watching the familiar faces but forgetting each other's name passing by. He did not go in, and many of the classmates greeted him and replied politely, waiting for someone. Why don't you go in? Because Tang Qing couldn't remember where his seat was. In the 3 years of high school, Shen Mei, the head teacher, changed seats several times based on his grades. After more than 10 years, he really couldn't remember them, and he had already forgotten the names of those classmates. How embarrassed to ask them. Although he didn't remember his position, he clearly remembered that the entire senior year of high school was at the same table with Wang Yan. As long as Wang Yan came, he would never go wrong. Old Tang, what are you doing stupidly standing here? Li Kai's voice came from behind, and at the same time, Tang Qing climbed a big hand on his shoulder. At this time, Tang Qing remembered that the school has 2 stairs, one at the main entrance and one at the main entrance. Over the toilet. This is probably the place where you just walk to the toilet. The urinary cliffs who use the high school boys to go to the toilet rarely wash their hands. Thinking of this, Tang Qing immediately shook his shoulders and turned and said smoothly, I'm waiting for someone. But he regretted it after saying this, because it was an excuse to deal with other classmates just now. If it was used to deal with Li Kai, it would simply be a rotten egg to be smashed by the other party. Sure enough, Li Kai began to restless again. Waiting for? Wang Yan, your kid is in a situation. You still don't admit it. Li Kai couldn't help but joking. I don't know why. Recently, he likes to scold Tang Qing to find balance. Who told this guy to hide deeply? Deceived myself for so long. A living local tyrant is right in front of him. If there is a net, he wants to capture one and go home to raise it. At the same time, thinking of the miserable life these few days, it feels uncomfortable to do homework under his father's nose. The key is that sometimes he has to do some errands, while Tang Qing sits comfortably at home, thinking about it. Here, my heart is very unbalanced. Go away. I'm looking for her in a hurry. Look, you are watching you at the same table. Hurry in. Tang Qing lied and transferred Li Kai's attention by the way. At this time, he could be at the same table. Stop him. Sure enough, when he heard the same table watching him, Li Kai immediately turned his gaze to the classroom. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the two of them actually met each other. Li Kai instantly felt his heart beating rapidly, lowered his head nervously, and walked away stupidly. Go in, completely ignoring Tang Qing. As for why Tang Qing remembers Li Kai's seat at the same table, it's because Li Kai has been sitting in the second row after changing seats several times in the third grade. Later, Tang Qing also gave him the nickname of the second in 10,000 years, and he often took it at every party. Come to make fun of Li Kai, and the table-mate Chu Lan that Li Kai has a crush on is also pretty, so Tang Qing recognized it at a glance. Tang Qing knew that Li Kai never confessed to Chu Lan from beginning to end, even after he was rich. Tang Qing couldn't help but ask him curiously, since he likes him and his conditions are good, why not pursue him? At that time, Li Kai's answer simply blinded Tang Qing. Li Kai said at the time, "It is enough to have a secret crush in my heart. When I get her, I will change my feelings. I will stay in my heart for the purest beauty until I grow old. There is a kind of love called letting go, and a memory called secret love. I don't want to destroy this memory, so I don't want to get her." This is the reason Li Kai told him at that time. Tang Qing could feel that Li Kai was not pretending to be coercive, or because Tang Qing thought he was too timid to seek excuses from Chulan, but Li Kai really thought so. Did this. At that time, he felt that he had misunderstood Li Kai before. He couldn't believe that this was what the guy who had changed many girlfriends at the time could say, and it subverted his three views. Playboy also has an innocent side. At that time, Tang Qing felt that Li Kai had a kind of literature and art to the point of being blown up, and he was about to bring his own aura. It's just that I don't know what choice Li Kai will make in this life. Cut, fight with me. Tang Qing whispered a little triumphantly, and Tang Qing, who held Li Kai's life gate, felt refreshed to use it. Tang Qing, what are you doing at the door? At this time, a familiar voice remembered in Tang Qing's ears. Tang Qing was shocked, turned his head slowly, a little stiff, and saw Wang Yin in a school uniform standing behind her with a smile. At this time, Wang Yin was only 17 years old, but it was difficult to conceal her attractive face. She has not yet gone to college, and Wang Yin has no makeup. She has no makeup. Her white skin is as if she can squeeze out water. The hair is tied together and draped behind her, simple and refreshing. When Wang Yin started to put on makeup when she was in college, Wang Yin, who was born and beautiful, was pretty messed up. There were many suitors, but she always cared about Tang Qing and ignored those suitors. Wandering around Tang Qing learned that Wang Yan's father was still a big boss when he was in college, but he hasn't grown up yet. He heard that he was still working in a decoration company when he was in high school, so he will start to get involved in real estate next year. Assets expanded rapidly. Before Tang Qing was reborn, he was worth nearly tens of billions, the richest man in Qingyan City, and Wang Yin, who was the only child, was a white and wealthy. I just came here too. Just chatting with Li Kai. Seeing Wang Yin again, Tang Qing said a little bit stuttered, finding a reason that didn't seem so obtrusive. I couldn't say anything. Waiting for you. As for Wang Yan's feelings, he was going to let the other party dispel this idea. It was enough for him to have Lin Jiaxue, and he didn't want to cause more debts. It's just emotional matters, which is so easy to discriminate. Come in, hurry up and hand in homework. Class is about to start. Wang Yin also didn't notice the problem in Tang Qing's words and went straight into the classroom. Okay. Tang Qing immediately agreed and followed Wang Yin to his seat. Looking at the three big characters on my desk, Tang Wang. Tang Qing felt like crying without tears. He wanted to say something. Are you kidding me? At this time, he remembered that it was Li Kai who engraved it while he was away. Wang Yin was also an accomplice, and then he had been laughing at him for many years. Looking at the three crooked words engraved with a knife on it, and the one on the back that could be vaguely recognizable as a puppy, Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a little. It was a beautiful memory. The next part is the normal class. Tang Qing couldn't stand it after only one day. He stared at the faces of a few poor-looking teachers all day, and after a class for 45 minutes, he felt like living like a year. These days are still not allowed to pass. It is acceptable to read and study by yourself, and to be accepted by people staring at the study, but staring at someone else's lecture is not boring if the other person is a master or celebrity, but it is a boring subject, and it is repeatedly emphasized and repeated. Emphasis is really repeated. Tang Qing can't help feeling like a beeping dog. This doesn't count. There is another news that makes him even more struck by lightning. Monthly exam next Tuesday. That's right. The monthly exam next Tuesday. There are only 4 days to take the exam. Hearing this news, Tang Qing was instantly messed up. Isn't this trying to force his rhythm to death? Isn't it possible to show off if he fails the test? When the time comes, call the parents properly and kneel down properly. Correct. Kneel. Really, just do it like this. You can't let yourself take the test normally, and you can't let others have something to say. Tang Qing, who thought of a way, suddenly felt relaxed. He believes that as long as 1 month more, he should be able to pick up most of his previous knowledge. After all, he still has a foundation in universities and graduate students, and his brain is much smarter than before. From the review of the past few days, he can. It can be seen that both the comprehension ability and the memory ability have been significantly enhanced, but there is indeed a gap between the level of this time and the previous life, and even if it is supernormal, this monthly exam will not pass the test. And the monthly test of their school is not in their own classroom, but mixed with the juniors who are preparing for the middle school entrance examination in the 3rd year. The left and right are all the children in the 3rd year, so copying can't be done. At that time, he only needs to be unable to take the exam by accident. As for any accident, Tang Qing looked at his right hand and silently said sorry. He originally wanted to have a stomachache, but the stomachache can't escape the 2-day subjects. The hospital does not eat dry food, and there is also the uncle level. Therefore, it is necessary to be cautious and cautious. It is not substantive. Uncle can't hide the harm at all. Yes, he was going to hurt his right hand. This plan not only deceived the teacher, but most importantly, passed his uncle's level. In this way, Tang Qing spent 4 hellish days. Teacher, I hurt my hand. I'm afraid I won't be able to take the test today. Tang Qing called the head teacher in the hospital, pretending to be uncomfortable, and said, "This sin is numb. Is he still the protagonist?" Tang Qing punched the concrete telephone pole directly on the way to the exam. He had experience controlling the angle and did not hurt his fingers, but his wrists. He did this once before. This kind of minor injury took only half a month. Okay, it was painful at first, but it hurts when the joints are only movable in the hospital. After the doctor fixes the bones and casts the plaster, there is basically only a little bit of pain, but I have to take care of it for a while. By the way, you can also escape half a month's homework. It's a good deal to think about it. It's inconvenient in life and I can't eat, but it's okay. We have a younger sister. When I go back, I will let my second cousin feed her. Will not refuse, Tang Qing Maimai's plan said. What's the matter with you? Isn't it serious? The head teacher Shun Mei asked anxiously when he heard that the student was injured. I was hit by someone this morning and my wrist was injured. I was getting a cast in the hospital. The doctor said it would be fine after half a month. Tang Qing explained. That's it. Do your family know? Shun Mei was relieved when she heard it. It's not a permanent damage. It would be troublesome if it is. I don't know yet. They are at work now and don't want to trouble them. Tang Qing hurriedly dissuaded them. Uncle, and they are at work. He doesn't want to distract them from work, so he will go back at noon and talk about it. Did you have any money with you? No teacher will send it to you. Shun Mei felt that when she heard it. She also knew about the work of Uncle Tang Qing, a policeman and a teacher. There are a lot of things in a day. Can it be troublesome or not? The trouble is good, and the doctors say it's all right. It shouldn't be a big problem. Almost. Thank you, teacher. Tang Qing didn't refuse. Of course he didn't have any money, but he had to have a full set of scenes, and there must be witnesses. Immediately, Shun Mei came to the hospital in person and saw that Tang Qing was indeed injured. The doctor also said that he would take a rest for a while, and he no longer doubted it, but said something to be careful in the future. In the end, Shun Mei insisted on sending Tang Qing downstairs before going back. It's still early at this time, no one at home, uncles and aunts go to work, and cousins are all at school. Qin Shiqi does not share a middle school with Tang Qing, but at number 7 middle school, and Qin Shiyu is the same school. There is no monthly exam. Otherwise, if he goes all the way, then he really has nothing to do. Tang Qing, who came back early, didn't play, but read the book honestly. Although he escaped the exam this time, he was aggrieved as a rebirth who had been turned on. He could only escape the exam by self-mutilation. It was the only one. Ashamed, uncle and aunt came back at noon and was shocked, but couldn't find the perpetrator. I could only tell me to be careful in the future. Anyway, it was only a monthly exam, plus the last month's exam results were pretty good, no matter how bad it was. There was no possibility of a serious decline. Tang Qing's hard work and the whole family have seen it, and an exam can't prove anything, and he doesn't care too much. In this way, Tang Qing escaped the exam and solved a worry, and then studied hard. If this kind of thing was repeated, it would be really shameless to see his father and the villagers. Sure enough, the injured Tang Qing received unimaginable treatment. He didn't do his homework and was fed by someone. The sister at home took turns feeding. It was a bit strange that Tang Qing watched the originally carefree Qin Shiqi also feed him, but it felt very strange. It is warm. It's just that if he knew that he was just treated as a pet by Qin Shiqi, he wouldn't think so. In this way, Tang Qing began his miserable high school life. Today is the day when Baiwei restaurant opened. The so-called auspicious days that Li Jiangguo saw were very suitable for opening the door for business. Although Tang Qing didn't believe this, he didn't say anything about the stubbornness of the older generation. He just asked for auspiciousness. Think about it. It's not bad. To put it bluntly, it is just psychological comfort. It gives people a kind of courage and confidence, just like a kind of spiritual sustenance, and it is indeed very important. The name Baiwei Restaurant was obtained by Tang Qing. There are hundreds of people, and the dishes have hundreds of flavors. So this name has won everyone's praise. The plaque was only installed the day before yesterday. It took more than 5,000 to Li Jiangguo to find it. They are made by my relatives, with full materials and fashionable styles. Tang Qing got up very early that day, hurriedly ate a little breakfast, and rushed to the hotel with his school bag on his back to check if there were any problems. Although Tang Qing had checked many times after school yesterday afternoon, he was always a little bit troubled. It feels, he knows, it's his OCD that he has committed again. It's like sometimes when you go out and walk downstairs, but you always feel like it's not closed. Although it's not sick, sometimes it's quite boring and itchy. Li Jiangguo prepared ingredients in the kitchen early in the morning, and Li Kai was also taken to help. As for Tang Qing, it was the shareholder who was injured again. Li Jiangguo was embarrassed to let him help. Although there are subordinates, it is based on multiple people. Li Kai was arrested decisively by his consciousness. When he came out, he stared at Tang Qing and sent a little bitter woman in his eyes, sighing that he was not dead, and then he went to help again. Seeing Li Kai's eyes, Tang Qing could only open his hands to express helplessness, or that it was a naked show of superiority that hit Li Kai, watching Li Kai's teeth itchy. Tang Qing, who enjoyed the treatment of the boss for the first time, was very excited. After all, he was commanded by others in his previous life. As for the foreign trade company, he could only say that he was a special uncle, and he had to discuss it if he asked for work. Fortunately, they won't just quit. The other party is not stupid and does not work but makes trouble for themselves. It is also a foreign trade company that needs to be efficient in some parts. They dare not play tricks in it, but in daily life. Give him a look in business management. After an hour's work for 3 hours, or even after finishing, he kept looking to Tang Qing to emphasize the difficulties. He really kept looking for him and was annoying. He still couldn't turn his face directly. Others didn't say or did nothing, but just procrastinated. Such things are the most troublesome and disgusting. I have turned over in this life, and I have to have a good time. Although Tang Qing despises and extremely despised the boring superiority of his own villain, he is really happy when he can't stand it. After checking the tableware again, the flower baskets were all ready for hygiene, dead ends, and the like. Tang Qing sat at the cashier and looked at the pedestrians outside. She couldn't help but feel a little excited. She wanted to open a shop in her previous life. But I don't have a chance, and I don't know what shop to open. This may be the reason why most people stop here. They want to do it, but don't know what to do, which plagues countless people. In the end, the impulse is slowly consumed by time. There are only memories and so-called thoughts left. Little boss, come and eat an apple. Zhang Jing cut an apple and handed it to Tang Qing. She cherished the job Tang Qing gave her. The job was easy and the salary was high. Relatively speaking, she still had a little status. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, she is the representative and eye of Tang Qing, so all the employees are extremely enthusiastic towards her. This is a treatment she has never enjoyed before. This is different from other people's devotion, but tangible. Real status brings, not appearance. In addition, this little boss came here once and was hurt again, and his motherly love suddenly overflowed, and he poured water on all kinds of desserts. This is also the treatment that Tang Qing, the little boss, only has, and only Tang Qing wants to eat her to be embarrassed to go to the kitchen. Bring some desserts out. At this time, there were 3 people at the checkout counter: Tang Qing, Zhang Jing, and a relative Li Jiangguo asked for. They were also female. They graduated from high school and entered the factory to work and were called by Li Jiangguo. They were Li Kai's cousin. They all came because of the trial operation today. The schedule will not start until tomorrow. Do you know that you are bribing the boss? Tang Qing took it unceremoniously and took a big bite, jokingly. The so-called male and female match is not tired, and it feels different if there are beautiful women by your side. Especially the beauty is still her own subordinate. She doesn't speak and obey, but that smile that is cautious and can be seen blatantly feels uncomfortable to fly, and it feels guilty to think about it. Why? I just saw that you were injured. Plus I brought 2 more apples, and I divided you into 1. Zhang Jing quickly explained, I don't know why. Although I know that Tang Qing is joking, but I don't feel it in my heart. Avoiding the tension. As for the reason, she can only attribute her respect to the boss. Stop teasing you. Tang Qing, who had been joking, looked at Zhang Jing's serious answer. Tang Qing couldn't bear to tease her anymore, knowing that her face was thin, and Zhang Jing looked a little strange in his eyes recently. When he looked at each other, he felt that she was avoiding something, but he didn't think much about it. Maybe it was just a little awe of the boss from the subordinates. Several waiters have already cleaned up the shop, the tableware is neatly arranged, and tea is ready. The waiter Tang Qing, who is finished, did not let them stand at the door to welcome the guests. Instead, they sat at the door and watched TV. It's morning, plus it's closed at noon, just to celebrate the opening, so you don't have to be so restrained. 11 o'clock in the morning. One after another, guests invited by Li Jiangguo came. These were basically Li Jiangguo's friends and relatives, and Tang Qing was the only one here. Crack, crack. The sound of the firecrackers sounded. Tang Qing ordered the firecrackers. He immediately ran in with his ears covered. Tang Qing didn't buy a lot of firecrackers. It just meant it. After all, it was too noisy. If it is too big, it will be troublesome if you get a fine. A few days ago, there was a small shop selling cakes. I didn't know the rules here. No one told her. If they put 100,000 noises directly, the city management will immediately fine them. 2 brothers. I was dumbfounded on the spot. As the customers slowly arrived, the waiters became busy. Tang Qing still sat at the checkout counter and did not wait for the guests. After all, he didn't know any of the people here. Li Jiangguo would come to greet him later when he had dinner. He doesn't care about anything. Tang Qing at the cash register is not playing, but reading books. Although the teacher assigned a lot of homework on the weekend, it has nothing to do with the sick name Tang Qing. Seeing Tang Qing reading at the checkout counter, all the guests who came and went only regarded this as the child of Li Jiangguo's relatives. Only a few friends who participated in the preparations knew him and knew that this was one of the hotel's owners, who invested hundreds of thousands of cash in. Li Jiangguo did not disclose the specific terms. After all, the less people know about this, the better. But those people who know have a sense of disobedience no matter how they look at it. A rich second generation sits there and scratches his ears and reads the book and the solution from time to time. It is simply a role model. There is so much money in the family. Reading and studying hard. He immediately changed the impression of the dude that Tang Qing thought before and prepared to take it back to educate his children. The content was all thought out. Even Tang Qing, who is most qualified to eat and wait to die, worked so hard. What reason do you have for wasting your life and doing meaningless things under your own conditions? Zhang Jing smiled and looked at the boss beside her. The identities of the boss and the students changed repeatedly in her mind. She watched Tang Qing frowning and doing the question, and she also spoiled the appearance of the person who made the question from time to time. I have a completely different impression, and I just want to laugh when I look at it. Who asked this question? Stand up for me, and I promise not to kill him face to face. Tang Qing, who encountered the giant pit question, couldn't help but complain. Hearing this sentence that she had never heard before, Zhang Jing finally couldn't help but laughed out. Puff, ha! How can I kill you if you don't face it? With this laugh, Tang Qing's eyes were drawn towards him, and Zhang Jing was already smiling so that he was holding his belly and bent down. The neckline of the loose overalls suddenly appeared in front of Tang Qing, saying that if there is a ditch, there will be fire. Tang Qing also felt this way this time. He didn't expect Zhang Jing's figure to be quite predictable. The impact of reality is often more violent than the picture. Tang Qing can't help swallowing. Although only a little bit of white flowers can be seen, it has already made him respond to the blood and energy, and even makes people want to reach out and touch it. Tang Qing immediately realized that the little brother was restless and moved his eyes away. Zhang Jing, who was still laughing so hard, didn't notice anything abnormal. It's illegal to hit someone, so I just want to scold him face to face. Tang Qing turned sophistry immediately. Congratulations, Boss Li, business is booming. Brotherly, business is booming. Brother-in-law, business is booming. Brother Yang is here, please come in quickly. Li Jiangguo came out to welcome these friends after cooking a few good dishes. As for the remaining simple dishes, he let his apprentices cook. Because he was going to do business in the afternoon, Li Jiangguo just drank some beer. As for Tang Qing, apart from Yang Qingjun, who came to congratulate, and a few relatives of Li Jiangguo who thought they didn't know any of them, looking at Yang Qingjun's face, it should have been a good result of his son's affairs. As for the final judgment, Tang Qing didn't have any idea. Interested to ask, he didn't join Li Jiangguo to play the toast set. The student still looks like a student. That's it. Tang Qing comforted herself, making excuses for her laziness. Little Tang, thank you again for your help. I toast you a glass. Li Jiangguo said sincerely to Tang Qing when it was Tang Qing's turn that the table was filled with beer again. He also didn't expose Tang Qing as a shareholder. Since Tang Qing wanted to keep a low profile, how could he come to tear down the stage? I want to thank Uncle Li. After all, I have limited things. You are the main force. And everyone helps each other and gets what you need. In the future, I hope Li Jiangguo will support me more. Seeing Li Jiangguo toasting, Tang Qing hurriedly stand up and bow a little. He has always respected the elders he has approved. As for the elders who are leaning on them, it depends on the situation. Haha. Okay, help each other. Then I will do it, everyone. I hope you will get along and get rich together in the future. Li Jiangguo said with a laugh, and then killed the beer in the glass in one gulp. This table is basically his own family, of course. Knowing that Tang Qing is one of the bosses, so seeing Li Jiangguo's extra enthusiasm for Tang Qing did not feel any discomfort. Tang Qing also drank the beer in the glass. Zhang Jing was also bored in a sip and almost choked. Looking at Zhang Jing, whose face was flushed after drinking, Tang Qing was also a little surprised. After dinner at noon, the guests left one after another. The waiter started to get busy, various cleaning. Zhang Jing also joined the cleaning ranks. After all, there is no one to eat now. She can't follow the lazy little boss to watch at the bar. Let them eat sunflower seeds. In the afternoon, guests came one after another. After all, many people would miss the meal for various reasons. The first formal guests were a group of decoration workers who were decorating the Chuan Chuan store on the street next to it. Today it was the first day that the owner had a treat. The owner who received the flyer 2 days ago also wanted to ask for a good start, so he chose Baiwei Restaurant, which is not too far from here if you walk. After all, the two stores have different business contents and do not exist. Competitive relationship. Oh, it tastes good, spicy, and refreshing. The key is that the chili sauce is authentic. The boss ate a bite of spicy fish and immediately praised him. Although he is not from Sichuan province, he has not eaten anything before traveling north, but it is so authentic. The taste is rare. In the evening, the flyers issued a few days ago played a key role. It is human nature to take advantage of it. It has nothing to do with the noble or the class. You can get 50 off with the flyer. It's Saturday again. It's good to take this opportunity to come out to have a meal with my family. It's not a place to eat, otherwise the flyer will expire next Friday. The leaflet of the Hotel Tang Qing emphasized that it should be plugged in the door handle of every household in the community. The property management system that has just moved into the community is not so strict, otherwise it will cause trouble if you want to do this in the future. The residential area opposite is also a key propaganda area. After all, there are too many people there, and the potential consumption power is huge, as can be seen from the popular scene of Li Jiangguo opening a restaurant on the other side. At this time, the shop can no longer sit down. Fortunately, This kind of restaurant will prepare a lot of tables, so 6 tables are added outside the door. As for adding a few more tables, it will block the road. Pass. As for our protagonist, he also followed his busy schedule, did not serve the food, there was no way to hurt his hand, and one hand was not easy to handle. The waiter who just pours water or can't help clean up the table, sweep the floor, put on new cutlery, and so on. After all, he was still staying there as an uncle at this time, so it was obviously not enough. The guests were surprised to see Tang Qing put on a plaster to serve tea and pour water, but thought that this might be the boss's son. Fortunately, the internet is not as developed as later generations, otherwise the cliff will become a hot spot. The title Tang Qingdu can figure it out. Why do people with disabilities pour tea? Is it forced by life, or is there something hidden? Hands can be broken, tears can flow, work can't be lost. Exposing the black-hearted boss, there are pictures as evidence. With the picture, Tang Qing felt that if it were that way, he would just die. After spending a day in the shop, Tang Qing's initial freshness has faded, and the remaining 3 brothers, bored, and bored, accompanied him. If it weren't for the beauty of Zhang Jing next to him, his life in the shop would be boring and tasteless. As for the relative of Li Jiangguo, how should I say? I can only say that the appearance is generally acceptable. After all, we can't hurt others, and we don't talk much, so we are quite respectful to Tang Qing. In order not to make trouble for himself, Tang Qing decided to resolutely avoid the restaurant in the future, at most, come to have a meal or just walk around. But at noon and night, it is noisy, crowded, and boring. And it was such a happy decision. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the last wave of guests was finally sent away. The waiters began to clean up the shop. Zhang Jing was intensively calculating today's turnover. Every single purchase was invoiced and written on copy paper. 1 copy for the front desk and 1 for the kitchen, so that everyone has less suspicion. Zhang Jing is responsible for checking the front desk, and Li Jiangguo's relatives are responsible for checking the kitchen. They are not related to each other. Finally, it is enough to check the total amount. As for the drinks added by the guests later, they are recorded separately. After all, there are purchase records in the store, and no one dares to play so wildly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jing finally calculated today's turnover. Li Jiangguo also stood aside nervously and watched. Naturally, Li Jiangguo didn't need to do the kitchen cleaning. He and Tang Qing had already finished the last dish after cooking, sitting in the hall nibbling sunflower seeds, chatting, and watching TV. As for Li Kai, this guy is still staring at his homework by his own lousy, and from time to time he raises his head and looks at Tang Qing with bitterness, thinking that Tang Qing, who eats melon seeds, doesn't even need to write his homework. His heart is very unbalanced, and he keeps complaining about God's injustice. Boss, I figured it out. The total is 9,560 yuan. After the calculation, Zhang Jing and Zhao Ping on the side checked that they were correct and walked over excitedly with the statistical bill. She took the total amount of each order. All were listed on a piece of paper first, and then unified calculations were carried out. It was clear at a glance. As for the fractions, of course they were erased. Tang Qing didn't read Zhang Jing's paper. He believed Zhang Jing, and she did it twice. She didn't need to read it. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't respond, Li Jiangguo was too embarrassed to take it, but he was very excited and finally had a good start. At the same time, he also knows that most of this is due to the guy on the opposite side. He has good skills, but he can only play a little bit in the past. The starting point is too low, and it's too tiring to fight alone. If you start by yourself according to the previous plan, he is doing it both inside and outside the store. Now the starting point is high and the venue is large. In comparison, it is not much better than his original plan. This also gave him a deep understanding of how great it is to have a strong partner. A necessary thing. This also made him understand why those big bosses like to do business in partnership, and what can be done by one person, but to get a few people together is completely resource sharing and risk sharing. Of course, he also knows that this is only suitable for big companies. For a little business, it is better to open a small shop with a few people alone. This sales is quite satisfactory to Tang Qing. After subtracting the kitchen and other messy areas, a total of 30 tables in the living room is not too crowded. Since the entrance of the shop is fairly spacious, 6 tables were added later. There are 9 boxes upstairs, one of which is over 20 square meters, with a total of 45 tables. In the afternoon plus dinner, based on the average turnover rate of more than 2 times, plus the reduction of 50 for the owner of the event, the unit price is a little more than 100. As for the customers who ordered 60 or 70 dishes with their orders, they are, after all, a small number. This income is not low in this era, but today is Saturday, and there are a lot of people eating out. The real performance is the next week. Tang Qing is also looking forward to this. First of all, I look forward to the rate of return at the end of the month, because it does not involve the expansion of operations, so they adopt a monthly dividend model, leaving only a portion of the purchase funds in the account. As for the money, except for a small part of it that will be kept in the shop at night, it was agreed that Li Jianguo would take it home and put it in the evening. As for whether it was stored in Li Jianguo or he went to the bank, Li Jianguo decided by himself. Anyway, when he took the money, he signed it. Another point is that I look forward to Li Jianguo's saving enough money to repay the loan. In short, everything is on the right track. Then Uncle Li, I'll leave first, and I'll come back next weekend and send me a text message if I have something to do. I will reply as soon as possible. Tang Qing got up and prepared to go home. I just stayed until this time just to wait for the turnover. Although I can go home and wait for the call, I still look forward to the first turnover. I called my uncle as early as 7 o'clock and said that I would go back later. Unexpectedly, his uncle called several times to urge him to go back so late. After all, he had never been back so late, which made his uncle very worried. Okay, I'll send it to you. Li Jianguo got up and prepared to send it off as soon as he heard it. Tang Qing did not refuse. Li Jianguo would not be relieved if he didn't send his patient number to the car at this late hour. Sister Jing, Sister Zhao, work hard. I will give you rewards when the salary is paid at the end of the month. Tang Qing stood up and said to Zhang Jing with a smile, the encouragement that should be given is still necessary, otherwise how to reflect the value of a boss. As for Sister Zhao in his mouth, of course it is the relative of Li Jianguo. This is what you said. If I'm not satisfied, I'll. Zhang Jing didn't say anything. Haha. Okay, leave me alone. Goodbye, Li Kai. Do your homework. Tang Qing laughed and waved his hand. By the way, he gave Li Kai a knife to the side and didn't wait for Li Kai to answer, and then turned and went out, leaving Li Kai with a faintly resentful face in a mess. Soon after, Li Jianguo put Tang Qing in a taxi and sat in the taxi. Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a lot. This is his first career. As for lending, his life seemed to be on the right track. You can make up for the regrets of the past life. You can fulfill the unfinished dreams of the past life, and you can protect your loved ones. When he arrived downstairs at his uncle's house, he looked at the lights still on at his uncle's house and the faintly visible figure by the window in the living room. He knew that it was his uncle. The uncle who had been busy for the day would not come back unless he had a task, otherwise he would go to bed early. Tang Qing can't help feeling that it's nice to have a relative, and it's better to have a relative who loves you. Tang, you are finally back. Your uncle didn't sleep until you came back. The door opened before the key was taken out. Aunt opened the door from the inside and said with a smile. She was also very worried about her nephew coming back so late, so she waited for Tang Qing with her husband. Well, Aunt, it's a special situation today. My classmate's shop opened, and the business was so good. I went to help and watch the money collection. This shouldn't be the case in the future. Tang Qing explained the reasons just explained on the phone. Once again, I don't feel bored. For the care of loved ones, never get bored. This is what he will insist on in his life. That's good. Let's wash and go to bed. Your sister and the others just slept for a short time. We are also ready to go to bed. Seeing Tang Qing came back, my aunt was ready to go to bed. Uncle, I worry you. Tang Qing said apologetically to his uncle, who was smoking on the sofa. Well, it's okay to come back. As for helping, I don't object to it. I'll help at noon next time, and forget it at night. After all, it's so late. Uncle took a cigarette and said to Tang Qing, Okay, Uncle, I also read a book for a day today. I will go to wash and sleep first. Tang Qing nodded in agreement. Well, let's go. Qin Yugong took one last puff and put out the cigarette in the ashtray and said, After washing, Tang Qing turned off the light and lay on the bed looking at the Tianhua board. Luminous light spilled into the room, and the sound of insects heard from time to time. Tang Qing felt peaceful, and everything was heading for the better. After a while, Tang Qing fell asleep deeply. In the next week, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief by the popularity of the restaurant. He was afraid that there would be some changes when changing the location. Now everything seems to be the same. The bigger and more luxurious hotels and the exquisite craftsmanship of Li Jianguo made the hotel's business abnormal. Fortunately, downstairs, after a few days of accumulation of customers, the boxes upstairs already need to be booked 1 day in advance to get a place. Later, the addition of a minimum spending limit did not stop the enthusiasm. Li Jianguo is suffering and happy. Compared to the small restaurants in the past, this place is undoubtedly a lot busier. After all, the largest restaurant opened before was only 100 square meters. Now it has directly increased several times. Fortunately, he is generally complicated. He cooks the dishes. Simple dishes are all given to the apprentices, so relatively speaking, they are only a little bit more tired than before, but the craftsmanship is improved. The more focused, the more professional. A week later, on the 24th, when Tang Qing went to the store again, due to the end of the discount period and the surge in customer volume, the previous day's sales were over 33,000 yuan, which scared Tang. The green one, but the calculation is not unacceptable. There are 33 and 45 tables, and each table generates an average of 730 yuan in sales. According to the average turnover of 2 at noon and twice at night. Even the guests who missed meals during the period are also included, and the unit price is only about 180. Of course, this is the average price of all. After all, the one on the first floor is a good one, and only the second floor boxes are the focus of profit. After all, the boxes are all 400, 500, or even thousands of consumption. This is still to exclude the sales of drinks. After all, if you count the drinks, the meal on the second floor is at least hundreds or even thousands, and the profit of the drinks is not high. Especially the more well-known wines have lower terminal sales profits. Therefore, sales are not included. After all, there is no such thing as a double profit. As for how much he can earn this month, Tang Qing is looking forward to it, but he can only find out until next fun day, which is the 31st, when Zhang Jing will be asked to leave work and pay his salary on that day, by the way. Calculating the total income, Tang Qing did not take half a month's salary in the first month. There should be a good start. It's not easy for everyone to make money. The restaurant is thriving. He is not worried that someone will switch jobs. Only half a month's wages will be suppressed from next month. After all, you have to guard against holding wages. People will not come the next day, or someone will engage in troubles, collective strikes, or threats to raise wages. Then Tang Qing and the others should be dumbfounded. This kind of wage pressure system would certainly hate it from the employee's point of view, but as a boss, he has to guard against it. He has also heard a lot in his previous life. The next day with the money, people can't find it, and even steal the company. There are so many strange stories about things that just ran away, making the bosses tickle, so I told them in advance that they couldn't do it, and they had to be caught off guard by a sudden attack. Of course, except for those bosses who are earning ill-considered money and reluctantly relying on their debts, such bosses should be cleaned up. There are also collective strikes that force the palace to raise wages. Those people don't want to think about it. It's not easy for the boss to pick up the money. There are always many people who think they should give themselves more if they don't have a boss. Especially the former foreign trade company Tang Qing feels the deepest. Those relatives always think that the boss is easy to make money and try to take advantage of the company. Anyway, they think that the boss is rich and should give more to themselves. How do they know how their boss pretends to be grandchildren outside, beg grandpa to tell grandma, laughing and playing together, doing everything possible to please people? Almost dignity is smashed to the ground. Tang Qing followed to socialize a few times. Zenzhenner saw how difficult it is for the bosses of these small and medium-sized enterprises, how insecure, and how misunderstood by the society, especially when he came into contact with small loans. For more of this kind of people, as a bystander, Tang Qing sometimes feels bitter in his heart, and what he has to pay is far beyond the imagination of others. Yes, many of those bosses are treacherous, but most of them are honest, diligent and conscientious, especially the bosses of small, medium, and micro enterprises, who basically can't get loans from banks, and banks only like to lend to large-scale enterprises. State-owned enterprises, even if the other party has been losing money for years, have to borrow, resulting in the need to borrow money. The unneeded strain is blocked, and finally, it is easy to do it. You don't need to start talking about it. Of course, many of them are political tasks. Tang Qing can understand. But for small, medium, and micro enterprises like stepmothers, banks don't pay attention at all. Basically, more than 90% of corporate banks don't give loans at all. I don't know how many potential companies have been stifled in this way, died on the hurdle of depletion of funds. There is a saying in later generations that if it weren't for private borrowing to lose blood, most of the country's small and medium-sized enterprises would have died. This is definitely not an exaggeration. It also reflects the prevalence of domestic private lending. Tang Qing later heard that in coastal areas, basically, more than 90% of enterprises have used private loans. If it were not for the mutual assistance of various enterprises and individuals, enterprises in coastal areas could die. Of course, Tang Qing can also understand the bank's approach. After all, the procedures for a loan of 100 million and a loan of 1 million are basically the same. To find a large customer to borrow 100 million and 100 small customers to borrow a total of 100 million. How to choose this multiple choice question in addition, the latter's risk control costs in the later stage are really outrageous, and it can be imagined that the bank will not do it with the ass. It's okay to do it. The scale of bank loan review personnel has increased dozens of times. How can this requirement be passed in the streamlined organization of personnel today, unless the bigwigs are crazy, and Tang Qing has nothing to do with this situation? The guys have so many experts to help out their ideas, but they haven't found a way to fundamentally solve this problem. In Tang Qing's opinion, the only method the bigwigs took was to open up private financial services. Later generations saw various loan companies, and even major internet companies were participating in the race to seize the market, and then they knew the central government's final decision. That is, the major banks basically maintain their positions and continue to serve the important economic entities of the country. Small and medium-sized enterprises are handed over to private finance, local banks and credit cooperatives to solve the problem, and Tang Qing's previous microfinance company is one of them. One of the members, otherwise, thinking about the dozens of times of personnel requests, everyone will have a headache. As for the ways that major banks can improve loan efficiency by simplifying the process, although it sounds good, to be honest, Tang Qing feels that he is not optimistic. Once everything, especially money-related matters, are released, they will first enjoy the benefits. It is by no means ordinary people, but a privileged class. Once this kind of opening is opened in China, flies, mosquitoes, tigers, and elephants come in together, walk the same front door as you, jump in the queue or replace to seize your place. Within the scope of the rules, you still can't do it. He kicked out. The country has spent so many years deepening and emphasizing certain aspects of the process in order to reduce the influence of rights or increase the cost, and try to avoid the abuse of rights to cause too many social conflicts. And all the laboriously established processes are all at once. If you chop it off, the fun will be great. The one who gets the cake is by no means the happiest person. He can only make wedding dresses for others. This is not an uncommon phenomenon in China. Forget it. I don't want to, and it's useless to think about it. Anyway, the country will find a way to solve it. The rise of various financial platforms in later generations has made the use of social funds more and more convenient and flexible, which has greatly resolved the contradiction between supply and demand of some funds. It is not necessary for him to worry about developing in a better and better direction. It is estimated that the country has such plans now. As for now, it has nothing to do with me. Even if the banking system will send his own bank in the future, he will definitely participate in the loan for small, medium, and micro enterprises. As for now, it is still too early. October 31st. Fun day. Today is the day to check the results of the hotel for half a month, and it is also the time for dividends. Tang Qing is so excited that he is looking forward to coming soon. The first dividend for his first business is a little excited. Tang Qing didn't go to the restaurant early this day, but went there after dinner at home. After all, if he went there, he would have to help or watch it. No matter what, it would be boring. I went to Lin Jiaxue's house early in the morning to do homework for a day before returning. Nothing happened to kiss her lips. He also knew that Lin Jiaxue had a thin face and couldn't stand the teasing. When he was angry, he would have to coax. How to put it? When you have a person in your heart, it's hard for you to feel blasphemous. Tang Qing doesn't know what other people think, but he does think so. The ambiguity is to deepen the relationship. But this obviously does not apply to Tang Qing. The two have already recognized each other. In addition, precocious girls are not naive or ignorant. The relationship between the two has always been like this, a little respectful and like a guest. Tang Qing also likes this feeling very much. Tang Qing beside Lin Jiaxue, who is gentle and pure as water, feels at ease and fulfilling. Evil thoughts sometimes appear, but they don't do it. In his opinion, the relationship between the two is difficult for those who are thinking on the lower body to understand. Last week, his plaster was removed, which also meant that he had bid farewell to the privilege of not doing homework. In addition, the teacher assigned a lot of homework this week. Tang Qing, who did not copy his homework, could only do it himself. Through this period of study, Tang Qing's previous life level at this time has basically been picked up. Needless to say, English, next time you will definitely be blinding their eyes, as well as creatures. This is the simplest thing. They are all rote things. The biology of the previous life is very good. Basically, it is close to full marks every time. After rebirth, it will be added. Memory is easy to learn, and chemistry is also very easy to learn by rote. The more rare thing is Chinese, mathematics, and physics. Chinese memorizes the most things. The amount of appreciation of various ancient poems and texts is not small. I haven't finished memorizing it until now. The composition is good to say. The two generations have written a lot of copywriting and planning. If you can't write an argumentative essay, it's better to be killed. The rest is mathematics and physics. These two more difficult subjects will be basically no problem until the next exam. At least he can't wear it. In general, he has now recovered more than 90% of his previous life's abilities. Next week, we will work on a special task. The difficulty of the last test paper and the scores of the students. Tang Qing estimated that he had properly entered the top 3 in the class this time. If he performed supernormally, it would be even higher. In order not to do this nasty homework next semester, next month he will have to study crazy and prepare for the monthly exam in December. His goal is to be the top spot in the school, and he can be confident then. Don't do homework. After all, it is a waste of time for myself to repeat all kinds of things I know. As for the confidence, of course, the system is about to be upgraded. The level of development of his brain based on the source energy value of the reward after the system upgrade, the soaring memory and comprehension ability, is the first in the grade. In fact, it is also difficult. I can only say that it is doing my best. Before dinner, Tang Qing said embarrassedly to his uncle that he would be back late. There was something to do with the classmates. As for what happened, Tang Qing didn't say anything, and his uncle didn't say anything. He thought that the child is also older and doesn't need to be like a child. The same strictness, coupled with Tang Qing's hard work during this period of time, Qin Yugong didn't believe that he could do bad things, so he didn't say anything, just told to be careful on the road, come back early, and go to school tomorrow. Tang Qing could only silently say sorry for the deception he had made to his uncle. Originally, it was fine for Tang Qing to go or not tonight. At the end of the calculation, he only needed to call and inform. Tomorrow, he could get the dividend or let Li Kai take to the school. It was just that his first income made me feel excited. I want to get involved. After eating, Tang Qing hurried to the restaurant. At this time, because it was the weekend, the business was of course very good. There were no seats available. The waiters were busy with each other. Seeing Tang Qing, they all said hello respectfully, and Tang Qing also said hello. If you can't put on airs, you will always encourage you. After all, you have been a leader. There is nothing to be mean if you don't need money. Tang Qing, who came to the hotel, walked straight to the checkout counter. At this time, Zhang Jing was bowing her head and wondering what was going on, while Sister Zhao was not here and she didn't know what she was doing. Seeing Zhang Jing busy, Tang Qing did not bother her, but went straight to the freezer and took a bottle of mineral springs to quench her thirst. Perhaps it was the sound of the freezer closing that made Zhang Jing immediately turn her head over, but think about it, after all. This is regarded as a hotel property, and it is not something that anyone can take, and there is no greeting. Boss, here you are, your hands are finally healed. Zhang Jing looked up and saw that Tang Qing's eyes lit up and said in surprise. The plaster of Tang Qing has not been seen for a week, but today Tang Qing is still wearing school uniform. There was something strange in his heart. The two identities of the boss and the student kept revolving in his mind, not knowing why he kept thinking of Tang Qing during this period of time. Did you like Tang Qing? She didn't dare to think about it every time she thought of this. There is not only a difference in age between himself and Tang Qing, but also a difference in status. In any case, the other's family cannot agree to it. In addition, listening to Li Kai said that Tang Qing still has a childhood sweetheart. The relationship between the two is so deep that outsiders can't imagine it, and it is even more impossible for him. Well, you're busy with you. Please decorate me with melon seeds to eat. Seeing Zhang Jing's surprise, Tang Qing couldn't help feeling a little proud. We are not the boss, a standard villain. Good. The melon seeds are delivered before the dishes are served in the upper box, but not in the lower hall. As a representative of the little boss, I will naturally enjoy some privileges. There are some spiritual stones such as melon seeds and peanuts in the cashier. Even two people can drink for free, but not too much. The total price per day is not more than 20, and the total amount in 1 month is not more than 600 yuan. From time to time, when Li Jianguo was buying vegetables, he would also wholesale some fruits for everyone. Zhang Jing felt that the treatment here was simply a mess, all thanks to the little boss in front of him. So Tang Qing's eyes were especially soft. In this way, Tang Qing moved one among the spare benches next to the front desk, licking sunflower seeds leisurely. He did not sit in the seats of Zhang Jing and Zhao's sister, so as not to affect their work. After a while, Sister Zhao, who went to the bathroom, also came back. Tang Qing looked at the customers in the lobby and outside the door, toasting, punching, noisy bear kids running around. That's all money. By the way, do you have anything to do these days? Except for financial matters. Tang Qing asked casually. Normally Zhang Jing rarely called him unless the weekly report said more, but only limited to the approximate sales and some chores in the store. I haven't made a phone call at other times, so I have to ask. One thing is that when there were no guests in the afternoon the day before yesterday, 3 men came to ask for protection money. If they didn't threaten to pay, they would stand at the door and make trouble. They looked quite fierce, thinking that they were ruining money and eliminating disasters, so Boss Li gave it to him. For 3,000 yuan. They also said that he would come to collect it every month. Boss Li said that you came to tell you this time, but I didn't tell you. Zhang Jing said nervously. She was very afraid that Tang Qing would think she was incompetent and wouldn't tell him about such a big thing. Would she suspect that she was wrong? Zhang Jing couldn't help but beat the drums in her heart. Hunzi? Protection fee. Tang Qing immediately stood up and said in a deep voice. This situation in his own restaurant was simply beyond his expectation. He had not encountered such a thing in his previous life. After all, the government cracked down on this kind of behavior that disrupts economic order. The later generations generally did not encounter this kind of behavior under the strong suppression of the government. There may be a large-scale collection of protection fees. Coupled with the rapid development of the country's economy, there are so many profitable businesses. There is no need to do this kind of anger and grievance that can easily arouse public outrage and ultimately be regarded as a political achievement suppressed. As for occasionally reading the news that someone was arrested for collecting protection fees, Tang Qing could only give them one word: silly. All the bigwigs were transforming and laundering, and many of them monopolized the business of a certain local industry. It is safe and safe. Relax. The gangs or factions in the novel simply cannot exist in China. At most there are gangs that involve criminals. Others give up something that they don't want to touch, and you pick it up. Isn't this giving heads to officials who want to be promoted? How could it end well? But now in 2004, I don't dare to guarantee that there is no such organization, and I don't know whether it is a local or a stray road. Have you handed over to other shops? Tang Qing asked again. He must know the gang's sphere of influence in order to think of countermeasures. It seems that I haven't heard of it. Uncle Li has asked a few of them, and there are none. Zhang Jing answered honestly. Hearing this, Tang Qing immediately understood that this was a scumbag. He committed crimes and threatened the hotel to pay the money. Think about it. If it were harvested in large quantities, it would have been suppressed by the police and turned into scum. How can it be so arrogant? Thinking of this, Tang Qing didn't say anything. After discussing with Li Jianguo didn't tell him that Tang Qing didn't blame him. After all, it's a businessman. It's better to do more than less. even if he knows that his uncle is the police officer and the deputy chief. But it is also in the south of the city, not in the same jurisdiction. If you ask the police here to deal with it, you have to let your uncle come forward. Li Jiangguo probably doesn't want to bother his uncle, or he doesn't dare to threaten those uncles under the banner of his uncle without his consent. Bastard. Even if it's a threat, it's not necessarily whether the other party is afraid or not. Do you have to be afraid of the police? Even the deputy director of another jurisdiction? Li Jiangguo, who has many years of social experience and has seen many weird things, would not casually draw such a brain-dead conclusion. Tang Qing's first reaction just now actually thought about solving this problem through his uncle, but there is a problem. The land here is not under the control of his uncle. Even the director here and his uncle are still a bit grudges. The cause is the director of the police station here. My brother-in-law was arrested when I was looking for a young lady. In the end, he insulted and threatened the policeman on the spot. Uncle quit on the spot. This was fine. As soon as his temper came up, he slapped it on the face. Later, he didn't give the director any face at all, so he detained half of it. The inexplicable Liang Zijia is not big or small, but there is absolutely no harmony. The whole thing is quite complicated even if it is operated by Uncle. He doesn't know how many things will be caused later, so he doesn't want to trouble Uncle. It's just that Li Jiangguo swallowed this breath. How could he swallow it? Once, twice, 3 times. My money is not so easy to take. Tang Qing clenched his fist and secretly said. Immediately, Tang Qing also comforted Zhang Jing and asked her not to think too much, and praised her for doing the right thing. After all, it was not a big deal, it was not a harm to her core interests, and she did not blame her. Any other things? Tang Qing asked again. One more thing is that some days ago, the people from the city management, firefighting, and sanitation came, and Uncle Li also charged a total of 6,000 yuan. Zhang Jing said truthfully. Hearing that Tang Qing did not blame her, she was relieved. Tang Qing couldn't do anything about it. After all, they were all law enforcement agencies, and even ordinary people could not teach others. Moreover, he was the first to make a mistake. As soon as he set a table at the door, he would definitely occupy the way. Secondly, the customers were not of high quality. It's normal to litter things. In the catering industry, if you want to perfectly meet the hygiene requirements, one word is difficult. The other party always has a reason to pick out the fault. You have nothing to say. Even if there is no one now, it is a potential problem. Who wants the other party to have the right to explain? It seems that in the future, I have to pay more attention to my allies in the officialdom. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to have my own business grow without an umbrella or something in the future. As for the sesame-sized official of his uncle, he really couldn't protect himself. Take this as one of the urgent tasks at the moment. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible to operate, Tang Qing secretly decided. Of course, this time the calculations were not done in the lobby. They were all concentrated in the big box on the second floor. There were 5 people in the box at this time: Zhang Jing, Sister Zhao, Li Kai, Tang Qing, and Li Jiangguo. The staff also cleaned up. I didn't leave. I was sitting in the lobby watching TV, waiting for the half-month's salary and bonus. Besides, it was either the dormitory or the house very close, so I was not in a hurry to go back. The 3 elders were blowing on the air conditioner, watching the TV, eating melon seeds, eating fruit, and drinking tea. Zhang Jing and Sister Zhao were busy calculating their accounts. They sorted all the expenses of the day and counted them every day. The daily ledger, after all, involves checking the cash at the cash register. At the end of the month, you only need to add or subtract dozens of numbers to calculate the true amount, which is very convenient. After a while, the 2 finally completed the check. Boss, in the past half-month, excluding drinks, our total sales are 412,000 yuan. After deducting employee salaries and material costs, the profit after accounts payable is 88,500 yuan. Zhang Jing tremblingly announced this. The amount earned in the past half-month is equivalent to her salary in a few years, but considering such a big hotel and so many people, the amount of money earned is not too exaggerated, and it will even be more next month. Tang Qing was very satisfied when he heard the sales. There were still problems with the opening remuneration being reduced by 50 in the initial stage. After getting on the right track, the monthly profit was at least more than 100,000, or even more than 200,000. According to the proportions, it didn't take long for him. It's back to the original cost, so don't be too high. Li Jiangguo was also very excited. He finally had money. According to the proportion, he would receive about 60,000, which is about the same as his previous restaurant's annual income. He was so happy that he looked at Tang Qing next to him with gratitude. Tang Qing, he can only go to the opposite side to buy the house, and I don't know what will happen in the end. Unlike now, he earns tangibly and can pay back in less than a year, not to mention how happy he is. Uncle Li, I suggest that you don't have to divide the money first and arrange good things in the store. For example, there are a few vertical air conditioners in the lobby, and each box is equipped with an air conditioner. Each employee will give a bonus. Buy a washing machine in a dormitory and equip the store with a car by the way. You can buy a van or a pickup truck. You can drive it, Uncle Li, so it's much easier to buy things. What does Uncle Li feel like? Money is also stay in the store first. Uncle Li wants to withdraw part of it. We will pay dividends at the end of next month. Tang Qing said slowly after the excitement passed. Before, Tang Qing wanted to divide the money, but he just turned around in the store and came up with a new idea. Before that, he didn't have much money to consider because it saves money. Only this largest box has air conditioning. The boxes are all large vertical fans. It is not aesthetically high grade, so I want to have a big dress up. After all, I don't have much money to spend. When I reach the second level, I have to reward 200,000 yuan. There is no shortage of tens of thousands of dollars. It will be cold in winter, and it is not like the north. There is heating, and everyone is much more comfortable with the air conditioner. As for the car, of course, it is considering the purchase. Before, Uncle Li rode 3 wheels to buy vegetables. The wind and rain are not like a boss at all. Considering the many places where cars are used in the future, buying a car is more convenient than it is. Half a bit. I agree with this. It's time to change the shotgun. Li Jiangguo also agreed. With money, his mentality has also changed. He will be rich in the future. What does riding a small 3-wheeler look like? It's only for delivery, but it's not about face. Then Uncle Li has anything else to buy? Tang Qing asked again. No, I just want to talk to you about something. A few came to ask for protection money a few days ago. I didn't want to cause trouble and gave it to me. People from urban management, sanitation, and firefighting came to check on me. I've taken care of it. I saw that you were too busy before and didn't want to disturb you. Li Jiangguo finally said this, and did not shy away from his son Li Kai, thinking that his son has grown up, and he should also understand the dark side of society, and the frustration of wanting to make some money. Although Tang Qing knew about it, he did not interrupt Li Jiangguo. After all, Li Jiangguo asked Zhang Jing not to talk about this. There was nothing wrong with Zhang Jing doing this without involving the embezzlement of his own assets. He did not blame her, so he did not answer the conversation. If I followed the conversation and said, I knew that it was not that Zhang Jing was sold directly. Of course he would not understand this kind of thing. Well, Uncle Li did the right thing. This situation can only be done like that. Let's be honest with you. The director of the police station here is having a feast with my uncle. It is a bit difficult to solve it through him, but I will think, by the way, a few gangsters can't make a big wave. Next time they come, you will find a way to take a photo. Let me see. I will find someone to check them to find out the details. Tang Qing said disdainfully, not looking down on it. Hustle. Everyone has his own way of living, but his uncle in the previous life was still the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Influenced by a righteous uncle, he had no fear of such low-level hustle. Seeing Tang Qing's confidence, Li Jiangguo also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qing looks young, but has an old manner. He believes that Tang Qing can solve it. After all, his uncle is also a policeman. Although there is a contradiction with the director here, as long as you call the police, you can't leave it alone. Moreover, it seems that Tang Qing's tone is not too difficult to deal with. There is a way, and he doesn't need to worry about the rest. Tang Qing originally wanted to give them more for the crime of extortion. Many people in later generations did this. How many greedy people were played in this way by the rich, and the fate can be imagined. Always remember, money is not so easy to take, it is hot. But think about it, and forget it. After all, this amount is not huge. They don't dare to take it if it is too much. It will not be long. In the end, it may be fine for themselves, but the restaurant and Li Jiangguo are in danger. The way to solve the future troubles is to take it for granted that the risk of going shirtless is too high and there are many future troubles. In Tang Qing's opinion, one of the ways to avoid future troubles is to dare not, and not to be afraid, but to be afraid, and not to let the other party disappear forever. The latter is not available at present, and the former is the only one. Well, Uncle Li, is there any way to repay the loan when it expires? Tang Qing said embarrassingly to Li Jianguo. After all, asking for money to remind the account is indeed difficult to tell all over the world, especially among acquaintances, but I have to say, I can't just drag it because I'm embarrassed. He doesn't know how to save face and suffer. He is waiting for Li Jianguo to repay the money to gain experience. This is okay. I will just ask my friends to borrow it. I wasn't sure about anything before. Friends didn't dare to borrow it. But now that there is such a big restaurant and the business is so good, borrowing 200,000 yuan is still no problem. Yes. Li Jianguo glanced at Tang Qing and said with a smile. Even if Tang Qing doesn't say that Li Jianguo is also going to talk to Tang Qing about this tonight. After all, the contract is about to expire, and he has passed the difficult time. Although he has no money in his pocket, he has a chicken that lays a golden egg in his hand. There is a restaurant here. At this time, it's easier to ask whoever borrows money. There are definitely many people who are willing to do things that are icing on the cake. They may even be willing to pay him well. If the borrowing time is not long, the interest may not be paid. Yes, of course Li Jianguo can't be shameless and really doesn't give others interest. Tang Qing asked him so bluntly about paying back the money. Li Jianguo didn't feel any discomfort. He learned a little bit about the treacherous businessman for so many years, but he also learned a little bit about the contract spirit of the businessman. Once there is a contract, he must execute it. Otherwise, who will pay for it in the future? Dare to cooperate with yourself? Who is willing to cooperate with himself? After a few moments, the reputation is stinking, and the gain is not worth the loss. And a big man, one spit and one nail. Even if it is difficult to do, he must do it. This is Li Jianguo's life creed. For Li Jianguo, who is also a bit ambitious and wants to do big things, he is not allowed to be such a person. Especially Tang Qing said that there are other uses, which means that the 200,000 may also be lent to him urgently, or even misappropriated to himself. The brain is filled here. Li Jianguo can't help but feel a little moved. That's good, mainly because I'm really in a hurry. Otherwise, I won't be anxious to ask. I hope Uncle Li will be offended. Tang Qing apologized. Seeing Li Jianguo said that there was no problem, Tang Qing was also relieved. No trouble. If he says that Li Jianguo can't pay, he will ask Li Jianguo to borrow some points or return the jade pendant to himself first. After a few days he upgrades, and then lends him the money from the system rewards to balance the account or redeem it. Hui Yu pay. Now that Li Jianguo has a countermeasure, he is happy to relax. Haha, it's okay. I'm Li Jianguo. I am not a person who is not trustworthy. Since I signed the contract, I will not breach the contract, and I have never thought about overdue. I have already been thinking about how to repay the money. My friends have already contacted me. I can collect the money tomorrow. Li Jianguo waved his hand and said with a smile. Seeing Tang Qing once again emphasize the need for urgent use, Li Jianguo was even more determined that Tang Qing misappropriated the money to himself. Otherwise, after he was sure that he could pay it back. If Tang Qing was just worried that he would not be up and dunning the money, he would be polite to allow some allowance. But Tang Qing did not. Obviously, it was really urgent. After talking about Li Jianguo, he couldn't help being smug about his IQ experience. If Tang Qing knew what he thought, he would have been dumbfounded. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your understanding. I can't help it. I will pick it up at noon the day after tomorrow. Tang Qing told a little lie. In order to upgrade quickly, he had to ask Li Jianguo to pay back the money quickly. As for Zhang Dongqing, he also called in the taxi that came here at noon today. Zhang Dongqing also said that there is no problem at all, and you can return it to him in person the day after tomorrow. Zhang Dongqing originally planned to invite him to dinner at the Sichuan Chongqing restaurant before, but the so-called fertile water does not flow to outsiders' fields. Tang Qing asked him to come here, and he would pay the 2 pins together at that time. Of course, the whole process did not shy away from Zhang Jing and the others. As financial and previous participants, they of course knew the contract agreement between the two, and even Li Kai was still planning to kill Tang Qing, a local tyrant, in a few days. What is good to eat? Li Kai was caught in a difficult choice disorder. Okay, then Uncle Li, I will leave soon, and the salary and bonus will be paid according to the previous plan. My uncle is probably waiting for me to sleep again. Next time those will come. Forgot to take pictures. Tang Qing got up and prepared to leave. It was late, and his uncle would call again if he didn't go back. At the same time, he couldn't help but exhort Li Jiangguo. After all, this kind of direct threat should be resolved first. Okay, I understand. You go back first, and I will hand you the money at noon the day after tomorrow. Li Jiangguo also got up and said, well, no problem. By the way, Uncle Li, I will invite a friend to dinner at noon the day after tomorrow. You leave me a box. You don't need the largest box, just the normal one. Tang Qing said again. The largest box is still relatively tight. The lowest consumption is also high, so I don't have to waste it with just 3 people, and I can't afford it with my own money. Okay, no problem. Just set it at Qing Feng. Zhang Jing. You remember to save the Qing Feng box at noon the day after tomorrow. Li Jian turned his head and said to Zhang Jing. The name of the hotel box did not include halls, pavilions, and the like. They were all 2 words: breeze, small bridge, running water, floating clouds, rising sun, and bright moon. These were all taken by Tang Qing. As for the biggest box, Tang Qing got the name Songhai. The vicissitudes of life, things are not human beings. Although is not very suitable for the scene, but this word seems to have a special magical power, which makes him like it very much. This also made him think that he must build the world's largest hotel in the future. The sailboat in Dubai is not more luxurious than it, so I am bigger than it. He really wants to build a large area. 1,000 acres of super luxury 5-star hotels. I will build a large manor in the future. For those hundreds of square meters of buildings and thousands of square meters of villas, Laozi directly replaced the units with mu. Thinking of this, Tang Qing can't help but sigh that this may be the Chinese people's treatment of the land for thousands of years. Obsession. Although the goal is a bit far away, it is not impossible to complete with the system. If only rebirth. I guess now I have a headache where the first pot of gold comes from. Okay, no problem. Zhang Jing quickly agreed. After talking, Tang Qing left the hotel and took a taxi home with a few people. Li Jiangguo probably has to be busy with the rest for a while. After returning home, his uncle still didn't sleep. He was sitting on the sofa watching the replay of the news broadcast. Aunt was already asleep. After all, she had to go to work tomorrow. As for Uncle, the biological clock for so many years caused him to sleep many nights. It was very early, and I was still very energetic for a day. After all, I was only in my 30s, and I was still young and powerful. Seeing that Tang Qing came back safely, Qin Yugong also let go of her heart. His elder sister hosted the only child with her, and in any case, she could not put him in danger. Tang Qing changed a lot during this period, as if she had grown up suddenly. She knows how to cook again, and she will take the initiative to clean the room and wash clothes. His speaking and working methods are much more mature than before, but Qin Yugong didn't think much about it. After all, it was a good thing that his nephew had grown up and matured. The next day, class is going to be on Monday again. Tang Qing got up early in the morning to see if there is any change in the system. He found that the assessment day is not a big deal. It's just that the system interface has changed a bit. All the words that originally looked like blue and white changed. Become crimson. The whole looks very urgent. Other than that, nothing has changed. After all, the system tasks will only be refreshed after the 12 o'clock assessment tonight. Then Tang Qing read his message again. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 1. Experience, 30 out of 100. Loan amount this month, 50/500, 000. Personal quota this month, 30/100, 000. Withdrawable assets, 0 million. Spirit, 51 plus 15. Physique, 49 plus 15. Genius value, 15. There is no change in the information. As for the assets that can be withdrawn, the system is very proud, and the rounding ability is super strong. If there is no full 10,000, all are rounded down. 19,900 yuan will directly display 10,000, as if it displays thousands. Counting is a shameful thing, but Tang Qing can also understand that when he reaches his 9th level, His monthly external loans are in units of 100 million yuan, and thousands of digits are really negligible. But it is not impossible to check. You can ask. The system will give specific information. Tang Qing is very spit on this setting. Because of this setting, Tang Qing's personal account is directly displayed as 0. Tang Qing looks very speechless. This number is obviously a naked mockery of his poverty, but you can't get angry with a dead thing. At about 12 o'clock in the evening, Tang Qing lay on the bed and refreshed his personal information over and over again. After all, the system does not provide the timekeeping function, and his own alarm clock is not standard time. It may even be a few minutes away. In this way, Tang Qing kept meditating on checking personal information, and suddenly the sound of the system frightened him, and he quickly sat up. He didn't expect the system to prompt him. October assessment result passed. Then there is no more text. This is too random. Don't you make a list to evaluate your situation this month? After seeing this system operated entirely in the dark, Tang Qing didn't know what to say, and it seemed that there was no qualified reward. Tang Qing then read the system information silently again. In an instant, his personal information was updated to host name, Tang Qing. Level 1. Experience, 45 out of 100. Loan amount this month, 0/500,000. Personal quota this month, 20/100,000. Overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 0 million. Spirit, 51 plus 20. Physique, 49 plus 20. Genius value, 20. Tang Qing took a closer look and compared the previous information. He discovered that he had actually completed the task of owning 100,000 yuan in his own assets, adding 5 points of source value and 10 points of experience. But think about it. The money he invested is considered a system. Yes, it cannot be counted as own assets, but the hotel will increase in value, and the value-added part is counted as own assets. In addition, due to the overdraft last month, the personal loan limit for this month has been completed, and 5 more points of experience have been added. Now I have 45 points of experience. Tomorrow, when the two of you pay the money and add 50 points of experience, you will have 95 points. As long as you get another 5 points, you can upgrade. Tang Qing is looking forward to the rewards after the upgrade. Then Tang Qing called up the task interface. 1. Complete the loan task recommended by the system this month. For details, please check the task introduction. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 0/1. 2. Complete 1 non-system recommended customer loan business this month. The amount is not less than 100,000. Reward content. Experience plus 5. Completion degree 0/1. 3. Complete all foreign loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 0/50. 4. Complete all personal loan quotas this month. Reward content. Experience value plus 5. Completion degree 10/10. Completed. 5. Achievement task 1. The total amount of external loans of the system reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 50/1 million. 6. Achievement task 2. The system's total external loan principal recovery reaches 1 million. Reward content. Source value plus 5. Experience value plus 10. Completion degree 0/1 million. 7. Achievement task 3. The total amount of personal loans in the system has reached 500,000. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Completion degree 30/500,000. 8. Achievement task 4. The host's own assets reach 500,000. Personal loans and rewards of the system are not included. Reward content. Source power value plus 5. Experience value plus 20. Most of the tasks have not changed, but the personal loan display for the month has been completed and turned gray. Achievement tasks 3 and 4 have been completed and the task goal has been refreshed, which is a full 500,000 yuan, but he believes that it will not take long to complete, even personal loans. The total 500,000 achievement task can be completed now, just need to overdraft a bit, but in line with the principle of as little waste as possible, Tang Qing is not ready to spend it again, keep it first, and wait for urgent need later. If Zhang Dongqing and the others repay the loan at noon tomorrow, they can upgrade immediately as long as they borrow another 200,000, but the loan is of no use. At the moment, if he upgrades soon by then, it would be a waste of 100,000. This is too hurt, a total of 300,000 wasted. Without a strong reason, he will not do such a foolish thing again. The assessment was completed and the task was refreshed. Tang Qing was also a little sleepy and soon fell asleep. November 2nd, 12:15. In the Qingfeng box on the second floor of Baiwei Restaurant, there is a large round table in the box, usually for 8 people. If you squeeze it, you can add 2 more chairs, or even sit a little bit more, you can add 2 more chairs. The table is already set up. Dishes. At this time, there were 3 people sitting in the box: Tang Qing, Zhang Dongqing, and Zheng Xiu, who I saw last time. The 3 did not sit next to each other. Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiu sat in the upper seat, while Tang Qing sat at the door facing him. 2. After all, the theme of today's dinner is to pay back the money, and there must be a negotiation. Tang Qing discovered that this time Zhang Dongqing was a little bit less melancholy than the last time between the eyebrows and the eyebrows. Obviously, the business has been good recently. As for Zheng Xiu, he is still in plain clothes. When he first said hello, Tang Qing already knew that Zheng Xiu had graduated from the party school last weekend. As for the new position, I heard that the reliable news is likely to be transferred to Qingshui County, my home county, as the chief of public security. He is at the department level, 1 level higher than my uncle. As for the exact news, I won't know until Friday. In his previous life, he knew the name of the parent officer in his hometown and county, but the officials below had no impression of him, nor could he recall the information of the chief of public security. However, the speed of promotion is obviously much better than that of his uncle. I want to come. Zheng Xiu is either very powerful himself, or Lao Tzu is very powerful, or his wife is very powerful. At first, Tang Qing felt a little nervous when he heard that the other party was transferred to his county seat, but then he calmed down the anxiety in his heart. He didn't break the law at first, and the 2 were friends in the second, and the comrades who helped him in the third. Zhang Dongqing. It is impossible for him to be unfavorable to himself in terms of emotion and reason. There is nothing terrible. Zhang Dongqing opened a bottle of beer and poured a glass for Zheng Xiu and himself, and said, "Xiao Tang, you are going to class in the afternoon, so you won't drink alcohol. We still have business in the afternoon. Even if the liquor is fine, you can drink the drink." "Okay, I didn't plan to drink." Tang Qing shook the sour plum soup in his hand and said with a smile. This sour plum soup was made by Li Jianguo himself. It tastes sour and sweet. It has become a signature drink in the store, selling it for 30 yuan per pot, plus the size of the pot, which is quite expensive. A few people did not directly start the meal. Of course, they must do their business first before starting the meal. "Xiao Tang, this is 303,000, you pointed." Zhang Dongqing handed over a black handbag that he had brought over. He didn't just take a bag with hundreds of thousands like Tang Qing did. That is simply the one who lost him. "No need to order. I believe that Uncle Zhang is a person. Besides, there is an uncle policeman beside him. Would you dare to give me counterfeit money?" "Haha," Tang Qing said with a smile, and then took the bag and put it on the chair beside him. He doesn't believe that Zhang Dongqing dared to give himself counterfeit coins. Besides, even Zhang Dongqing will not punish him if he doesn't return the system, let alone counterfeit coins. As long as the system recommends customers to get loans, he has no worries, and he just completes the contract. Of course, he will not foolishly tell the other party that it is not necessary to pay back or delay this kind of thing indefinitely. Otherwise, the system will not let it go. Many people will not let it go. Then Tang Qing took the prepared receipt out of his pocket and handed it over. Looking at the receipt he wrote last time, Zhang Dongqing was taken aback. He didn't expect Tang Qing to give him the receipt without even looking at it. Zhang Dongqing couldn't help being touched by this trust. No matter how good friends are, they will become more cautious about the convenience of money. For so many years, except for Tang Qing, he really has not encountered hundreds of thousands of cash and gave a receipt without looking at it. He really is moved by this trust. Haha, Xiao Tang is really a dragon and phoenix among people. He has courage and courage. I made the right friend of you. Zhang Dongqing praised Tang Qing, not only moved, but also with this courage and courage. This young man had to make him admire. Uncle Zhang passed the award. I believe that Uncle Zhang's behavior is just like the reason I lent you money at the beginning. It's just a small amount of money. We will be big business people in the future, hundreds of thousands, really nothing. Tang Qing modestly, he replied, but in a second he started to pretend. But obviously, this shocked both of them more than pretending. Okay, I have something to ask for in the future. Major events may not be able to be handled, but don't you still have Uncle Zhang, right? Old Zhang. Zhang Dongqing said with his chest. He rarely promised. But at such a young age to have this courage and courage, the key is to have financial resources. The future is bound to be promising. Of course, he is very happy to make a friend with a promising future. Then he pulled Zheng Xiu in again, trying to close the relationship between the two. He also learned about Tang Qing's identity from Zheng Xiu before. One of the strangest points was the source of such a large sum of money. Of course, this is not the case. When investigating criminals, there was no in-depth investigation, only a few major family members. I can't help. Tang Qing's uncle is also the deputy director of your Chengnan police station. How can I take care of him from the high mountains and long distances? Haha. Zheng Xiu responded with a smile. Of course, he gave Zhang Dongqing this before. He said that, but he wanted to see how Tang Qing would react when he knew he was investigating him. To see if he could see something, and by the way, he wanted to do some tricks. He said before that he might be transferred to Qingshui County as the police chief just to see how Tang Qing reacted, but he didn't see anything. Tang Qing just froze for a while, and then behaved normally, and he was not right. I admire her unusual enthusiasm and become inflamed, and I want to make Tang Qing good, but I still need to know about it. Really? Xiao Tang, your uncle is the deputy director? Zhang Dongqing immediately understood what his comrades meant, pretending to be surprised. Although he hadn't passed the anger with Zheng Xiu before, how could he not hear the trap in Zheng Xiu's words after a long battle? Yes, but don't tell my uncle about these things. I don't want him to worry about it. As for the coming, it's completely legal. Tang Qing couldn't help but tremble when he spoke, feeling a secret being spied on, but he immediately responded with wit. When he got up, he could see that there was a problem with the dialogue inside. After all, if it weren't for Zhang Dongqing's instruction, how could Zheng Xiu be bored to investigate his family? Since Zhang Dongqing knew it, he deliberately asked him, obviously to explore himself of the bottom. He even thought that Zheng Xiu deliberately revealed that he might be transferred to the head of Qingshui County just now, just to put himself under psychological pressure and make himself chaotic. Otherwise, how could a transfer that Zheng Xiu is uncertain about according to the organization principles casually say it? Tang Qing couldn't help sighing that there is no simple one in the officialdom, especially the police, who are all psychologists. However, the other party didn't directly say that his parents were selling clothes, and he didn't ask where he got the money. Obviously, it was to step down and leave room for himself. Pointing to the core without thinking about it will backfire. To put it bluntly, Tang Qing also understood that the other party meant it was okay to say or not to say it. And his answer was quite satisfactory, and even explained the proper way. He could block the other party's next words back. Zhang Dongqing and Zheng Xiu looked at each other and nodded. They didn't ask any more. They could also hear that Tang Qing didn't want to talk about this topic, so they blocked their next words, but they were expecting it. Of course, there is no evidence to show that your money is coming from the wrong path, and I am not interested in it. I just hope that you will stick to your heart and never make mistakes and shame your uncle. Zheng Xiu first expressed his attitude solemnly. In fact, he did. It's not a big deal, and it's not a big deal. As for the origin of the money, if Tang Qing is an enemy, he might check it out, but since he is a friend, just keep one eye open, and he is not stupid. He even thought that Tang Qing's money was not right, and he could follow the vine to solve some cases, but this idea appeared for a moment. If he really dared to do it, it would not only offend Qin Yugong, but also affect it. His relationship with Zhang Dongqing, plus Qin Yugong, he also heard that he came from the army just like himself. He is a decent man. Even if he is a system, he will really become a target of public criticism if he plays like this. Not so stupid. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I won't embarrass my uncle and family. Tang Qing said with a serious expression. Haha, let's have a toast. Don't talk about these work matters. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Zhang Dongqing hurriedly ended the previous topic. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him. just solve his own troubles. Okay, cheers, Tang Qing said, raising the sour plum soup. During the meal, Zhang Dongqing was very enthusiastic towards Tang Qing and frequently showed good wishes. Tang Qing thought it was to apologize for the test just now, but didn't feel anything. As for Zheng Xiao, he ate food on his own from time to time. Talk about interesting facts about troops and training. But after seeing Zhang Dongqing's enthusiasm and a bit hesitant to speak, Tang Qing couldn't help asking, Uncle Zhang, do you want to tell me something? Xiao Tang, I really don't want to conceal it. I really have something to ask for Uncle Zhang today. Zhang Dongqing couldn't help but admire Tang Qing's observation ability. Zhang Dongqing's words made Tang Qing very puzzled. She really didn't know, what exactly does Zhang Dongqing have that needs help from her own student? Is it money again? After thinking about it for a while, Tang Qing put down his chopsticks and said slowly, Uncle Zhang, please tell me something first. If you can help, I will definitely help. If I can't help, I will find a way to help. If it is too difficult and my ability is limited, if I can't help, you don't mind either. Zhang Dongqing didn't rush to answer, but paused for a while and organized the language to say, Xiao Tang, let's not hide it. I have a friend who runs a garment factory recently short of capital turnover. He is doing OEM garment processing. This time it is mainly used to pay the due accounts of downstream raw material manufacturers. As long as the end of the month on the 30th, upstream brand companies can pay the money back. A few days ago, he asked me to borrow money. Because the big order last time was buying machines to recruit people for expansion, there was not much cash. I also accidentally mentioned you. The interest is low, the loan is fast, and there are no additional conditions, so I thought see if you can help my friend. Don't worry. I believe that he is an old friend of mine for many years. Otherwise, I will not ask you for help. Secondly, I will be the guarantor this time. He is not up to me to pay it back. After finishing, Zhang Dongqing staring at Tang Qing, waiting for his answer. When Tang Qing heard why it was a big deal, shouldn't he just borrow money? The key is how much to borrow. Uncle Zhang, how much money does he want to borrow this time? Tang Qing thought for a while and asked. 400,000. Zhang Dongqing said. Hearing this, Tang Qing fell into deep thought. He is now penniless, and the big zero egg in his account is particularly ironic. But when the system is upgraded, there will be system rewards at that time, plus the foreign loan balance. He should be able to withdraw 400,000 yuan. As for the system task, he also looked at it. It is enough to keep 300,000 yuan of funds. If you don't have enough funds, you can only overdraft your personal loan. After thinking for a while, Tang Qing made a decision. Okay, no problem. Wait for my call, and I will be ready at noon the day after tomorrow at the latest, or cash transaction. He is only 5 points away from experience to level up, so he is ready to finish the task as soon as possible tomorrow and raise the level. As for contacting customers recommended by the system, he is going to contact each other after school today, and will discuss it at noon tomorrow. If it goes well, he can complete the loan from Zhang Dongqing's friend tomorrow night. Zhang Dongqing saw that Tang Qing had agreed, and he was overjoyed and said, Haha, okay, then I will thank you on behalf of my friend first, as for the contract. After speaking, he looked at Tang Qing. I'll prepare. Tang Qing also understood what he meant and replied immediately. Of course, the guest and host will have a good time to solve a problem, but Tang Qing has to get the system to recommend customers quickly, and let's talk about it after upgrading, otherwise everything else will be stuck. The meal ended after nearly 1.5. Of course, Zhang Dongqing settled the bill. Tang Qing didn't grab it either. Who should check out matters involving transactions in his mind? Don't go overboard. Otherwise everyone is uncomfortable. After sending Zhang Dongqing away, Tang Qing immediately returned to the box and returned the money to the system. The system took away 300,000 plus 15,000 interest, and he made 1,500 yuan. However, this little money Tang Qing has long looked down upon, and threw it into the system's personal account. There is no safer wallet than this, and the system has the ability to exchange the old for the new, and the old money deposited will be exchanged into a new one immediately. The number on the money has also been changed, and it is still a serial number. It seems that the collection and distribution of cash within the system is not a channel. It's just that he is a little worried about the origin of these serial numbers. It should be impossible to make private money out of thin air. After all, the system is so hungry, there should be no such loopholes, and there is no need to dig such a big hole for himself in his host system. Such an obvious pit. As to how the money system got it, he also asked. The system was still in such a rigid tone that it was not authorized to view it. When I heard that it was not authorized to view, it could be viewed in the future, and he didn't go into it anymore. Tang Qing also had some speculations, such as taking a large sum of money directly from the central bank or a certain treasury. He believed that the system had this ability, and then tried every means to make the account well, and then let this part of the money disappear in the book in reality, or directly add a new set of numbers to the central bank's numbering system, or even directly falsify the existing numbers, and so on. There are many possibilities for mess. Anyway, if the system doesn't tell him, he can only think about it. Forget it. It's useless to think about it, and it's only a lot of trouble. The legality of the money will definitely be solved by the system. Otherwise, train a SHD, train it to jail? Immediately Tang Qing found Li Jianguo and took his money. He also returned the receipt of the previous contract to Li Jianguo. As for the contract, there was no need to give it. After all, the evidence of the fact of the loan was given to the other party, which represents the contract is of no use, so keep it on file. After exchanging Li Jianguo's money to the system, Tang Qing checked his personal information again. Level 1. Experience, 95 out of 100. Loan amount this month, 0/500,000. Personal quota this month, 20/100,000. Overdraft until the end of December. Withdrawable assets, 10,000. Spirit, 51 plus 20. Physique, 49 plus 20. Genius value, 20. Plus the interest of the two people totaling 2,500. His personal account finally broke 10,000, and Tang Qing's mood was a little better when he was stunned by the system just now, and the big zero egg before was really an eye-catcher. If you have 5 more points of experience, you can upgrade. Try to get it done tomorrow, otherwise Zhang Dongqing's friend's loan will be in trouble. Just when Tang Qing was about to leave the box and return to school, Li Kai hurriedly opened the box door and walked in, saying in a slightly anxious tone, "Old Tang, the 3 that my dad said before are here again. They are eating in the hall now. I pretended to accidentally take a few photos just now." The camera belongs to Li Kai's own home. After Tang Qing asked them to take a photo, he took it out of the house and put it to the front desk. I didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. Tang Qing stood up immediately when he heard it, ready to go and have a look. Although it doesn't help much, it would be too nonsense to not even look out. He doesn't have the fighting skills of the protagonist in the novel, and he doesn't know the big brother of the underworld. He doesn't even know the police in this area. Tang Qing can only say that he is beating a dog. I am a rebirth. Uselessly. I really envy the rebirth predecessors in the novels, who can always plan tactics and solve problems quickly. When I get to my own system, I can't settle this little thing, really. The helplessness of an ordinary people. He didn't have the power of the black and white or could not use it, and his own strength was not strong enough, and he didn't even have a helper who could fight. At this time, Tang Qing deeply felt his helplessness and powerlessness, and the 3 gangsters forced himself to this. For good reason. It's just like facing a big enemy, which is simply a shame. Tang Qing clenched his fist and secretly said that he would never allow this kind of thing to happen again. He must find a way to enhance his own strength. One is his own. After all, the system has been strengthened and has the foundation. It should not be difficult to practice more fighting skills. One is to find some men, at least to be able to fight, to be able to do things, to be smarter. Otherwise, the people around them will basically not be able to help if something happens. Take me to see. After talking, Li Kai brought Tang Qing to the cashier counter in the lobby on the 1st floor. Of course, he did not directly point to those people and say that they were them. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. Since each table has a table number, Li Kai reported the table number Tang Qing. Then I understand where it is. After all, there is an order. Adding the number or ordering it by yourself, how can you not remember it? Looking at the table number reported by Li Kai, Tang Qing saw 3 young people in their 20s sitting there. They were not dyed in yellow sweaters and non-mainstream as in the novel, but in ordinary costumes. If it weren't for the look in the eyes and the look of scorn, it's really hard to tell that it's a mess. At this time, only 2 gangsters were facing Tang Qing, and one of them was facing away from him, unable to see his face clearly. At this moment, the with his back to them suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where Tang Qing was, which is the cash register. Tang Qing immediately noticed the crescent-shaped birthmark on the other's face. A familiar memory came from his mind. The inside jumped out, but within 3 seconds Tang Qing remembered who this person was. Knowing the identity of the other party, Tang Qing was shocked, and his eyes were full of horror and surprise. He didn't expect to meet him here, but at this time, it was obvious that the other party's target was not himself, but Zhang Jing, who stared at Zhang Jing unscrupulously. Look, the other two gangsters also cast their gazes and laughed at everything they said from time to time. Tang Qing, who reacted, also noticed what the gangsters' gaze pointed at. Tang Qing's face was instantly cold, and he dared to hit his employee's idea. Although his face was frosty, his heartbeat couldn't be slowed down at all. This was obviously agitated. There were only 3 sentences in Tang Qing's mind at this time. Heaven helps me too. Someone gave a pillow when I fell asleep. Here comes the gift. At the same time, Tang Qing began to recall the information of the 3 people he knew in his previous life. On September 11th last year, a homicide occurred in an alley in the backyard of a bar in a district of the provincial capital. The opponent was stabbed 3 times. The knife was fatal. The deceased was robbed of all his belongings. He was only given morning exercises early the next morning. The aunt found out and hurried to call the police. The body was already cold. If an ordinary person is killed, that's nothing. It's just a general murder case. But the other party's father is the mayor, acting secretary, and deputy governor of a provincial capital city, and he will be a person immediately. Leadership matters are major events, and major leaders are involved. This case was a big matter. The case immediately became the top-ranking case of the Public Security Bureau. However, the location of the crime was mixed, and it was in a small alley with no people in the middle of the night. In addition, it was the provincial capital with a large floating population. I checked a few. There is no clue that month froze. Even people in the community were mobilized to offer rewards for capture, but there were too many reports of greed for money. But the real culprit made no progress at all, as if evaporated out of thin air. This directly led to the resignation of the district bureau chief. After all, there is no clue for so long. Someone must be someone. Come carry this pod. Who said it happened in your jurisdiction? Regarding leadership matters, they dare not find a scapegoat. It is absolutely self-defeating. The case has been dragging on like this, and there hasn't been any progress for several years. In this age of underdeveloped surveillance, it is simply impossible to recruit surveillance and investigators. This is why there are so many surveillances in future generations, and in the future generations, there is not only no intention to stop, but also more and more cases. The detection rate of various cases it is also soaring. Although the establishment of large-scale surveillance has the issue of citizens' privacy, how to say it, generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. It was in June of the following life that several people committed major incidents in neighboring provinces, and fighting resulted in 3 deaths and 5 injuries. One of them was arrested, while the other 2 ran away. Knowing that if he did not provide some conditions for commutation, he would not have the chance to get out of prison, and he was even angry that the 2 left behind and ran away. In line with the principle that you don't want to have a better life when I die, I also bite out the events of the year. As for the evidence, a tiger-shaped jade pendant was obtained from the deceased he carried with him. In the end, the murder case 8 years ago was naturally solved. At this time, the father happened to be there. As the second-in-command here, one can imagine how much benefit the investigators and participants gained at that time. And the person who was caught was the one with the birthmark on his face. He remembered the birthmark very clearly, and the faces of the 3 of them became more familiar. As for why he knew these things, after all, these are files that need to be kept secret. His uncle would not tell him these things, and he described it so clearly that he had no chance to get in touch with these files. That was what Li Kai told him in a chat later. After all, Li Kai also got into the upper circle. Occasionally, I heard that some secrets were not new. The incident was mentioned in a small chat. It was because of the generation market. Chang was already the second-in-command of the neighboring province at that time, with a high position, and naturally many things about him would attract attention. He also learned that the leader had 2 sons, and the second child was killed, and he lingered in bars and other entertainment venues all day long. As for the boss, Li Kai still knows him. When he said this, he had already served as the Secretary General of the Qingyan city government. As for other information, he didn't know much about it. After all, he was not interested in paying attention to it at the time, just listened to it. When a graduate student went to work after graduation, he suddenly thought of this incident. He also searched the internet for the incident at that time. It was actually there. This incident was captured as a typical case. The key report. The photos of the three people are in the memory. Tang Qing's birthmark and the faintly visible red rope around his neck made Tang Qing more certain. Before his rebirth, the leader was already the top leader of a certain province in the central region, with a high level of authority. Later, he searched for information about this matter, but it was gone. I think it should have been deleted. After all, such a big leader. The ability is still there. Looking at these gangsters, Tang Qing's eyes became softer. This great achievement is simply the best gift for his uncle. The key is not this. The key is with the leader. The relationship is enough to ensure that the uncle will be promoted at a very fast speed within the scope of the rules. At least one of the main places has not run away. The other party is more generous or the uncle works hard. The deputy office or even the above is not impossible. Today is a good day. You will find treasures when you go out. At this time, the three gangsters are so cute in Tang Qing's eyes, just like playing the boss and exploding the magical outfit. This is directly falling from the sky. As for how to do it, Tang Qing still had to plan. At this time, he thought of the director here and the contradiction between him and his uncle. The contradiction between him and his uncle is not limited to the arrest of his brother-in-law. If there is only this kind of thing, he would not stop asking him for help. He quickly became his uncle's boss. That's all. After he became the boss, he kept pressing on his uncle and bullied him. Finally, he was transferred to another place and helped a person with worse qualifications and ability than his uncle to take his place. The person was pulled off for corruption and bribery, and his uncle had the opportunity to replace him. That is, the position of the director of the development zone and the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This made Tang Qing unbearable, and it also let him know how deeply this person resented his uncle, how much grudges he held, and at the same time, he was more sure of his next plan. Just keep grudges, the deeper the better. Since the other party still has revenge, and it is still so strong, then I am sorry, I can only dig a hole to put you in. Who told you to punish my uncle in the future? A little brother-in-law hated my uncle for so many years and all kinds of revenge, then I'm not welcome. The previous life can't help uncle by myself. In this life, haha. As for how to dig this pit and put the other party in, Tang Qing already has a way. It is impossible for the director to step down directly. At least he has not thought of a practical method at the moment, and time is tight, so he can only do it first. Use this trick. And now he doesn't know the name of the director. He only knows the surname Gua. After all, it has been a long time, and it was the things his aunt said to him, which he didn't remember at all. Originally, this incident could not involve the director, but what if these people came out soon after they entered the police station, and then they were caught by their uncle and solved the case? When the time comes, the above eyes will definitely be on the ins and outs of the whole incident. They will wonder why the three criminals appeared in that restaurant, why they entered the police station, and why they went in and walked out so safely, anyway. It is impossible for the other party to come out of the police station without arousing people's reverie and speculation. Once this speculation reaches the director, no matter whether it is inaction or inability, which one is not a good impression. Even if the director found out that he was not directly responsible, what would the leaders think? No matter what they were promoted in the future, when they thought that these criminals almost ran away, once they thought that they would offend the standing committee, then his official career would basically be unnecessary. I thought about it, and even if Tang Qing didn't do anything at that time, there would be someone who would stumble the other party for the position under his, or to please the leader, and the other party's life would not be better in the future. This strategy is still a bit risky in general, but Tang Qing is betting that the other party will go according to his plan. Isn't life just a gamble? He hasn't reached the point where he is so wise that he can count on his plan. There are also many loopholes in the scene, but in Tang Qing's opinion, he will definitely follow his script. After making a decision, Tang Qing went to the back kitchen and called Li Jiangguo aside and whispered, "Uncle Li, I want to ask you for a favor. I have a way to deal with those outside, and it can never cause trouble. I hope you find a clever guy to do a favor and let the other party take the opportunity to make trouble. In the end, I have to get the guy injured. After the incident, I can personally reward him with 10,000 yuan, and the hotel's losses today are all credited to my account. I will call the police as soon as I start to try to get them arrested. Go in, then you should have to trouble you to go to the police station. After you arrive at the police station, you will be like this. Tang Qing told Li Jianguo in detail about his plan. Doing this, will it? Li Jianguo said nervously. He really couldn't understand why Tang Qing did it. It was completely useless and posted a lot of money. Even if they fight, they can't let these people never stay away. Come out, and this will also affect the business in the store. Don't worry, Uncle Li. I have my own solution. When the time comes, you just need to do it. All losses are counted as mine. Remember to find their director to report my uncle's name. No one else will look for it. Tang Qing exhorted again and again. Li Jianguo thought about the pros and cons doing so will definitely affect the business. And there are also risks. After all, once it affects customers, it will be troublesome. However, he also believes that Tang Qing will definitely not aimlessly. There must be his reason for doing so. Qing vowed to ensure that he would never suffer from future troubles. In his opinion, Tang Qing was definitely not a whisperer, but Lin Zhengguo made a decision in a moment, and he chose to believe in Tang Qing. Okay, no problem, I'll find someone to do it. And there just happens to be a young man who is quite suitable. Li Jianguo said solemnly. Thank Uncle Li for his trust. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Tang Qing comforted confidently. Looking at Tang Qing's confident look, Li Jianguo's uneasy heart also settled down. After all, it was really a bit nervous to do this kind of special task for the first time, and even Li Jianguo felt a little bit as a villain. Li Jianguo is also a decisive person. Now that he has decided, he must do it, and do it well. Then Li Jianguo went to the hall to find the right person. As for Tang Qing, he was standing at the checkout counter with Li Kai waiting to deal with emergencies. As for going to school, I am not in the mood to pay attention to it. Big things should be put aside in front of his uncle's future. He believes that afterwards my uncle would not speak of himself. As for Li Kai, he is also busy now, so how can he have time to care about him? Besides, his son's grades are also good, so half a day of class is nothing. Let's talk about the three gangsters here. The birthmark male's name is Zhu Rui. He is the eldest of the three. He used to work in the same factory. Several of them didn't know each other. In a fight for a factory girl, it can be said that he didn't know each other and learned Taoyuan to worship. Brothers, but because the three of them are so lazy, stinky, and good to provoke mischief and molesting female employees, they were directly driven by the boss in less than half a year. After they came out, the three of them couldn't make a lot of money and couldn't make a small one. They didn't want to look at them. They lived by searching the students' money and occasionally acting as a thug. It's just that they never thought that they would become murderers. At that time, the three of them went to a suburban farmhouse for dinner. After the meal, because it was too late to get a taxi or a bus, they thought about walking around at night. Anyway, they were all night owls. When they walked randomly, the three of them urinated into a small alley. Preparing to release the water, unfortunately, I met a young man who was drunk and was throwing up and laughed at the birthmark on Zhu Rui's face. Although the man's clothes were not simple, there were so many drunk three people, and the temper came on the spot. Going up was punching and kicking, and the man also rose up to resist, but unfortunately, he hit Zhu Rui's little brother with a punch. The pain on the spot made him kneel on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. In addition, after drinking some wine, the evil was born to the guts, and he directly took out a knife and stabbed him. Unexpectedly, he was stabbed to death. After drinking, he didn't care so much about his loyalty. The other two also stabbed each other. Several people searched and played that person's property and walked aimlessly. After walking for less than an hour, there was a cool evening breeze, and the drunkenness slowly faded. The three of them finally realized what they were doing. They were so scared that they were bullying ordinary people. Where did they accept that they suddenly became the fact that the murderer was killed? But since the matter has happened, there is nothing to do. Besides, the three of them have a share, and no one can escape. Since Zhu Rui's home was in a village on the outskirts of Qingyan City, and the other two were in other provinces, they all escaped to Qingyan City. Since the three were usually alone, and did not have much interaction with the local forces. Their departure also did not attract attention. They first went back to Zhu Rui's house in the village to live for a few months, and they planted and played from time to time. They were always worried, for fear that the police would come to the door someday. Just wait and wait. There is nothing to do. Plus a few people remember that there is basically no evidence left. All the knives are in their hands. There are no fingerprints on the scene, no witnesses, no monitoring. They are restless. Courageously got up and came to the city to find a way. It's just that the character of the three of them is not worthy of them. After finding a few of them, they were expelled within a few days. In the end, they could only work in their old business and blackmail the students. But this little money was enough for them to spend. Later, when I saw that a new restaurant was opened here, I thought about blackmailing a sum. The amount was not high, and I was detained the most when I spread it out. I was not afraid at all. In the end, they locked the store, tried the water first, and then found a way to promote the successful experience to try in other places. Of course, they dare not go to a restaurant that is too big, otherwise they would be really looking for death. As for every household to collect, it is too ostentatious, and the goal is too big. It is easy to cause public anger to get in. Although a few people are not afraid to enter the police station. After all, there is a ghost in their hearts. After the murder, it is inevitable that the police station will be treated. This kind of fear, if I was afraid of the police before, and the amount involved was small, I went in and sat down and came out. After I came out, I was a hero again. The little brother on the left said to Zhu Rui, "Brother, let's come here to eat every day from now on. It tastes really good." Zhu Rui grabbed a piece of cooked pork and put it in his mouth. He said with disdain, "Okay, no problem. This boss doesn't dare to say anything. It's still a way to get money fast. Why didn't I expect it before?" Si Li Jiangguo obediently paying money is obviously without any background, so it's especially at ease to bully. "What should I do at the front desk? It's tickled to look at." The other kid also leaned forward and whispered, "They usually stay in dormitories, and they must go with each other every time they go home. It's not easy to do it." Zhu Rui frowned and said, as early as the first time he saw Zhang Jing, he was thinking of how to get it, but there was no suitable opportunity. "It's okay, brother. It's not bad if you haven't experienced hand addiction. It's okay, we just touched it accidentally. What's the matter? Haha, good way." Zhu Rui laughed, and then he had an idea in his mind. "Brother, when shall we return to the provincial capital?" "Next year. If nothing happens, it means that the wind has passed. The police haven't found us until now. They can only say that they don't know us at all." "Okay, listen to the big brother." Several people chatted with each other, commenting from time to time where the diners here are beautiful women. They almost went up and watched. The smile was not ordinary arrogant. The surrounding diners quickly finished eating and leaving. At the same time, a clever male waiter was already familiar with the script. Li Jiangguo specifically looked for it. His name was Qianzheng. His brain was very lively. He used to wander around in the society. Now that he has a job, I cherish it. I know it after only a few orders. How to do it. Qian was holding the teapot and walking to the table of 3 people, feeling a little nervous. After all, according to the script ordered by the boss, he had to be beaten later, but thinking about the boss promise of 10,000 yuan, he immediately became bold. 10,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a few months' wages, and the bosses are all nearby. Once they are beaten, they will come to help immediately. Thinking of this, Qian was taking a deep breath. Seeing the 3 of them, they didn't even watch him chatting. Qian was walking to Zhu Rui and picked up the bottomless cup he was drinking and poured boiling water into it. After it was full, he could not help but feel a little handy when it was about to turn on. It trembled, but not too much. I raised my eyebrows and glanced to see that a few people still didn't pay attention to him. He took a deep breath, and the cup in his hand tilted, but the tilt was a bit large, and the whole cup fell directly on Zhu Rui's thigh. On the other side, due to tension, half of it was spilled under the crotch of the opponent. Although it is autumn, Qingyan City is not too cold. The boy with birthmark is still wearing thin shorts and big slippers. "This is so sour." Qianzheng was shaking all over and didn't dare to think about it. "Ah, what are you doing?" "I burned to death." Zhu Rui stood up immediately after being scalded and furiously, sweeping the water stains on his pants. But this was boiling water, plus the pants were so thin that they were already soaked in. A hot sensation spread to Zhu Rui's head from the entire lower body. "What are you doing, brother? Are you okay?" The little brother on the left stood up and looked at Zhu Rui and asked, "Boy, looking for death? I think you did it on purpose." The other boy also stood up and pointed at Qianzheng and said loudly, "Brothers, Ao, you burn me to death. Let me get him. Don't think about losing money today." At this moment, he didn't slow down, clutching his crotch, and pointed to Qianzheng. Hearing the words, the little brother on the left who was close to Qianzheng slapped Qianzheng, did not hide the money, and was slapped abruptly. Snapped. After a clap of applause, Qianzheng immediately lay on the ground, covering his face according to the script, and wailing, yelling, "Ah! Hit someone." At this time, the guests are hiding aside, for fear of getting into trouble, slowly and unconsciously made a circle, preparing to watch the excitement. Qian was lying on the ground screaming and screaming, not knowing it, thinking that he had suffered multiple injuries. The little brother who beat people watched Qian exaggeratedly rolling on the ground and wailed. He was a little dazed and felt a little strange in his heart. Has his strength become stronger, and he didn't exert much effort, so he beat people like this? I can't help feeling that things are a bit weird, but then I leave this thought behind. The most urgent thing is to find the boss to lose money and settle the account. There are so many people here watching. The man on the ground also screamed like a pig and did not continue to punch. Kicking. Seeing this situation, the other little brother stopped preparing to go up and beat someone, looked at Zhu Rui, and waited for him to make a decision. Of course, it was time for Li Jianguo and the others to appear, with 7 or 8 waiters and a few kitchen guys, as well as Tang Qing and Li Kai. There were more than 10 big men surrounded by Zhu Rui and the 3 of them. The momentum overwhelmed the 3. At this moment, Zhu Rui couldn't help but feel a little scared. They didn't want to make matters worse. They just wanted to blackmail some more money. As for taking out the dagger in his arms to threaten the other party, it was a joke. Not to mention so many people watching. The nature of the dagger changed when he took out the dagger. The key is what place this is. This is a restaurant, on the knife, which there are more than restaurants, which is simply looking for excitement. Thinking about a dozen people holding knives around him and others, Zhu Rui didn't dare to continue thinking about this scene. The plan for the present can only rely on one's own right to achieve the goal. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.